equals 171 equals under the general heading of physics, the ancients included a number of subjects which in modern times form independent branches of philosophy. Kleene subdivided the subject into physics proper and theology. Here it will be convenient to make a larger number of subdivisions, so as to treat separately of the foundations of physics, generally called after Aristotle's treatise, metaphysics, Roman II physics proper, that is, the account of the universe and its history. Roman III, the final problems involved in the history of the universe, such as its government by divine providence, the existence of evil, free will, and chance. Roman IV, the problems of religion, such as the existence of gods, their number, character, and claims on mankind. And V, the nature of man, including the modern subjects of psychology and physiology, and to some extent of anthropology also, treated by the Stoics as a kingdom governed by the soul. According to Stoic principles, these subjects cannot be separated one from the other, or from the other parts of philosophy. And therefore in treating each one we shall, as before, assume a general knowledge of all the others. The Stoics laid great stress upon the study of physics, as the only sound basis for a scientific rule of human conduct, and some of them, beginning with Chrysippus, having a special regard to the elevated dignity of the study of theology, were disposed to rank this branch of philosophy as the highest and last of its three principal divisions. We shall, however, in accordance with a view more generally held, reserve the last place for ethics. Equals 172 equals to the earlier Greek philosophers, as we have already seen, it appeared that a single bold intuition was enough, or almost enough, to discover a sufficient foundation upon which to construct a reasoned account of all things. Thus the Ionic philosophers took up as such a foundation one or more of the elements of air, fire, and water. But as soon as these three, together with earth, were recognized as elements, existing side by side, it became necessary to dig deeper, so as to secure a foundation for these as well. Thus Democritus resolved all four into atoms and void. His theory was taken over by Epicurus, and remains to this day not only the most popular solution of the problem, but also that which, till quite recently, was tacitly assumed as the basis of all scientific investigation. Anaxagoras, working on different lines, began his account of the universe with mind on the one hand and a primal conglomerate matter on the other, a doctrine evidently based upon the popular dualism of soul and body, and still the basis of all transcendental philosophy and established religious conceptions. This Aristotle varied by assuming rather an active and a passive principle, force which works and matter upon which it works. Besides these conceptions, many others need to be considered, which if not absolutely fundamental, are nevertheless matters of discussion in all philosophical schools, as those of motion, space, time, soul, body, God, the universe, cause, effect, will, and necessity. In this way, the original inquiry into the foundation of the universe develops into a general study of fundamental conceptions, and it is at this stage that it is taken over and dealt with by Stoicism, which adds to the list certain conceptions on which it lays a special stress, and to which it gives a characteristic color. Such are those of body, spirit, and tone. Equals 173 equals the fact that the Stoics use from time to time the language of other schools, or of popular speculation, does not necessarily imply that this language is an adequate statement of their doctrine. And we frequently find that the discussion of particular problems seems to be based on dualisms, though these are in the end subordinated to monistic statements. Thus in logic, we have already noticed the sharp contrast between the perceiving mind and the external object of perception, alpha letter 1f30, sigma theta eta tau omicron nu, letter 1f51 pi alpha rho chi omicron nu. Nevertheless, mind and object are ultimately declared to be akin. So in particular, the popular dualism of soul and body is often accepted by the Stoics, and yet is steadily superseded by the paradox that soul is body. The reason given for this is that body is that which acts and is acted upon, and this statement in the end overrides the Aristotelian distinction of force and matter, active principle and passive principle. Body, as conceived by the Stoics, is the one ultimate element, the foundation and beginning of the universe. It contains within itself the capacity of action, and nothing but body has this capacity. Body and nothing but body exists in the true sense. That certain other things have a quasi-existence, as we shall see later in this chapter, is an embarrassment which only brings into clearer relief this distinctive feature of the system. The Stoic body, though it is also called matter, letter 1F55 lambdita materia, must not be confused with the matter of modern philosophy, which has derived from Aristotle the implication of passivity. Much more closely, it corresponds with the stuff, by which modern monistic philosophers denote the substratum of mind and body alike. To call the Stoics materialists will generally prove misleading. It is the Epicurean system, to which the Stoics were sharply opposed, which, as we have seen, corresponds to modern materialism. 174 equals the conception of body, therefore replaces in the Stoic system the various elements which the Ionic philosophers assumed as the basis of the universe, and combines both parts of such dualistic elements as were assumed by Democritus, Anaxagoras, and Aristotle. Since it is the foundation of all things, it must be capable of taking very various shapes. In logic, we have met with it under the name of the substratum, tau letter 1F78 letter 1F51 pi alpha rho chi omicron u, id quod est, but it nonetheless includes the subject or feeling and reasoning mind. In the universe as a whole, it is essence, omicron letter 1F50 sigma iota alpha, essentia. In its parts, it is matter, letter 1F55 lambdita silva. But it also appears, possessed of intelligence, as the deity, and again is identified with breath or spirit, and through this with the human soul. Even in ethics it has its place, for all causes are bodily, and not least the good and the respective virtues, all of which are bodies, for they act upon body. Similarly, the emotions such as anger and melancholy are of the nature of body. 175 equals the Stoic body, in all its transformations is active and alert. It contains in itself the principle or power of movement. For though we observe that one body is set in motion by another, yet this could not be the case unless in the beginning there had been a body which had movement of itself. As to the nature of the primal movement, the Stoics agree with Anaximenes that it may be described as alternate rarefaction and condensation. Rarefaction is a wave or spirit spreading from the center to the extremities. Condensation is a contrary movement from the extremities to the center. The extension of body is space, which therefore does not exist of itself, but only as a function of body. Where there is no body and body is limited, there is no space, but only the boundless void beyond the universe. Of this we cannot say that it exists. Rather, it not exists. Time also does not exist of itself, but only in the movement of body. Neither space nor time existed before the universe, but have been all along bound up with it. 176 equals in almost every particular we find a sharp contrast between the Stoic conception of body and the Epicurean atom. The atom is extremely small and entirely unchangeable. Body is immensely large and in a high degree plastic. Atoms alternate with void, but body spreads continuously throughout the entire universe. It can never be torn apart or show a gap. Atoms move downwards in parallel straight lines. Body moves from the center to the circumference, and thence returns to the center. Two atoms can never occupy the same space, but body everywhere moves through body, penetrating it and combining with it throughout its whole extent. The atom is a convenient hypothesis within the range of modern physical and chemical science. The conception of body gains force as we enter the region of biology. For life also is a movement which proceeds from a warm center, and warmth is body rarefied, and extends towards a circumference which is, in comparison, gross and cold. Going further, we find that body and its functions are so interpreted as to provide a key to the activities of the human reason and will. 177 equals to the central conception of body are attached in the Stoic system various supplementary conceptions, which serve to bring into clearer view its nature and powers. Of these, the most characteristic is that of tone or strain, tau omicron u omicron sigma, intentio. This term appears originally to have expressed muscular activity, and was next used by the Cynics to denote that active condition of the soul which is the true end of life. No labor, said Diogenes, is noble unless its end is tone of soul. Although we cannot trace the term tone directly to Zeno, we find that he explains sleep as a relaxation of the soul, substantially agreeing with later writers who call it a relaxation of the sensory tone around the soul. With cleanness, the word becomes fairly common, first in the ethical application, in which tone is a shock of fire, which if it be strong enough to stir the soul to fulfill its duties is called strength and force. And then in physics to explain the unceasing activity of the universe, personified by Hercules in Stoic allegorical theology. In later writers, tone becomes constantly associated with the spirit or thrill, which explains both the unity and the movement of all things, so that tone of spirit, or thrill tone, pi nu epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau iota kappa, letter 1f78 sigma tau omicron nu omicron sigma. Intentio spiritus explains to us the operations of body and mind alike. Equals 178. Equals body, however, is not only active but creative. There is inherent in it a power, which is that of the seed, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha, semen, and which is most conspicuously illustrated in the seed of animals and plants. It is the characteristic of seed that from a small beginning it develops a great plan, and that this plan never changes. This plan or purpose is named by the Stoics its reason or word, lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma. And at this point, Stoicism incorporates the doctrine of the word or universal reason with which it became acquainted through Heraclitus. The word or seed power, lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau, iota kappa omicron sigma, of the universe is one. It is the primal fire in its work of creation. It is Zeus the creator who molds gross matter into the things that are to be. It is wisdom which plies matter as it will. But there are also in individual objects, animate and inanimate indestructible seed powers, countless in number, displayed alike in growth, procreation, and purpose. These seed powers are, as it were, spirits or deities spread throughout the universe, everywhere shaping, peopling, designing, multiplying. They are activities of fiery spirit working through tension in its highest development. But the seed power of the universe comprehends in itself all the individual seed powers. They are begotten of it, and shall in the end return to it. Thus, in the whole work of creation and reabsorption, we see the work of one Zeus, one divine word, one all-pervading spirit. Equals 179. Equals closely akin to the theory of seed powers, and the word is that of cause, alpha letter 1f30 tau iota alpha causa. Aristotle had already explained this term in connection with cosmogony, laying down that, in order that a universe may come into being, three causes are required: matter without which nothing can be made, a workman to make things, and the form or shape which is imposed on every work as on a statue. To these may be added a fourth cause, the purpose of the work. Thus, to produce a statue we need the bronze, the artist, the design, and the fee. Grammatically, these causes may be expressed by the help of prepositions, as the ex quo, a quo, in quo, and propter quod. To this theory of multiple causes the Stoics oppose the doctrine of a single first cause, the maker of the universe. This first cause can be none other than the primal creative fire in a new aspect. Equally, it is the creative word. It seems well to translate here in full the argument of Seneca on this point, for it stands almost alone as an example of his powers in continuous exposition. The Stoic dogma is that there is one cause only, the maker. Aristotle holds that cause is threefold. The first cause, he says, is the material itself, for without it nothing can be made. The second cause is the maker. The third is the design, which is impressed on every single work as on a statue. This Aristotle calls the epsilon letter 1f36 delta omicron sigma. I will now explain what he means. The bronze is the first cause of a statue, for it could never have been made had there not been stuff to be cast or wrought into shape. The second cause is the sculptor, for the bronze could never have been brought into the shape of a statue without the artist's touch. The third cause is the design, for the statue would not be called the javelin man or the crowned king had not such a design been impressed upon it. There is besides a fourth cause, the purpose. What is purpose? It is that which induced the sculptor to undertake the work, the aim that he had in view. It may have been money if he intended to sell it, or glory if he wished to make himself a name, or religious feeling if he proposed to present it to a temple. That for the sake of which a thing is done is therefore also a cause, for you cannot think it right in making up a list of causes to omit something, apart from which the thing would never have been made. Thus, Aristotle postulates a multiplicity of causes, but we maintain that the list is either too long or too short. If we hold that everything, apart from which the thing would never have been made, is a cause of its making, then the list is too short. We ought to reckon time as a cause, for nothing can be made without time. We ought to reckon space as a cause, for if there is no room for a thing to be made, it will certainly not be made. Movement, too, should be placed in the list, for without movement nothing can be produced or destroyed. Without movement there can be neither art nor change. We Stoics look for a first and general cause. Such a cause must be single, for the stuff of the universe is single. We ask what that cause is, and reply that it is the creative reason, the deity. The various causes in the list that has been made are not a series of independent causes, but are all variations of a single cause, namely, the maker. Equals 180. Equals, although the first cause and the word are thus formally identified, their associations in connection with cosmogony are very different. For whereas the word suggests reason and purpose, and leads up to the dogma that the universe is governed by divine providence, the term cause suggests the linking of cause and effect by an unending chain, the inevitable sequence of events which leaves no room for effort or hope. These terms therefore point to the supreme problems of fate and divine purpose, determinism and free will, and as such will be discussed in a later chapter. Here it is sufficient to note that the Stoics not only accept, but insist upon the use of terms suggesting both points of view, and look therefore beyond their immediate opposition to an ultimate reconciliation, and that the importance attached to the doctrine of a single and general cause by no means excludes a multiplicity of individual causes depending upon it, and capable of classification according to their relative importance. Equals 181. Equals thus the conception of body, so simple to the plain man, becomes to the philosopher manifold and intricate. Its interpretation is to some extent brought into harmony with common speech through the doctrine of the categories based upon Aristotle's teaching. But whereas Aristotle endeavored in his categories to classify the various but independent classes of existences, the Stoics considered the different aspects in which the one primary body might be studied. The first two categories, those of substance, letter 1f51 pi omicron cap epsilon iot mu epsilon nu omicron nu, and of quality, pi omicron iot omicron nu, agree with those of Aristotle and clearly correspond to the grammatical categories of noun and adjective. The third category is that of disposition, pi letter 1f7c sigma letter 1f14 chi omicron nu, as lying down or standing. The fourth is that of relative position, pi rho omicron sigma tau iota pi omega sigma letter 1f14 chi omicron nu, as right and left, son and father. Some of the categories are further subdivided, but enough is here stated to show the object of the analysis, which in practice may have been useful in securing some completeness in the discussion of particular conceptions. Of substances, the Stoics, like others, say that they exist and are bodies. Of qualities, they boldly say the same. But they do not consistently apply the same terms to disposition and relative position. In this direction, they are at last led, like other philosophers, to speak of things which do not exist. They could not take the modern view that all such discussions are verbal entanglements, of which no solution is possible, because they believed that there was a natural harmony between words and things. We, on the other hand, shall be little inclined to follow their analysis into its manifold details. Equals 182. Equals the analysis of the first two categories, those of substance and quality, leads us at once to the profoundest problems of metaphysics. And even if we allow that the difficulty is primarily grammatical and resolves itself into a discussion of the functions of substantive and adjective, it is none the less inextricably interwoven with all our habits of thought. It would be unreasonable to expect from the Stoics perfectly clear and consistent language on this point. They absorb into their system much from popular philosophy and much from the teaching of Aristotle in particular. The view which is distinctively Stoic is that substance and quality are both body, but in two different aspects. The terms body and substance refer to the same reality, but do not describe it with the same fullness. Yet because the very word, substance, omicron letter 1f50 sigma iota alpha, suggests existence, the Stoics are drawn also to speak of substance without quality, letter 1f04 pi omicron iota omicron sigma, omicron letter 1f50 sigma iota alpha, and seem to identify it with a dead matter, letter 1F55 lambdita, or substratum, letter 1F51 pi omicron cap epsilon iod mu epsilon u omicron u, as though life must be introduced into it from without. This is practically the view of Aristotle, embodied in the phrase, matter without quality is potentially body. But just so far as terms of this kind imply a dualistic explanation of the universe, they are not really reconcilable with the fundamental principles of Stoicism, and they must therefore be understood with reservations. It may often seem that the three terms body, substance, matter are practically interchangeable, but they are of different rank. For body exists eternally of itself, whereas substance and matter, except when loosely used as equivalents of body, do not exist of themselves, but substance always in association with quality, and matter always in association with force. Further, we may distinguish between substance in general or first matter, which is a substratum, letter 1F51 pi omicron cap epsilon iod mu epsilon u omicron u to the universe, and the matter of particular things. The former never grows greater or less, the latter may alter in either direction. 183 equals quality pi omicron iota omicron tau eta sigma, tau letter 1F78 pi omicron iota omicron u, qualitas constitutes the second category. It is defined by the Stoics as a difference in a substance which cannot be detached from that substance, but makes it such and such, as for instance sweet, round, red, hot. Qualities, say the Stoics, are bodies. This paradoxical statement may be understood in two ways. First, in that qualities do not exist independently, but are aspects of body which possesses quality. Secondly, in that qualities are bodies in a secondary sense. We may consider it evidence of the second point of view that language describes the qualities by nouns as sweetness, rotundity, redness, heat, and indeed it is not so long since our own chemists described heat as a substance under the name of caloric. This point of view is carried to an extreme when the Stoics say qualities are substances, thus throwing the first two categories into one. Much stronger is the tendency towards Aristotle's views, so that as substance becomes identified with dead matter, quality is explained as the movement, tension, or current which endows it with life. Hence the Stoics say the movement of rarefaction is the cause of quality. Matter is a dull substratum, qualities are spirits and air-like tensions. Quality is a spirit in a certain disposition. The air current which keeps each thing together is the cause of its quality. All these expressions must, however, be interpreted in the light of the Stoic theory as a whole. Finally, we notice that, corresponding to the two kinds of substance, general and particular, there are two kinds of quality, as shewn in the generically qualified, kappa omicron iota nu letter 1F6 sigma pi omicron iota omicron u, and the individually qualified, letter 1F30 delta iota omega sigma pi omicron iota omicron u. For instance, heat in the universe and heat in particular objects. 184 equals the third category is that of disposition, pi letter 1F7c sigma letter 1F14 chi omicron u tau alpha, res quadmodo c habens. It differs from quality in its variableness, for a brave man is always brave and fire is always hot. But a man is sometimes standing, sometimes lying. Fire is sometimes lambent, sometimes still. Qualities therefore appear to correspond generally to the sigma epsilon mu beta epsilon beta eta kappa omicron tau alpha, conjuncta, of Epicurus, in that they can never be separated from a body, and dispositions rather with the sigma epsilon mu pi tau omega mu alpha tau alpha, eventa, which come and go. The third category appears to be used by the Stoics in a very wide sense, and to correspond to several of the categories of Aristotle. Disposition is attached to quality as quality is attached to substance. And though dispositions are not expressly termed bodies, yet we must consider them to be, as the terms in the Greek and Latin sufficiently indicate, bodies in particular aspects. In the further applications of Stoic theory, disposition, as defined above, appears to be replaced in Greek by the term letter 1F15 xi iota sigma. But this term is used in two different senses. In the first place, it is the movement of rarefaction and condensation, by which a spirit or thrill passes from the center of an object to the extremities and returns from the extremities to the center. In this sense, it is translated in Latin by unitas and takes bodily form as an air current. This force, when it requires a further motive power in the direction of development, becomes the principle of growth, phi epsilon sigma iota sigma natura, and is displayed not only in the vegetable world, but also in animals, as in particular in the hair and nails. Growth, when it takes to itself the further powers of sensation and impulse, becomes soul, psi epsilon chi eta, anima, and is the distinctive mark of the animal world. In a rather different sense, letter 1F15 psi iota sigma, or temporary condition, is contrasted with delta iota alpha theta epsilon sigma iota sigma, or permanent disposition. In this sense, the virtues are permanent dispositions of the soul, because virtue is unchanging. The arts are temporary conditions. The virtues belong to the wise man only, the arts to the ordinary man. This distinction, however, does not hold its ground in the Roman period. The word habitus, representing letter 1F15 psi iota sigma, our habit, being used in both senses. The virtues are bodies, being dispositions of the soul which is bodily. Equals 185. Equals the fourth category, that of relative position, pyro omicron sigma tau iota, pi omega sigma, letter 1F14 chi omicron u, appears to be of less importance than the others. Its characteristic is that it may disappear without altering that to which it belongs. Thus, that which is on the right hand may cease to be so by the disappearance of that which was on its left. A father may cease to be such on the death of his son. It seems difficult to describe the fourth category as one consisting of body, but at least it is a function of body. Also, it does not appear that relative position can be predicated of the universe as a whole. It is peculiar to individual objects, but works towards their combination in a larger whole. The fourth category has an important application in practical ethics in the doctrine of daily duties, for these are largely determined by the relative positions, sigma chi epsilon iota sigma, of the parties concerned. Such are the duties of a king to his people, a father to his son, a slave to his master. Equals 186. Equals having fully considered bodies and their relationships, we proceed to consider their combination. In ordinary experience, we meet with three kinds of combination: juxtaposition, pi alpha rho alpha theta epsilon sigma iota sigma, as in a mixture of various kinds of grain. Mixture, mu letter 1F d6 psi iota sigma, when solid bodies are interfused as fire and heat or fusion. Kappa rho letter 1F b6 sigma iota sigma, when fluids are interfused as wine poured into the sea. Chemical mixture, sigma epsilon gamma chi epsilon sigma iota sigma, when each of the two bodies fused disappears. Of these, the second in its most completed form, kappa rho letter 1F b6 sigma iota sigma delta iota, letter 1F45 lambda omega nu, universa fusio, is of high importance. For in this way we find that soul is fused with body, quality with substance, light with air, God with the universe. Aristotle admits that there is this mixture between substance and qualities, but as both of these are to the Stoics' bodies, and so too are the members of the other pairs quoted, the Stoic doctrine must be summed up in the paradox: body moves through body. This also follows from the Stoic doctrine that there is no void in the universe. Correspondingly, the sum total of body in its various aspects and mixtures completes the whole letter 1F45 lambda omicron u, which is identical with the world order or universe, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma. It seems likely that this important conception had been reached in very early times by the Chaldean astronomers. It was definitely propounded by Pythagoras, had been taken up by Socrates and the Sophists, and was in Stoic times generally accepted both in popular philosophy and in scientific investigation. Equals 187. Equals up to this point, the Stoic system has been guided by a determined monism. Body is, that which is not body is not. Yet in the end, the Stoics feel compelled to speak of certain things which are not body, letter 1F00 sigma omega mu alpha tau alpha, incorporealia. In the first instance, there is the void beyond the universe. It is possible to dispute as to whether void may more correctly be said to exist or not to exist, but at least it is a part of nature, and we need some term like the all, tau letter 1F78 pi letter 1F b6 nu, to include both the universe and the void beyond. Next, we have to deal with statements, lambda epsilon kappa tau alpha, and mental conceptions of every kind, which stand as a class in contrast with the real objects to which they may or may not respectively correspond. Lastly, the Stoics included space and time, which they had previously explained as functions of body, in the list of things not bodily. Having thus reached the two main classes of bodies, and things not bodily, the monistic principle can only be saved by creating a supreme class to include both. Let this then be called the existent, tau letter 1F78 letter 1F44 nu, quod est. Or, if it be objected that things incorporeal do not exist, we may use the name quiddities, tau oda nu alpha quid. In this way, the monistic theory, though a little damaged in vitality, is again set on its feet so far as the ingenious use of words can help. 188. The language of the Stoics with regard to the phenomena of speech and thought is not always easy to follow, and perhaps not altogether consistent. On the one hand, attaching high importance to the reasoning power, they desire to include its operations in that which is real and bodily. Thus the mind pictures, and indeed all mental conceptions, are bodily and even animal, in the sense that they are operations of body, and truthfulness, ignorance, science, and art are all bodies in the sense that they are dispositions of the soul, which is bodily. But phrases, lambda epsilon kappa tau alpha, are definitely incorporeal, and with them appear to be ranked all mental conceptions and general ideas. About these there is a question, not merely whether they exist or not, but whether they may even be classed in the most general class of all as quiddities. Nor can we call general conceptions true or false, though of some of them, as of centaurs, giants, and the like, we may say that they are formed by false mental processes. Finally, statements are either true or false, but are not to be called existent. The whole discussion, therefore, ends with the broad distinction between the object, which may be real or existent, and the predication, which may be true, and the attempt to unite these two conceptions is not persisted in. 189. Although the Stoics aim consistently at the monistic standard, they make frequent use of dualistic statements, some of which we have already noticed. The Latin writers often contrast soul and body from the standpoint of ethics, and we meet in all the Stoic writers, and often in unguarded language, the favorite Aristotelian dualism of force and matter, or, what comes to the same thing, the active and passive principles. Zeno, we are told, laid down that there are two principles in the universe, the active and the passive. The passive is matter, or essence without quality. The active is the logos, or deity within it. So also Cleanthes and Chrysippus taught, and in the Roman period Seneca regarded this as a well-understood dogma of the whole school. But even if direct evidence were lacking, the whole bearing of the philosophy would show that this dualism is also surmounted by an ultimate monism. God and matter are a like body. They cannot exist the one apart from the other. Of this Cicero, speaking for the Stoics, gives a proof. Matter could never have held together without some force to bind it, nor force without matter. We must not therefore be led by the term principles, letter 1F00 rho chi alpha iota, principia, to think of force and matter in any other way than as two aspects of primary body, separable as mental conceptions, inseparable as physical realities. The interpretation is essentially the same, whether the Stoics speak of God and the universe, matter and cause, body and tension, or substance and quality, and has been already discussed with some fullness under these separate headings. 190. The position of the four elements, sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon letter 1FD6 alpha, elementa, is similar. These are in the Stoic philosophy subdivisions of the two principles just discussed. For fire and air are of the nature of cause and movement, water and earth of receptivity and passivity. Body is therefore made up of the four elements mixed, or perhaps rather of the elementary qualities of heat and cold, dry and wet, which they represent. The doctrine of primary or elemental qualities had been taught before, first by Anaximenes, then by Hippocrates the physician, and by Aristotle. The list of the four elements is traced back to Empedocles. For Aristotle, fifth element Zeno found no use. 191. Such are the fundamental conceptions or postulates with which the Stoics approach the problems of physics. It is not necessary for our purpose to compare their merit with those of Aristotle, or to set a value on the debt that Zeno and his successors owed to the founder of the Peripatetic school. Still less do we suggest that the Stoics have perfectly analyzed the contents of the universe, or have even produced an orderly and rounded scheme. But at least it seems clear that their work shows intellectual power, and that speculation is not necessarily less profound because it is pursued with a practical aim. The founders of the Stoic philosophy had a wide reach. They took all knowledge to be their province, and they worked persistently towards the harmonization of all its parts. Footnotes: Diog, L. Roman 7:41. Arnim Roman 2:42 and 44. Diog, L. Roman 7:40. Perhaps necessarily. On the definition of monism, see above, section 35, note 22. See above, section 149, 153. Nullo modo arbitrabetur quicquam effici posse ob qui expers esset corporis, nec viro aut quod efficerat aliquid aut quod efficeretur, posse esse non corpus, sic. AC. I 1139, cui tanta vis est, ut impellat et coget et retinit et iubit, corpus est, sen, ep. 106, 9. See above, section 67. Section 43. See above, section 157, note 84. Tau alpha letter 1F50, tau letter 1F78, mu sigma letter 1FF6, mu alpha kappa alpha letter 1F76, omicron letter 1F50, sigma iota alpha nu letter 1F41 rho iota zeta omicron mu epsilon nu omicron iota clem. Alex. Strom. Roman 2p 436, Arnim Roman 2 359. Delta iota delta omicron alpha sigma iota, delta letter 1F72, kappa alpha letter 1F76, sigma letter 1FF6, mu alpha alpha letter 1F50, tau letter 1FC7 plot. N. Roman 2 4, 1 Arnim Roman 2 320. Omicron letter 1F50, sigma iota alpha in this sense, is also called pyro omega tau eta, letter 1F55 lambda. See section 182, note 52. Tau letter 1F78, nu theta, epsilon letter 1F78 nu, sigma letter 1FF6 mu alpha nu omicron epsilon rho letter 1F78 nu, pi omicron iota omicron letter 1FE6, nu tau epsilon sigma plut. Com. Not. 48 2. Vides autem tanto spiritum esse facilarum omni alia materia, quanto tenuer est, sen ep. 56. Et hoc corpus est, ib. 106 4. Omicron letter 1F31 sigma tau, omega iota kappa omicron letter 1F76 pi alpha nu tau alpha, tau letter 1F70, alpha letter 1F34 tau, iota alpha sigma omega mu alpha tau iota kappa alpha, pi nu epsilon epsilon nu alpha tau alpha gamma alpha rho at. Plac. I 11 5. Placit nostris quad bonum est corpus esse sen ep. 117 2. Queris bonum in corpus sit. Bonum facit protest in im. Quad facit corpus est ib. 106 4. Non puto t dubitatorum, and adfectus corpora sint, tanquam ira, amor, tristitia. Si dubitas, vidi in voltum nobis mutant, and frontum adstringent, and facem diffundent, and ruborum evocent, and fugent sanguinum. Quid ergo? Tam manifestas notas corpori credis imprimi nicaea corpor. Ib. 106 5. Dissimus non posse quicquam ob alio moveri, nicae aliquid furit mobile ex semet, sen nq Roman 2 8. Is ardor, qui est mundi, non agitatus ob alio, nec externo pulsu, sed per si ips ac sua spont sic. Nd Roman 2 11 31. Omicron letter 1F31 delta, letter 1F72, sigma tau, omega iota kappa omicron letter 1F76. Kappa iota nu eta sigma iota nu, tau letter 1F74, nu mu alpha nu omega tau, iota kappa letter 1F74, nu kappa alpha letter 1F76. Pi upsilon kappa nu omega tau, iota kappa letter 1F74, nu tau iota theta epsilon nu tau alpha iota. Tau letter 1F74, nu mu letter 1F72 nu sc. Pi upsilon kappa nu omega tau, iota kappa letter 1F74 nu letter 1F10, pi letter 1F76 tau letter 1F70, letter 1F14 sigma omega. Tau letter 1F74 nu delta letter 1F72 letter 1F10, pi letter 1F76 tau letter 1F70, letter 1F14 psi omega simple. Arist. Cat. P. 74. Tenorum, qui rarescent materia immediо tendet ad summum, idem concrescent versus a summo referator ad medium, censorinus de dinat p. 75 Zeller, P128. Tau omicron pi omicron nu delta. Epsilon letter 1 F36. Nu alpha iota letter 1 F41 chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma. Letter 1 F00 pi epsilon phi alpha iota nu epsilon tau omicron. Tau letter 1 F78 cap alpha tau epsilon chi omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu delta iota. Letter 1 F45 lambda omicron epsilon. Letter 1 F51 pi letter 1 F78. Letter 1 F44 nu tau omicron sigma r. Did. Fr. 25 dials, Arnhem Roman 2 503. Kappa epsilon, nu letter 1 F78, nu mu letter 1 F72, nu epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota phi alpha sigma iota, tau letter 1 F78, omicron letter 1 F37, omicron, nu tau epsilon, letter 1 F51, pi letter 1 F78, letter 1 F44 nu tau omicron sigma, cap alpha tau epsilon chi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Mu letter 1 F74, kappa alpha tau epsilon chi omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu, delta letter 1 F72 sext. Math. X3, Arnhem Roman 2 505. Tau letter 1 F78, mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56, nu kappa epsilon, nu letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F04 pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota lambda epsilon gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau letter 1 F78, gamma letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F10, kappa tau letter 1 F78, sigma tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron epsilon. Tau omicron iota omicron letter 1 Fe6 tau, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota. Tau letter 1 F78, nu delta letter 1 F72, tau omicron nu, pi epsilon rho alpha sigma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, delta iota letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F78, mu eta delta letter 1 F72, nu sigma letter 1 F6, mu alpha letter 1 F04 pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota r. Did. As note 18. Chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, delta iota alpha sigma tau eta mu alpha, tau letter 1 FC6 sigma, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6 cap omicron sigma mu omicron epsilon, kappa iota nu eta sigma epsilon omega sigma, simple arist. Cat. P88L Arnhem Roman 2 510. Omicron letter 1 F31, pi lambda epsilon iota omicron epsilon sigma, tau letter 1 FF6, nu sigma tau, omega iota kappa letter 1 FF6, nu chi rho omicron nu omicron epsilon omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha nu alpha letter 1 F50 tau, letter 1 F74 nu tau, letter 1 F74 nu kappa iota nu eta sigma iota nu at. Plaque. I22, 7. Chi rho omicron nu omicron sigma, gamma letter 1 F70, rho omicron letter 1 F50, kappa letter 1 F26 nu, pi rho letter 1 F78 kappa omicron sigma mu omicron epsilon, letter 1 F00 lambda lambda, letter 1 F22 sigma letter 1 F7a, nu alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 FF7, gamma epsilon gamma omicron nu epsilon nu letter 1 F22 mu epsilon tau, alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron, nu philo de mundi op. Section 26, Arnhem Roman 2 511. The question is thus stated by Seneca. Continua sit omnes et plena materia, and diducta, et solidize inane permixtum sit sen, dial, Roman 8:4-2, and answered as follows: nihil usquam inane est, NQ Roman 3:16, 5. Cf. Arnhem I95 and Roman 2 425. Sigma omega mu alpha tau alpha delta letter 1 F72, pi alpha nu tau alpha, letter 1 F51 pi epsilon theta epsilon nu tau omicron, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, sigma letter 1 FF6, mu alpha delta iota letter 1 F70, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, chi omega rho epsilon letter 1 FD6 nu hip. Phil. 21 Arnhem Roman 2 469. Animus ex inflammata anima constat, ut potissimum vidri video penitio sic. Tusk. Disp. I 18:42. The principle is however not carried out in the Stoic universe, in which the heat resides in the periphery and the central earth is cold. Nu epsilon omega nu tau iota delta rho letter 1 FB6, nu mu letter 1 F72, nu epsilon letter 1 F50, tau omicron nu omega tau, epsilon rho alpha iota chi epsilon rho epsilon sigma ur. Fr. 291 quoted by Korn. 31 Arnhem I 514. Letter 1 F41 mu omicron iota meg sigma, letter 1 F65 sigma pi epsilon rho, letter 1 F30, sigma chi letter 1 F7a, sigma tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, tau omicron nu omicron sigma, letter 1 F10, sigma tau letter 1 F76, nu letter 1 F31, kappa alpha nu letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F10 nu epsilon upsilon rho omicron letter 1 FD6 sigma. Omicron letter 1 F55 tau omega kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F21 tau letter 1 FC6, sigma psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6 sigma letter 1 F30, sigma chi letter 1 F7a, sigma tau omicron nu omicron sigma, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota stab. Roman 27, 5b4. Epict FR 57. See below, section 290. Letter 1 F41 delta, letter 1 F72, kappa lambda epsilon alpha nu theta eta sigma. Epsilon letter 1 F30, pi letter 1 F7c, nu letter 1 F45 tau iota. Pi lambda eta gamma letter 1 F74, pi upsilon rho letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F41, tau omicron nu omicron sigma, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota. Kappa letter 1 F02, nu letter 1 F31, kappa alpha nu letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F10 nu tau letter 1 FC7, psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC7, gamma epsilon nu eta tau alpha iota, pi rho letter 1 F78, sigma tau letter 1 F78 letter 1 F10, pi iota tau epsilon lambda epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu tau letter 1 F70, letter 1 F10 pi iota beta alpha lambda lambda omicron nu tau alpha. Letter 1 F30, sigma chi letter 1 F7a, sigma kappa alpha lambda, epsilon letter 1 FD6, tau alpha iota kappa alpha letter 1 F76 kappa rho alpha tau omicron sigma plut. Sto. Rep 7, 4. Kappa lambda epsilon alpha nu theta sigma delta, letter 1 F72, omicron, letter 1 F55 tau omega pi omega sigma phi eta sigma iota. Tau letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F10 nu tau letter 1 FC7 tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F45 lambda omega nu omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha, tau omicron nu letter 1 F74, pi alpha epsilon sigma theta alpha iota stab. I17, 3. Letter 1 F21, rho alpha kappa lambda letter 1 FC6, sigma delta. Letter 1 F10, sigma tau letter 1 F76, nu letter 1 F41, letter 1 F10 nu, tau omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma letter 1 F45 lambda omicron iota sigma, tau omicron nu omicron sigma. Kappa alpha theta, letter 1 F43 nu, letter 1 F21, phi upsilon sigma iota sigma, letter 1 F30, sigma chi upsilon rho letter 1 F70, kappa alpha letter 1 F76 kappa rho alpha tau alpha iota alpha, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota, Cornutus 31. Quid autem est, quod magis credatur ex si ipso haber intentionem quam spiritus. Sen and Q Roman 2:8. Quid est illi modus nisi intentio? Ib, Roman 2:6, 6. Quid cursus et modus omnes, non ni intenti spiritus operi sunt? Hic facit vim nervis, velocitatem currentibus, ib, Roman 2:6, 4. Kappa alpha tau alpha beta lambda eta theta letter 1 F72, nu tau letter 1 F78, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha, letter 1 F00, nu alpha pi lambda eta rho omicron letter 1 FD6, tau omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma omicron letter 1 F30, kappa epsilon iota omicron upsilon, sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76. Letter 1 F10, pi iota sigma pi letter 1 FB6, tau alpha iota tau, letter 1 F74, nu pi alpha rho alpha kappa epsilon iota mu epsilon nu eta nu, letter 1 F55 lambda eta nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, delta iota alpha mu omicron, rho phi omicron letter 1 FD6 simple. R. Cat, omicron gamma beta. Omicron letter 1 F55 tau, omega kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, tau omicron nu sigma, pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa letter 1 F78, nu lambda omicron gamma omicron nu, letter 1 F44 nu tau alpha, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, cap omicron sigma mu omicron upsilon. Epsilon letter 1 F50, epsilon rho gamma letter 1 F78, nu alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 FF7, pi omicron iota omicron letter 1 FE6, nu tau alpha tau letter 1 F74 nu letter 1 F55 lambda eta nu, pi rho letter 1 F78, sigma tau letter 1 F74 nu tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F11, psi letter 1 FC6, sigma gamma epsilon nu epsilon sigma iota nu diag. L Romans 7 136. Tau letter 1 F78 delta letter 1 F72, pi omicron iota omicron letter 1 fe6, nu tau letter 1 f78, nu letter 1 f10 nu, alpha letter 1 f50, tau letter 1 fc7, lambda omicron gamma omicron nu, tau letter 1 f78, nu theta epsilon omicron nu, ib. 134. Ratio materiam format et quacunc volt versit sen ep. 65 2 cf. Tert. Apol. 21. Letter 1 f00 phi theta alpha rho tau omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 f10 pi omicron iota e sigma alpha nu, letter 1 f61 sigma omicron, letter 1 f31, letter 1 f00 pi, letter 1 f78 tau, letter 1 fc6 sigma sigma tau omicron, letter 1 fb6 sigma proclus in parm. Roman 4 135. See further Stein, Psychologie der Stoa, IP. 49. Heinz, Layer vom Logos, pp. 107 127. The original impulse of providence gave the origin and first momentum to the cosmic ordering of things by selecting certain germs of future existences and assigning to them productive capacities of realization, change, and phenomenal succession. M. Aurelius, to himself Roman 9:1. Ad initia deigned rerum, redit eternamque rationem sc tau letter 1 f78 nu lambda omicron gamma omicron nu todian didem, et vim omnium seminum sc. Tau letter 1 ff6 nu sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa letter 1 ff6 nu lambda omicron gamma omega nu, singula propri figurantum sen ep. 90, 29. See also the interpretation of the picture of Samos, section 254, note 83. Letter 1 f41, mu letter 1 f72, nu theta epsilon letter 1 f78, sigma pi letter 1 fe6, rho tau epsilon chi nu iota kappa letter 1 f78, nu letter 1 f41 delta, letter 1 ff7 beta alpha delta iota zeta omicron nu, letter 1 f10, pi letter 1 f76, gamma epsilon nu epsilon sigma epsilon iota sigma. Kappa omicron sigma mu omicron epsilon, letter 1 f10, mu pi epsilon rho iota, epsilon iota lambda eta phi letter 1 f78, sigma letter 1 f05 pi alpha nu tau alpha sigma, tau omicron letter 1 f7a, sigma sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron letter 1 f7a, sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron epsilon sigma. Tau letter 1 f78 delta letter 1 f72, pi nu epsilon letter 1 fe6, mu alpha alpha letter 1 f50, tau omicron letter 1 fe6 delta iota eta kappa epsilon iota delta iota, letter 1 f45 lambda omicron epsilon, tau omicron letter 1 fe6 kappa omicron sigma mu omicron epsilon athen. Sup. 6, 7b, Pearson Z45. See above, section 67. Sen ep. 65 4-6, 11 and 12. See below ch. Roman 9. Causarum enim, inquit, alii sunt perfecti et principales, alii adiuvantes et proximi sic. De Fato 18, 41. See above, section 66. Omicron letter 1 f31, delta epsilon, gamma epsilon, sigma tau, omega iota kappa, omicron letter 1 f76. Pi omicron iota omicron letter 1 fe6, nu tau alpha iota tau letter 1 f74, nu tau omicron mu letter 1 f74 nu epsilon letter 1 f30, sigma tau epsilon sigma sigma alpha rho alpha, epsilon letter 1 f30, sigma letter 1 f51 pi omicron kappa epsilon iota mu epsilon nu alpha, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, pi omicron iota letter 1 f70, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, pi letter 1 f7c sigma. Letter 1 f14 chi omicron nu tau alpha, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, pi rho letter 1 f78, sigma tau iota pi omega sigma, letter 1 f14 chi omicron nu tau alpha simple. Arist. Cat. F16 delta, Arnim Roman 2 369. Plotinus Ennead. Roman 6 1, 30, Arnim Roman 2 400. Simple, Arist, Cat. F42 epsilon, Arnim Roman 2 403. For a fuller statement see Zeller pp. 97 100. See section 183. For the position of things not existent in the Stoic system see further below, section 187. Sigma letter 1 ff6 mu alpha delta epsilon, letter 1 f10 sigma tau iota kappa alpha tau, alpha letter 1 f50, tau omicron letter 1 f7a, sigma letter 1 f21, omicron letter 1 f50, sigma iota alpha diog. L Roman 7 150. Letter 1 f14 phi sigma epsilon delta, letter 1 f72, letter 1 f41, pi omicron sigma epsilon iota delta omega nu iota omicron sigma, tau letter 1 f74, nu tau letter 1 ff6, nu letter 1 F4 5 lambda omega nu, omicron letter 1 F5 0, sigma iota alpha nu kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6, letter 1 F5 5 lambda eta nu, letter 1 F0 4 pi omicron iota omicron nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6. Letter 1 F0 4 mu omicron rho phi omicron nu, epsilon letter 1 F3 6, nu alpha iota stab. I11 5 C. Omicron letter 1 F5 0, sigma iota alpha, nu delta epsilon, phi alpha sigma iota, tau letter 1 F6, nu letter 1 F4 4 nu tau omega nu, letter 1 F0 1 pi alpha nu tau omega nu, tau letter 1 F7 4, nu pi rho omega tau eta nu, letter 1 F5 5 lambda eta nu, letter 1 F5 5 lambda eta delta epsilon, letter 1 F1 0 sigma tau ota nu, letter 1 F1 0 xi, letter 1 F2 7 sigma. Letter 1 F4 1 tau, iota delta eta pi omicron tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, nu gamma iota nu epsilon tau alpha iota diog. L Roman 7 150. Letter 1 F5 5 lambda eta nu, sigma letter 1 FF6 mu alpha letter 1 F6 5 sigma, phi alpha sigma iota nu omicron letter 1 F5 6, sigma alpha nu plot n. Roman 2 P 114, Arnim Roman 2 375. Letter 1 F2 1, letter 1 F0 4 pi omicron iota omicron sigma, letter 1 F5 5 lambda eta, letter 1 F2 3 nu delta epsilon nu alpha mu epsilon iota sigma letter 1 FF6, mu alpha letter 1 F0 0 rho ota sigma tau omicron tau epsilon lambda eta sigma, phi eta sigma iota dexip. Arist. Cat P. 23, 25, Arnim Roman 2 374. See Plutarch com, not 56. Letter 1 F0 1, pi lambda, letter 1 FF6, sigma mu letter 1 F7 2, nu gamma letter 1 F7 0. Rho letter 1 F5 1 pi omicron cap epsilon iota mu epsilon nu omicron nu, pi letter 1 FB6, sigma iota nu letter 1 F2 1, pi rho omega tau eta, letter 1 F5 5 lambda eta. Tau iota sigma letter 1 F7 6, delta letter 1 F7 2, letter 1 F5 1 pi omicron cap epsilon iota mu epsilon nu omicron nu, gamma iota gamma nu omicron mu epsilon nu omicron iota sigma, letter 1 F1 0 pi, alpha letter 1 F5 0, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6 kappa alpha tau eta gamma omicron rho omicron epsilon nu omicron iota sigma, letter 1 F4 1, chi alpha lambda kappa letter 1 F7 8 sigma. Kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6, letter 1 F4 1 sigma omega kappa rho alpha tau eta sigma, dexipus arist. Cat. P 23, 25, Arnim Roman 2 374. Diog, L Roman 7 150. Simplic arist. Cat. P 57 epsilon, Arnim Roman 2 378. Letter 1 F4 1, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F7 6, tau, letter 1 FF6, nu pi omicron iota omicron tau eta tau omega nu, lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6, tau letter 1 FF6, nu sigma epsilon mu beta epsilon beta eta kappa omicron tau omega nu, letter 1 F0 1 pi alpha nu tau omega nu. Letter 1 F0 5, phi alpha sigma iota nu, epsilon letter 1 F3 6, nu alpha iota sigma tau omega iota kappa letter 1 FF6, nu pi alpha letter 1 FD6, delta epsilon sigma, sigma omega mu alpha tau alpha, Galen qual. Incorp 1 Roman 19, P 463, K Arnim Roman 2 377. Tau letter 1 F7 0, sigma delta letter 1 F7 2, pi omicron iota omicron tau eta tau alpha sigma, alpha letter 1 F5 6 pi alpha lambda iota nu omicron letter 1 F5 0, sigma iota alpha sigma kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6, sigma omega mu alpha tau alpha, pi omicron iota omicron letter 1 Fe6, sigma iota plet. Com not. 50, 1. Omicron letter 1 F3 1 delta letter 1 F7 2, sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron letter 1 F7 6, kappa iota nu eta sigma iota nu tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, pi omicron iota letter 1 F7 8, nu epsilon letter 1 F3 6, nu alpha iota nu omicron mu iota zeta omicron epsilon sigma iota nu alpha letter 1 F3 0, tau iota alpha nu simple. Arist. Cat. P 68 epsilon Arnim Roman 2 452. Tau letter 1 F7 4, nu letter 1 F5 5 lambda eta nu, letter 1 F0 0, rho gamma letter 1 F7 8, nu letter 1 F1 0 xi, letter 1 F1 1 alpha epsilon tau letter 1 FC6, sigma kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6, letter 1 F0 0 kappa iota nu eta tau omicron nu, letter 1 F5 1 pi omicron kappa, epsilon letter 1 FD6, sigma theta alpha iota tau alpha letter 1 FD6 sigma. Pi omicron iota omicron tau eta sigma iota nu, letter 1 F0 0 pi omicron phi alpha iota nu omicron epsilon sigma iota. Tau letter 1 F70, sigma delta letter 1 F72, pi omicron iota omicron tau eta tau alpha sigma, pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau alpha, omicron letter 1 F54 sigma alpha, sigma kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau omicron nu omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 F00 epsilon rho omega delta epsilon iota sigma, epsilon letter 1 F30 delta omicron, pi omicron iota, epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 F15 kappa alpha sigma tau alpha. Sto rep 43-4. Letter 1 F00, nu alpha iota rho omicron letter 1 FD6, tau omicron letter 1 F0 to nu, tau letter 1 F74 nu pi omicron iota omicron tau eta tau alpha, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota pi nu epsilon letter 1 FE6, mu alpha pi omega sigma, letter 1 F14 chi omicron nu alex. APH arist. Top. Roman 4 P 181, Arnim Roman 2 379. Tau omicron letter 1 FE6, pi omicron iota letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F15 kappa alpha sigma tau omicron nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota alpha letter 1 F34, tau iota omicron sigma letter 1 F41, sigma epsilon nu epsilon chi omega nu letter 1 F00 eta rho, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota plut. Sto. Rep. 43, 2. Zeller pp. 103-107. Pondus Udi Saxi, Calor Ignes, Licorique, Toctus Corporibus Cunctes, Lucer. RNI 454, 455. Servidium contra, Paupertas, Divicique, cetera quorum adventum manat incolumus natura abituc, hic solidi sumus, ut par est eventa vocare. Ib. 456-9. Epsilon letter 1 F30, delta epsilon tau iota sigma, epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma tau letter 1 F78 pi letter 1 F7c, sigma letter 1 F14 chi omicron nu, sigma epsilon u tau alpha tau omicron iota, tau letter 1 F70, sigma pi lambda epsilon iota sigma tau alpha sigma, cap alpha tau eta gamma omicron rho iota alpha sigma. Letter 1 F65 sigma pi epsilon rho, omicron letter 1 F31, sigma tau omega iota cap omicron iota dexip. Arist, cat, P34, 19, Arnim Roman 2 399. Tau letter 1 F70, mu letter 1 F72, nu pi omicron iota letter 1 F70, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F55 lambda eta nu, pi letter 1 F7c, sigma letter 1 F14 chi omicron nu tau alpha. Tau letter 1 F70, letter 1 F30 delta iota meg sigma delta letter 1 F72, pi letter 1 F7c, sigma letter 1 F14 chi omicron nu tau alpha, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F70, pi omicron iota letter 1 F70 plot. In Roman 6-1, 30, Arnim Roman 2 400. Letter 1 F21 delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F10, sigma tau letter 1 F76, pi nu epsilon letter 1 FE6, mu alpha letter 1 F00 nu alpha sigma tau rho epsilon phi omicron nu, letter 1 F10 phi, letter 1 F11 alpha epsilon tau omicron philo quad deus. Section 35, Arnim Roman 2 458. Omicron letter 1 F50, delta letter 1 F72, nu letter 1 F04 lambda lambda omicron, tau letter 1 F70, sigma letter 1 F15 psi epsilon iota sigma, pi lambda letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F00 epsilon rho alpha sigma, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota phi eta sigma iota nu, letter 1 F51 pi letter 1 F78, tau omicron epsilon tau omega nu gamma, letter 1 F70 rho. Sigma epsilon nu epsilon chi epsilon tau alpha iota, tau letter 1 F70, sigma omega mu alpha tau alpha plut. Sto. Rep 43, 2. Esse autem unitatem in ervel ex hoc intelligi potest, quad corpora nostra inter si coherent, quid est enim aliud quad tenerit illa, quam spiritus? Sen and Q Roman 2 6 6. Letter 1 F21 delta letter 1 F72, phi epsilon sigma iota sigma, delta iota alpha tau epsilon iota nu epsilon iota, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F70, phi epsilon tau alpha. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F10 nu, letter 1 F21, mu letter 1 FD6, nu delta epsilon, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu, letter 1 F10 omicron iota kappa omicron tau alpha, phi epsilon tau omicron letter 1 FD6 sigma. Letter 1 F44 nu epsilon chi epsilon sigma, tau epsilon kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau rho iota chi epsilon sigma, letter 1 F10, sigma tau, letter 1 F76 delta, letter 1 F72, letter 1 F21, phi upsilon sigma iota sigma, letter 1 F15 psi iota sigma, letter 1 F24 delta eta, kappa iota nu omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu eta philo leg. Alleg. Roman 2 section 22, Arnim Roman 2 458. Psi upsilon chi letter 1 F74 delta epsilon, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota, phi upsilon sigma iota sigma. Pi rho omicron sigma, epsilon iota lambda eta phi, upsilon letter 1 FD6, alpha phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F41 rho mu eta nu. Alpha letter 1 F54 tau, eta kappa omicron, iota nu letter 1 F74, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F00 lambda omicron gamma omega nu, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu ib. Voluntas non erit recta, nisi habitus animi rectus furit, habitus poro animi non erit in optimo, nisi totius vidi legs perseperit sen. Ep. 95-57. Virtus autem nihil aliud est quam animus quadam modo si habens, ib. 113, 2. Relative position must be distinguished from correlation, pyro omicron sigma tau iota. Such terms as sweet and bitter, living and dead are said to be correlated. Simple, aorist, cat, P42 epsilon Arnim Roman 2 403. Simple, as in last note. See below, section 337. So are, did, fr, 28 and more exactly Alex, APH, demixed, P216 14 br. Arnim Roman 2 473. Another division is as follows. Quidem continua est corpora, ut hominum, quidem esse composita, ut navum, quidem ex distantibus, tanquem exercitus, populus, senatus, sen ep. 102, 6. Omicron, letter 1 F31 delta, letter 1 F72, letter 1 F00. Pi letter 1 F78, tau letter 1 FC6, sigma sigma, tau, omicron letter 1 FB6 sigma. Delta iota letter 1 F70. Pi alpha nu tau letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F41 rho letter 1 FF6, nu tau epsilon, sigma tau omicron letter 1 FE6, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76 tau letter 1 F74, nu psi upsilon chi letter 1 F74, nu chi omega, rho omicron letter 1 FE6, sigma alpha nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76 tau, letter 1 F70 sigma. Pi omicron iota omicron tau eta tau alpha sigma, letter 1 F10 nu tau alpha letter 1 FD6, sigma kappa rho alpha sigma epsilon sigma iota, sigma upsilon nu epsilon chi omega rho omicron upsilon nu, sigma letter 1 FF6, mu alpha delta iota letter 1 F70, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, chi omega rho epsilon letter 1 FD6 nu simple. Aorist. Phis. P 530, 9 Arnim Roman 2 467. Arnim Roman 2 411, and 467. Tau letter 1 F78, phi letter 1 FF6, sigma delta letter 1 F72, tau letter 1 FF7, letter 1 F00 epsilon rho iota, letter 1 F41 chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, kappa iota rho nu letter 1 FB6, sigma theta alpha iota lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota Alex. APH. Demixed P. 216, 14 Arnim Roman 2 473. Stoici enim volunt diem sic per materiam decucaris, quamodo mel per favos turtle. Adv Hermog. 44, and see below, section 207. Note 2 above. Letter 1 F45 lambda omicron nu, mu letter 1 F72, nu gamma letter 1 F70, rho lambda epsilon gamma omicron upsilon sigma iota, tau letter 1 F78, nu kappa omicron sigma mu omicron nu achil. Is. 5. P 129, Arnim Roman 2 523. See Rendall, M. Aurelius Intrad, P Roman 29. Letter 1 F41 tau, letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F45 lambda omicron nu, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron nu, sigma epsilon nu tau alpha tau tau omega nu, tau epsilon kappa alpha letter 1 F76, sigma epsilon nu epsilon chi omega nu zen. Mem. Roman 43, 13. Ib. I1 11. See below, section 193. In rerum, inquiunt, natura quidem sunt, quidem non sunt, et hic autem, qui non sunt, rerum natura complectator sen ep. 58-15. Letter 1 F45 lambda omicron nu, mu letter 1 F72, nu gamma letter 1 F70, rho lambda epsilon gamma omicron upsilon sigma iota, tau letter 1 F78, nu kappa omicron sigma mu omicron nu, pi letter 1 FB6, nu delta letter 1 F72, mu epsilon tau letter 1 F70, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, kappa epsilon nu omicron letter 1 FE6, a chill. Iseg. 5p129, Arnim Roman 2, 523. Sen as above. Tau letter 1 FF6, nu delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F00 sigma omega mu alpha tau omega nu, tau epsilon sigma sigma alpha rho alpha, epsilon letter 1 F34, delta eta kappa alpha, tau alpha, rho iota theta mu omicron letter 1 FE6, nu tau alpha iota. Letter 1 F61 sigma, lambda epsilon kappa tau letter 1 F78, nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa epsilon nu letter 1 F78, nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau omicron pi omicron nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, chi rho omicron nu sext. Math. X 218, Arnim Roman 2 331. Etiam nunc est aliquid superius quam corpus. Dissimus enim quidem corporalia esse, quidem incorporalia, quid ergo erit ex quo hic deducenter? Illud, cui nomen modo parum proprium imposuimus, quod est, sen. Ep. 58:11. Omicron letter 1 F31, sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron iota. Letter 1 F61 sigma, omicron letter 1 F31, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F78, nu beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon iota delta eta nu. Omicron letter 1 F37 sigma letter 1 F14 delta omicron psi epsilon, mu eta delta letter 1 F72, nu epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota, letter 1 F00 sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron nu sext. Math. Roman 8 258. Letter 1 F10, kappa epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu omicron iota nu omicron mu omicron theta epsilon tau eta sigma alpha nu tau epsilon sigma, alpha letter 1 F51 tau omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma tau letter 1 F78, letter 1 F42 nu, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, sigma omega mu alpha tau omega nu, mu omicron nu omega nu, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Tau letter 1 F78, tau letter 1 F76, gamma epsilon nu iota kappa omega tau epsilon rho omicron nu, alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, phi alpha sigma iota nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota. Kappa alpha tau eta gamma omicron rho omicron epsilon nu omicron nu, omicron letter 1 F50, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, sigma omega mu alpha tau omega nu, mu omicron nu. Letter 1 F00, lambda lambda letter 1 F70, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, letter 1 F00 sigma omega mu alpha tau omega nu Alex. Afer, Arist, top, Roman 4p 155, Arnim Roman 2 329, primum genus Stoicis quibustum viter quid, sen, ep. 58:15. Animalia sunt omnia, qui cogitamus quic ment complectimer, sequitur ut multa millia animalium habitant in his angustas pectoris, et singuli multa simus animalia. Non sunt, inquit multa, quia ex uno religata sunt et parts unius ac membra sunt sen ep. 113, 3 and 9, Seneca himself does not agree with this way of speaking. Letter 1 F21, delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F00 lambda eta theta epsilon iota alpha, sigma, letter 1 FF6, mu alpha, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu pi alpha rho. Letter 1 F45 sigma omicron nu, letter 1 F10 pi iota sigma tau eta mu eta, pi alpha nu tau omega nu, letter 1 F00, lambda eta theta letter 1 FF6 nu. Letter 1 F00, pi omicron phi alpha, nu tau iota kappa, letter 1 F74 delta omicron kappa epsilon letter 1 FD6, tau epsilon gamma chi alpha nu epsilon iota nu, pi letter 1 FB6, sigma alpha delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F10 pi iota sigma tau eta mu eta, pi letter 1 F7c, sigma letter 1 F14 chi omicron nu, letter 1 F10, sigma tau letter 1 F76 nu. Letter 1 F21 gamma epsilon mu omicron nu iota kappa omicron nu. Tau letter 1 F78 delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F21 gamma epsilon mu omicron nu iota kappa letter 1 F78, nu sigma letter 1 FF6, mu alpha kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, tau omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 F51 pi letter 1 FC6, rho chi epsilon sext. Math. Roman 738, Zeller, p. 129. Tau letter 1 F70, letter 1 F10 nu omicron eta mu alpha tau alpha, phi alpha sigma iota, mu eta tau epsilon, tau iota nu letter 1 f70, epsilon letter 1 f36, nu alpha iota mu eta tau epsilon pi omicron iota alpha. Letter 1 f61 sigma alpha nu epsilon letter 1 f76 delta letter 1 f72, tau iota nu letter 1 f70, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, letter 1 f61 sigma alpha nu epsilon letter 1 f76, pi omicron iota letter 1 f70, phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma mu alpha tau alpha, psi upsilon chi letter 1 fc6 sigma r. Did. Fr. 40 dials. Omicron letter 1 f54 tau, epsilon letter 1 f00, lambda eta theta epsilon letter 1 fd6, sigma omicron letter 1 f54 tau, epsilon psi epsilon upsilon delta, epsilon letter 1 fd6, sigma epsilon letter 1 f30, sigma iota nu alpha letter 1 f31 gamma, epsilon nu iota kappa alpha letter 1 f76 sext. Math. Romans 7 246. Hic qui animos succerunt, tanquam centauri, gigants, et quicquid aliud falsa cogitation formatum haber aliquem imaginum coepit, quamvis non habet substantium, sen ep. 58:15. Omicron letter 1 f50, delta letter 1 f72, nu omicron letter 1 f56, nu letter 1 f14 tau iota, delta epsilon letter 1 fd6, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota nu, tau letter 1 f78, nu chi rho omicron nu. Tau letter 1 f78 cap alpha tau eta gamma omicron rho eta mu alpha. Tau letter 1 f78, letter 1 f00 psi o omega mu alpha. Tau letter 1 f78, sigma epsilon nu eta mu epsilon nu omicron nu. Tau letter 1 f78, sigma epsilon mu pi lambda epsilon gamma mu epsilon nu omicron letter 1 f37, sigma, chi rho letter 1 f6. Nu tau alpha iota mu letter 1 f72, nu mu alpha lambda iota sigma tau alpha, tau letter 1 f6, nu phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi omega nu. Letter 1 f44 nu tau alpha delta letter 1 f72, omicron letter 1 f50, lambda epsilon gamma omicron epsilon sigma iota nu, epsilon letter 1 f36, nu alpha iota plut. Com. Not. 30:12. See below, section 287. Delta omicron kappa epsilon letter 1 fd6, delta letter 1 f72, alpha letter 1 f50, tau omicron letter 1 fd6, sigma letter 1 f00, rho chi letter 1 f70, sigma epsilon letter 1 f36, nu alpha iota tau letter 1 ff6, nu letter 1 f45 lambda omega nu, delta epsilon omicron. Tau letter 1 f78 pi omicron iota omicron letter 1 fe6, nu kappa alpha letter 1 f76, tau letter 1 f78 pi alpha sigma chi omicron nu, kappa, tau lambda. Diog. L Romans 7 134. Ib, omicron letter 1 f31, letter 1 f00, pi letter 1 f78, tau letter 1 fc6, sigma tau omicron letter 1 fb6, sigma delta epsilon omicron, lambda epsilon gamma omicron nu tau epsilon sigma, letter 1 f00 rho chi alpha sigma. Theta epsilon letter 1 f78, nu kappa alpha letter 1 f76, letter 1 f04 pi omicron iota omicron nu, letter 1 f55 lambda eta nu sext. Math. Roman 9:11, Arnim Roman 2 301. Dicunt ut scis, stoici nostri, duo esse in rerum natura, ex quibus omnia fiant, causam et materiam. Materia iesit iners res ad omnia parida, cessitura si nemo movit, causa autem, id est ratio materiam format et quacunc volt versit sen ep. 65:2. Universa ex materia et ex Deo constant. Deus ista temperat, qui circumfusa rectorum sequuntur. Potentius autem est ac pretiosius quod facit, quod est Deus, quam materia patiens de, ib. 23. Letter 1 f04 lambda omega nu, delta letter 1 f72, kappa alpha letter 1 f76. Pi omicron iota eta tau, iota kappa letter 1 f74, nu mu letter 1 f72, nu alpha letter 1 f30, tau iota alpha nu letter 1 f00 pi omicron lambda epsilon iota pi omicron nu tau omega nu. Letter 1 f00 chi omega rho iota sigma tau omicron nu, delta letter 1 f72, tau alpha epsilon tau eta nu tau letter 1 fc6 sigma letter 1 f55 lambda eta sigma, cap alpha theta alpha pi epsilon rho omicron letter 1 f31 sigma tau omega iota cap omicron iota Syrianus arist. Met. Arnim Roman 2 308. Stoici naturam in duas parts dividunt, unum qui efficit, alteram qui si ad faciendum tractabilum prebit. In alla prima esse vim sentiendi in hac materiam, nec alterum sine alter opposi lact. Div inst, Romans 7:3. Nec enim materiam ipsum cohere potuus, si nulla Roman 6 continer redder, nec vim sine alla materia sic. AC. I6:24. Arnum Roman 2 418. E quibus aer et ignes movendi vim habent et efficiendi, reliqui parts accipiendi et quaes appatiendi, aquam dico et terram, sic. AC. I7:26. Kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F70, tau omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma sigma tau mega iota kappa omicron epsilon sigma. Letter 1 F10 kappa tau, letter 1 FC6, sigma tau letter 1 FF6, nu tau epsilon sigma sigma alpha omega nu, sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon iota omega nu, kappa rho alpha sigma epsilon omega sigma, gamma iota nu omicron mu omicron epsilon, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, Justin de Reyes. 6. Arnhem Roman 2 414. Letter 1 F45 sigma alpha, tau omicron iota nu epsilon nu, sigma omega mu alpha tau alpha, pi rho letter 1 FF6, tau omicron nu, tau omicron iota alpha epsilon tau alpha sigma, letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota, pi omicron iota omicron tau eta tau alpha sigma. Letter 1 F10, kappa epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu alpha sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon letter 1 FD6, alpha tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F04 lambda lambda mega nu, letter 1 F01 pi alpha nu tau mega nu, letter 1 F10, sigma tau letter 1 F76, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 FC6, sigma sigma alpha rho kappa omicron sigma, letter 1 F14 sigma tau iota delta, letter 1 F72. Tau alpha letter 1 Fe6, tau alpha gamma letter 1 Fc6, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F55 delta omega rho, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F00 letter 1 F74 rho, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, pi letter 1 Fe6 rho Galen const. Art. Med. IP 251, K Arnhem Roman 2 405. Galen Meth. Med. I2, XP 15 K Arnhem Roman 2 411. See below, section 196. Cf. Mahaffy's Greek Life and Thought. It is quite wrong to suppose that these thinkers, busy as they were with practical life, despised or avoided speculation. Their philosophical theories demand hard reading and hard thinking. P. 137. Chapter 8. The Universe. Equals 192. Equals in including in their system the study of the physical universe the Stoics broke daringly with Socrates and his faithful followers the Cynics. These had joined with the ignorant and the prejudiced in ridiculing those whose eyes were always turned up towards the sky, whilst they saw nothing of things that were nearer at hand and concerned them more closely. But it was not for nothing that the most highly civilized nations of antiquity, Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Babylonians, had studied the starry heavens, mapped out the constellations, measured the paths of the wandering stars, predicted eclipses, reckoned with the tides, the seasons, and the winds, with the result that their successors defied the common opinion by declaring the earth to be a sphere, and to hold inhabitants whom they called antipodes, because they walk with their feet turned up towards ours. All this body of knowledge, called generically the knowledge of the sky, though it included the whole physical geography of the earth, had impressed and fascinated the Eastern world. It seemed that as the eyes were raised to the sky, so the mind of man was elevated and made ampler and nobler, leaving behind it the petty contentions and rivalries of common life. And further, that true knowledge had surely been reached, when the positions of the heavenly bodies and the eclipses of sun and moon could be predicted so long before with unfailing accuracy. These feelings are now commonplaces of literature, and were fully shared by the Stoics. Is not the sun, says Seneca, worthy of our gaze, the moon of our regard, when the sky displays its fires at night, and countless stars flash forth, who is not absorbed in contemplation of them? They glide past in their company, concealing swift motion under the outward appearance of immobility. We comprehend the movements of a few of them, but the greater number are beyond our ken. Their dignity fills all our thoughts. In the golden age which preceded our iron civilization, men lay at nights in the open fields and watched the glorious spectacle of the heavens. It was their delight to note the stars that sank in one quarter and rose in another. The universe swept round them, performing its magnificent task in silence. Their order never changes, spring and autumn, winter and summer succeed according to fixed laws. And in the same tone writes the Stoic poet, "Unshaken, the lights of heaven ever move onwards in their proper orbit." The emotion roused in the Stoic by the contemplation of the sky was thus identical with that expressed in Judaic poetry by the Song of the Three Holy Children, and in more modern times by Addison's famous hymn. 193 equals the phenomena of earth and heaven combined, in the general opinion of intelligent men, to show the existence of a world order or universe. The Stoics accepted this conception in their physics from Heraclitus, who had declared that neither God nor man created this world order, as in their ethics from Diogenes, the citizen of the universe. They therefore needed only to adjust an established notion to their own physical postulates. We observe at once that the very conception of an ordered whole differentiates that whole from the absolute totality of all things. The universe is indeed, on the one hand, identified with the substance of all things, omicron letter 1F50, sigma iota alpha tau letter 1FF6, nu letter 1F45 lambda omega nu, but only as a thing made individual by the possession of quality, letter 1F30 delta iota omega sigma, pi omicron iota omicron nu, and necessarily one. It is self-created, and it may therefore be identified with its creator, the deity. It also includes all that is bodily, but outside there remains the boundless void. It is therefore defined by Chrysippus as the combination of heaven and earth and all natures that are in them, or alternatively, as the combination of gods and men and all that is created for their sake. 194 equals the Stoic conception of the universe is therefore that of a continuous body, having a definite outline and stationed in the boundless void. That the universe has shaped the Stoics deduce from its having nature, phi upsilon sigma iota sigma, that is, the principle of growth, displayed in the symmetry of its parts, and its shape is the perfect shape of a sphere. Within this sphere all things tend towards the middle, and we use the terms down meaning towards the middle, and up meaning thereby from the middle. The Peripatetics are therefore needlessly alarmed when they tell us that our universe will fall down if it stands in the void. For first, there is no up or down outside the universe, and secondly, the universe possesses unity, letter 1F15 psi, ot a sigma, which keeps it together. And here we see the folly of Epicurus, who says that the atoms move downwards from eternity in the boundless void, for there is no such thing as downwards in that which is unlimited. Further, the universe is divided into two parts, the earth, with the water and the air surrounding it, which is stable in the middle, and the sky or ether which revolves around it. 195 equals thus early in their theory the Stoics were led to make two assertions on questions of scientific fact, in which they opposed the best scientific opinion of their own time. For many authorities held that the earth revolved on its axis, and that the revolution of the sky was only apparent. Such were Hystaspes of Syracuse, a Pythagorean philosopher, whose views were quoted with approval by Theophrastus, and later Ecphantus the Pythagorean and Heraclides of Pontus. From the point of view of astronomical science, this view seemed well worthy of consideration, as Seneca in particular emphasizes. Other astronomers had gone further, declaring that the sun lay in the center and that the earth and other planets revolved round it. Theophrastus stated that Plato himself in his old age had felt regret that he had wrongly placed the earth in the center of the universe, and the heliocentric view was put forward tentatively by Aristarchus of Samos, and positively by the astronomer Seleucus, in connection with the theory of the Earth's rotation. For this, Cleinias had said that the Greeks should have put Aristarchus on trial for impiety, as one who proposed to disturb the hearth of the universe. This outburst of persecuting zeal, anticipating so remarkably the persecution of Galileo, was effective in preventing the spread of the novel doctrine. Posidonius was a great astronomer and recognized the heliocentric doctrine as theoretically possible. Indeed, as one who had himself constructed an orrery showing the motion of all the planets, he must have been aware of its superior simplicity. Nevertheless, he opposed it vigorously on theological grounds, and perhaps more than any other man was responsible for its being pushed aside for some 1,500 years. The precise ground of the objection is not made very clear to us, and probably it was instinctive rather than reasoned. It could hardly be deemed impious to place the sun, whom the Stoics acknowledged as a deity, in the center of the universe. but that the Earth should be reckoned merely as one of his attendant planets was humiliating to human self-esteem and jeopardized the doctrine of providence, in accordance with which the universe was created for the happiness of gods and men only. Equals 196. Equals having determined that the Earth is the center of the universe, and the sun above it, the way is clear to incorporate in the system the doctrine of the four elements. Sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon letter 1 fd6 alpha, naturi, which probably had its origin in a cruder form of physical speculation than the doctrine of the heavenly bodies. As we have seen above, the elements are not first principles of the Stoic physics, but hold an intermediate position between the two principles of the active and the passive on the one hand, and the organic and inorganic world on the other. Earth is the lowest of the elements, and also the grossest. Above it is placed water, then air, then fire, and these are in constant interchange, earth turning to water, this into air, and this into ether, and so again in return. By this interchange, the unity of the universe is maintained. The transition from one element to the next is not abrupt, but gradual. The lowest part of the ether is akin to air. It is therefore of no great importance whether we speak with Heraclitus of 3 elements or with Empedocles of 4. The two grosser elements, earth and water, tend by nature downwards and are passive. Air and fire tend upwards and are active. Zeno did not think it necessary to postulate a 5th element as the substance of soul, for he held that fire was its substance. Equals 197. Equals fire, heat, and motion are ultimately identical and are the source of all life. Thus the elemental and primary fire stands in contrast with the fire of domestic use. The one creates and nourishes, the other destroys. It follows that fire, though it is one of the 4 elements, has from its divine nature a primacy amongst the elements, which corresponds to its lofty position in the universe, and the other elements in turn all contain some proportion of fire. Thus, although air has cold and darkness as primary and essential qualities, nevertheless it cannot exist without some share of warmth. Hence air also may be associated with life, and it is possible to retain the popular term spirit. Pi nu epsilon letter 1 fe6 mu alpha, spiritus, for the principle of life. In the development of the Stoic philosophy, we seldom hear again of air in connection with coldness, and between the warm breath, anima inflammata, and the primary fire there is hardly a distinction. We may even say that spirit has the highest possible tension. Equals 198. Equals air on its downward path changes to water. This change is described as due to loss of heat, and yet water too has some heat and vitality. Even earth, the lowest and grossest of the elements, contains a share of the divine heat. Otherwise it could not feed living plants and animals, much less send up exhalations with which to feed the sun and stars. Thus we may say even of a stone that it has a part of the divinity in it. Here then we see the reverse side of the so-called Stoic materialism. If it is true that God is body, and that the soul is body, it is equally true that even water, the damp and cold element, and earth, the dry and cold element, are both penetrated by the divinity, by the creative fire without the operation of which both would fall in an instant into nothingness. Equals 199. Equals we return to the consideration of the heavenly bodies. These are set in spheres of various diameter, all alike revolving around the earth. The succession we find described in Plato's Timaeus. The moon is nearest to the earth, then comes the sun, then in order Venus, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. This theory was taken up by Aristotle and after him by Eudoxus, from whom it passed to Aratus and Chrysippus. A tradition derived from Chaldean sources gave a different order, setting Venus and Mercury nearer to the earth than the sun. And this order was accepted by the Middle Stoics, that is to say by Panidius and Posidonius, the latter placing Venus nearer to the earth, and therefore further from the sun than Mercury. The moon, like the earth, obtains her light from the sun, being crescent-shaped when nearest to him, full-orbed when furthest away. Her distance from the earth is 2 million stadia, 250,000 miles. When she lies between the earth and the sun, she eclipses his light, but when she is on the side of the earth directly away from the sun, she is herself eclipsed. Her phases are explained by her position relative to the sun. The sun is 60 millions of miles from the earth. His diameter is 37.5 times as large as that of the earth. He appears larger when on the horizon because his rays are refracted through the thick atmosphere. The planets, whether they revolve round the Earth or the Sun, are falsely called wandering stars, since their orbits have been fixed from all eternity. The fixed stars revolve round the Earth at such a distance that the Earth, when compared with it, is merely the central point. All the heavenly bodies are, like the Earth, of spherical form. Finally, Seneca, in advance of the school, declared the comets to be a regular part of the celestial world. 200. Whilst the Stoics generally were in sympathy with the best astronomical teaching of their time, they combined with it many views based on much cruder forms of observation. Even Seneca thinks it bold to suggest that the sun is not a little larger than the whole Earth, and it is commonly held that not only the sun and moon, but also the heavenly bodies generally, feed upon moist exhalations from the ocean. Cleanthes, in particular, seems to have viewed the astronomers with suspicion. He alone regarded the moon not as a sphere, but as a hemisphere with the flat side turned towards us. The stars he considered to be conical. These views, very probably derived from Heraclitus, seem to point to the conception of the sky or ether as a single fixed fiery sphere, in which the heavenly bodies only differ from the surrounding element by containing more closely packed masses of fiery matter. A conception which harmonizes far more closely with the Stoic theory of the elements than the doctrines which are astronomically more correct. Cleanthes also explained that the sun could not venture to travel beyond his solstitial positions, lest he should be out of reach of his terrestrial food. And Cleanthes and Posidonius agree that the sun keeps within the torrid zone of the sky, because beneath it flows the ocean, from which the sun sucks up his nutriment. 201. From the relation of the heavenly bodies to the element of fire, the Stoics draw the conclusion that they are animated, reasoning, self-determined, and divine. In short, that they are gods. This godhead pertains particularly to the sun. Of this doctrine Cleanthes is especially the upholder, deeming that the sun is the ruling power in the universe, as reason in man. It is not clear whether the Stoics derived their theory of the divinity of the heavenly bodies from logical deduction, or whether they were here incorporating some Eastern worship. In favor of the latter point of view is the consideration that at this time, the association of Mithra with the sun was probably making some progress in the Persian religion, and that the popular names of the 7 days of the week, following the names of the sun, moon, and 5 planets, must have been already current. 202. But in the Stoic system, this doctrine is overshadowed by the paradox that the universe itself is a rational animal, possessed of free will and divine. This is the teaching of all the masters of the school, beginning with Zeno himself. It appeared to him to follow logically from 2 principles: the first, that the universe possesses a unity; the second, that the whole is greater than its parts. There cannot be a sentient part of a non-sentient whole. But the parts of the universe are sentient, therefore the universe is sentient. The rational is better than the non-rational, but nothing is better than the universe, therefore the universe is rational. The universe is one. We must not therefore think of it as of an army or a family, which comes into a kind of existence merely through the juxtaposition of its members. By the same reasoning, the universe possesses divinity. Upon this favorite Stoic text is based the frequent assertion of modern commentators that the philosophy is pantheistic. But the more central position of Stoicism is that the deity bears the same relation to the universe as a man's soul to his body, and the universe is therefore no more all divine than a man is all soul. This view is expressed with great clearness by Varro, who says, "As a man is called wise, being wise in mind, though he consists of mind and body, so the world is called God from its soul, though it consists of soul and body." The Stoics are, however, in strong conflict with the Epicureans and all philosophers who hold that the world is fundamentally all matter, and that soul and mind are developments from matter. "Nothing that is without mind can generate that which possesses mind," says Cicero's Stoic, in full opposition to modern popular theories of evolution. Further, just as it may be questioned in the case of man whether the soul is situated in the head or in the heart, so in the case of the universe we may doubt whether its soul, or rather its principate, is in the sun, as Cleanthes held, or in the sky generally, as Chrysippus and Posidonius maintain, or in the ether, as Antipater of Tyre taught. 203. In the study of the universe, we are not called upon merely to consider the earth as a member of the celestial company. We have to contemplate it as the home of beings of various ranks, which also display to us the principle of orderly arrangement. Preeminent amongst the inhabitants of the earth stands man, who is distinguished by being the sole possessor of the faculty of reason, and in addition owns all those capacities which are shewn in beings of lower rank. The nature of man constitutes so large a part of philosophy that we must reserve its full consideration for a special chapter, and must restrict ourselves here to treating of lower beings, which fall into the three orders of animals, plants, and inanimate beings. But since each of the higher orders possesses all the properties of every order that stands lower, the study of the orders inferior to man is also the study of a large part of human nature. The number and classification of these orders are not to be treated mechanically. From one point of view, gods and men form one class, the rational, as opposed to every kind of non-rational being. On the other hand, from the standpoint with which we are rather concerned at this moment, gods, men, and animals are subdivisions of the order of animate beings, below which stand the plants, and lower still things without life. Animals, as the name indicates, possess life or soul. The two lower orders possess something corresponding to soul, but lower in degree. The general term which includes soul in the animal and that which corresponds to it in the plants and in lifeless bodies is spirit. Pi nu epsilon letter 1 Fe6 mu alpha. Soul therefore is the highest type of spirit. Equals 204. Equals to the dumb animals. The Stoics consistently deny the faculty of reason, and this position must have seemed to them self-evident, since the same word logos expresses in the Greek both reason and speech. In the Latin the point was no longer so clear. Still the words ratio and auratio, if not identical, appeared to be connected by a natural association. Since the animals then are necessarily unreasoning, those acts of animals which appear to show reason must be explained in some other way. A dog pursues a wild animal by its scent. It must therefore be admitted that in a way the dog recognizes that this scent is the sign of the wild animal. Still, he is incapable of expressing this belief in the form of a correct syllogism. The industry of the ant is disposed of in a more summary way. This animal shows a restless helplessness, climbing up and down straws in meaningless industry. Many men, however, are no wiser. For their young, the animals have a certain feeling, yet their grief at losing them is comparatively short-lived. In spite, however, of these limitations, the animal world is one part of the wonders of nature, and is deserving of our admiration. All animals have strong affection for their young so long as these need their protection, and the dog deserves special recognition both for his keen intelligence and for his loyalty towards his master. Equals 205. Equals to define more accurately the nature of animals, we must to some extent anticipate the discussion of human nature in a later chapter, which follows the same general lines, for in every point the animals are like men, but inferior. They possess soul, but without reason. By soul, we here mean the twin powers of observation and of independent movement. In a rough way, the animals also possess a ruling part. Their power of observation enables them to distinguish what is healthful to them from that which is injurious. Their power of movement shapes itself into pursuit of the healthful and avoidance of the injurious. They possess also properties which resemble the human feelings, such as anger, confidence, hope, fear, but they do not in a strict sense possess the same feelings as men. As they cannot attain to virtue, neither can they fall into vice. Equals 206. Equals from the animals we pass to the plants. These seem to have soul because they live and die, yet they have not soul in any strict sense of the word. It will therefore be better not to use this word, but to speak of the growth power, phi sigma iota sigma. The governing part is situated in the root. The growth of plants both in size and in strength is very remarkable, inasmuch as little seeds, which at first find themselves placed in crevices, attain such power that they split huge rocks and destroy noble monuments, thus illustrating what is meant by tone or tension. For it is a spirit which starts from the governing part, the root, and spreads to the trunk and branches, conveying a force equally strong to construct and to destroy. From another point of view, we may say that the seed contains the logos or law of the fully developed plant, for under no possible circumstances can any other plant grow from that seed except the plant of its kind. Equals 207. equals lowest in the scale come inanimate objects, such as stones. Yet even these have a property which corresponds to soul, and which keeps them together in a particular outward form or shape. This property we call cohesion, letter 1F15 Xi, O to sigma, unitas. Like soul itself, it is a spirit pervading the whole, and again it is the logos of the whole. An external force cannot impart this unity, so that the water contained in a glass is not an inanimate object in this sense. In this lowest grade of spirit, we read in Stoicism the antithesis of the materialism of Epicurus, who postulates for his atoms the fundamental property of indivisibility, and can only account for the coherence of the bodies formed from them by supplying them with an elaborate system of hooks and eyes, which was a frequent subject of derision to his critics. Epicurus makes the indivisibility of the smallest thing his starting point, and from it constructs by degrees a compacted universe by arithmetical combination. The Stoics start from the indivisibility of the great whole, and working downwards explain its parts by a gradual shedding of primitive force. God is in fact in the stone by virtue of his power of universal penetration. Kappa rho letter 1F B6 sigma, iota sigma delta iota, letter 1F 45 lambda omega nu. Equals 208. Equals no existing thing can possess one of the higher grades of spirit without also possessing all the lower. Stones therefore have cohesion, plants growth and cohesion, animals soul growth and cohesion, for these are not different qualities which can be combined by addition, but appearances of the same fundamental quality in varying intensity. Man clearly possesses cohesion, for he has an outward shape. There does not, however, seem to be any part of him which has merely cohesion. But in the bones, the nails, and the hair are found growth and cohesion only, and these parts grow as the plants do. In the eyes, ears, and nose are sensation, as well as growth and cohesion. That is, there is soul in the sense in which the animals possess soul. It is the intelligence only which in man possesses soul in the highest grade. Equals 209. Equals this universe, in spite of its majesty, beauty, and adaptation, in spite of its apparent equipoise and its essential divinity, is destined to perish. Where the parts are perishable, so is the whole, but the parts of the universe are perishable, for they change one into another. Therefore the universe is perishable. Possibly this syllogism would not have appeared so cogent to the Stoics, had they not long before adopted from Heraclitus the impressive belief in the final conflagration, familiar to us from its description in the second epistle of Peter. According to this theory, the interchange of the elements already described is not evenly balanced, but the upward movement is slightly in excess. In the course of long ages, therefore, all the water will have been converted into air and fire, and the universe will become hot with flame. Then the earth and all upon it will become exhausted for want of moisture, and the heavenly bodies themselves will lose their vitality for want of the exhalations on which they feed. Rivers will cease to flow, the earth will quake, great cities will be swallowed up, star will collide with star. All living things will die, and even the souls of the blessed and the gods themselves will once more be absorbed in the fire, which will thus regain its primitive and essential unity. Yet we may not say that the universe dies, for it does not suffer the separation of soul from body. Equals 210. Equals in connection with the doctrine of the conflagration, the Stoics were called upon to take sides upon the favorite philosophically problem whether the universe is perishable, as Democritus and Epicurus hold, or imperishable, as the Peripatetics say. In replying to this question, as in the theory as a whole, they relied on the authority of Heraclitus. The word universe is used in two senses. There is an eternal universe, namely that already described as the universal substance made individual by the possession of quality, which persists throughout an unending series of creations and conflagrations. In another sense, the universe, considered in relation to its present ordering, is perishable. Just in the same way, the word city is used in two senses, and that which is a community of citizens may endure, even though the collection of temples and houses also called the city is destroyed by fire. Equals 211. Equals the doctrine of the conflagration was not maintained by all Stoic teachers with equal conviction. Zeno treated it with fullness in his book On the Universe, and Cleanthes and Chrysippus both assert that the whole universe is destined to change into fire, returning to that from which, as from a seed, it has sprung. In the transition period, owing to the positive influence of Plato and Aristotle, and the critical acumen of Carneades, many leading Stoics abandoned the theory. Posidonius, however, though a pupil of Panidius, the most conspicuous of the doubters, was quite orthodox on this subject, though he pays to his master the tribute of asserting that the universe is the most permanent being imaginable, and that its existence will continue through an immense and almost unlimited period of time. In the Roman period, the conflagration is not only an accepted dogma, but one that makes a strong appeal to the feelings. For with the conflagration there comes to an end the struggle of the evil against the good, and the deity may at last claim for himself a period of rest, during which he will contemplate with calmness the history of the universe that has passed away and plan for himself a better one to follow. 212. Upon the conflagration will follow the reconstruction of the world, pi alpha lambda iota gamma gamma epsilon nu epsilon sigma iota alpha, renovatio, which will lead again to a conflagration, the period between one conflagration and the next being termed a great year, pi epsilon rho iota omicron delta omicron sigma, Magnus Annus. The conception of the great year was borrowed by the Stoics from the Pythagoreans and leads us back ultimately to astronomical calculations. For a great year is the period at the end of which sun, moon, and planets all return to their original stations. The phenomena of the sky recur in each new period in the same way as before, and hence we readily infer that all the phenomena of the universe, including the lives of individuals, will recur and take their course again. Although this doctrine appears only slightly connected with the general Stoic system, it was an accepted part of it, and Seneca expresses an instinctive and probably universal feeling when he says that few would willingly repeat their past histories if they knew they were so doing. 213. We have put off till the end of this chapter the discussion of the Stoic theory of creation, because it is in fact one of the least defined parts of the system. According to the theory of the great year, creation is not a single work, but a recurring event, and therefore in one sense the history of the universe has neither beginning nor end. It would however be a mistake to suppose that this point of view was always present to the minds of Stoic teachers. The question of the beginning of things is of primary importance to every philosophy, and the Stoics approached it from many points of view, popular, scientific, mythological, and theological, and gave a number of answers accordingly. To the orthodox Stoic, all these answers are ultimately one, though the language in which they are expressed differs greatly, whilst the critic of Stoicism would assert that they are derived from different sources and are fundamentally irreconcilable. Seneca suggests 4 answers to the question, who made the universe? It may be an omnipotent deity, or the impersonal logos, or the divine spirit working in all things by tension, or, lastly, destiny, that is, the unalterable succession of cause and result. These answers we may examine in order. 214. The view that God made the world is that of the theology which was now everywhere becoming popular, and it is usually associated, even when expounded by Stoic teachers, with dualistic views. Before the creation there existed a chaos, matter without shape, dark and damp. The deity formed a plan and brought life, order, and light into the mass. From chaos it became cosmos. This deity is the same that is commonly named Zeta Epsilon Upsilon Sigma, or Jove, and is called the father of gods and men. The universe so created was at first happy and innocent, as is expressed in the tradition of the Golden Age. Men lived together in societies, willingly obeying the wisest and strongest of their number. None were tempted to wrong their neighbors. They dwelt in natural grottos or in the stems of trees and obtained nourishment from tame animals and wild fruits. Little by little they made progress in the arts and learnt to build, to bake, and to make use of metals. These views were especially developed by Posidonius, who believed that in the Mysians of his day, who lived on milk and honey and abstained from flesh meat, he could still trace the manners of this happy epoch. It seems probable that it was from Posidonius, rather than from the Pythagoreans, that Varro derived his picture of the Golden Age, which has become familiar to us in turn through the version given by Ovid in his Metamorphoses. 215. These conceptions, however, are only familiar in the later forms of Stoicism. The teaching of the founders of Stoicism is on this matter monistic, and is based upon the teaching of Heraclitus that the world was in the beginning a creative fire, which was alike the creator and the material of creation. The process of creation, delta iota alpha kappa omicron sigma mu eta sigma iota sigma, may be regarded as identical with that of the mutation of the elements on the downward path, with the special note that when the stage of water is reached, the deity assumes the shape of the seed logos. Sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa letter 1f78 sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, and begets in the first instance the four elements. Then, from a combination of these, trees and animals, and all other things after their kind. Yet even this statement is simplified if we regard the original fire as itself containing the seed log of all things that are to be created. To this is to be added that all this is well ordered, as in a duly constituted state. From this point of view, the cosmos is a cosmopolis, and we reach the border of the investigations which deal with the moral government of the universe and the political organization of mankind. 216. We may sum up the history of the universe according to the Stoics somewhat in the following way. Body is neither burden on the soul nor its instrument, but all body is of itself instinct with motion, warmth, and life, which are essentially the same. This motion is not entirely that of contraction, or immobility would result, nor entirely that of expansion, else the universe would be scattered into the far distance. One of these motions constantly succeeds the other, as Heraclitus says, becoming extinguished by measure, and catching light by measure. As when a swimmer with all his strength can just hold his own against the force of the stream, or a bird, straining its pinions, appears to rest suspended in the air. At the beginning of each world period, expansion or tension is supreme, and only the world soul exists. Next, the fiery breath begins to cool, the opposing principle of contraction asserts itself, the universe settles down and shrinks, the ether passes into air, and air in its turn to water. All this while tension is slackening, first in the center, lastly even in the circumference. Yet the vital force is not entirely quenched. Beneath the covering of the waters lurks the promise of a new world. The fire still unextinguished within works upon the watery mass or chaos until it evolves from it the four elements as we know them. On its outer edge where it meets the expansive ether, the water rarefies until the belt of air is formed. All the while the outward and inward movements persist. Particles of fire still pass into air, and thence into water and earth. Earth still in turn yields to water, water to air, and air to fire, letter 1f41 delta, letter 1f78, sigma, letter 1f04 nu omega, kappa alpha tau omega. Thus, by the interaction of conflicting tendencies and equilibrium, letter 1f30 sigma omicron nu omicron mu iota alpha is established, and the result is the apparent permanence of the phenomenal world. Finally, the upward movement becomes slightly preponderant, water becomes absorbed in air, and air transformed into fire. Once more the conflagration results, and all the world passes into the fiery breath from which it came. Footnotes. As for instance, Aristophanes and the clouds. Vos etiam decitus esse e regini nobis, e contraria part terri, qui adversus vestigias stent contra nostra vestigia, quos antipodas vocatis. Sic. AC. Roman 239, 123. Cum tu, inter scabum tantem et contagia lucri, nil parvum sapias et ad huc sublimia cures, qui mer compescent causi, quid temperat annum, stelli spont sua eocene vagenter et errant hor. Ep. I-12, 14-17. Sen ben Roman 423, 2-4. In aperto iacens sidera superle banter et in scene spectaculum noctium. Mundus in precepts agebater silentio tantum opus ducens. Libet inturi signa ex media cali part virgentia, versus ex occulto alia surgentia. Ep. 90, 42. Ordinum rerum et naturam per constituta proceder. Hemes nunquam aberravit. Istas seu tempor incaluit. Autumni verisc, ut solit, factum mutatio est. Tam solstitium quam equinoctium suos dies retilit, NQ Roman 3:16, 3. Caelestia semper, inconcussa suo volvuntur sidera lapsu, Lucan fars. Roman 2, 267, 8. O all ye works of the Lord, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever. Daniel Roman 3:57-82. The spacious firmament on high, with all the blue ethereal sky and spangled heavens, a shining frame, their great original proclaim. Etc. J. Addison, 1728. See above, section 186. See below, section 303. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F14 sigma tau iota, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma, letter 1 F41 letter 1 F30 delta iota meg sigma, pi omicron iota letter 1 F78, sigma tau letter 1 FC6, sigma tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F45 lambda mega nu, omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha sigma diog. L Romans 7 138. Letter 1 F45 tau iota theta. Epsilon letter 1 F37 sigma letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu, zd nu mega nu tau epsilon, phi eta sigma iota nu letter 1 F10 nu tau, letter 1 FF7 pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76 tau omicron letter 1 FE6, letter 1 F45 lambda omicron upsilon, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, ib. 143. Lambda epsilon gamma epsilon tau alpha iota delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F11 tau epsilon rho omega sigma, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma, letter 1 F41 theta epsilon omicron sigma stab. I21, 5. Omicron letter 1 F31, letter 1 F00, pi letter 1 F78, tau letter 1 FC6, sigma sigma tau, omicron letter 1 FB6, sigma letter 1 F15 nu alpha, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron nu, letter 1 F00 pi epsilon phi eta nu alpha nu tau omicron. Letter 1 F43 nu delta letter 1 F74 tau letter 1 F78 pi letter 1 FB6 nu letter 1 F14 phi alpha sigma alpha nu epsilon letter 1 F36 nu alpha iota kappa alpha letter 1 F76 tau letter 1 F78 sigma omega mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron nu at plaque I51. See section 187, note 90. Seneca, however, thinks there may be more outside the universe than void. Illud scruter, quod ultra mundum iasit, utrumni profunda vestitas sit and et hoc ipsum terminis sues cludetur, quali sit habitus exclusis dial. Roman 8 5, 6. R. Did. Fr. 31. Arnim Roman 2, 534. Arnim Roman 2, 547. Mu epsilon rho eta delta epsilon, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota nu, alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 FE6 gamma letter 1 FC6, letter 1 F55 delta omega rho, letter 1 F00 eta rho, pi letter 1 FE6 rho, letter 1 F03 pi alpha nu tau alpha, nu epsilon epsilon iota, letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76 tau, letter 1 F78, mu epsilon sigma omicron nu, Achilles iseg. 9 Arnim Roman 2 554. But according to another view, only earth and water, being naturally heavy, tend towards the middle, whereas air and fire, being naturally light, tend from it. Ib. 4 Arnim Roman 2 555. See section 196. Arnim Roman 2 557. See above, section 184. Arnim Roman 2 540. The universe, being body, possesses up and down, front and back, and all the other relations according to the fourth category. Plet Sto, Rep 44 1. R. Did. Fr. 31, quoting from Chrysippus. So Cornutus 1, letter 1 F41 omicron letter 1 F50, rho alpha nu letter 1 F78, sigma pi epsilon rho iota epsilon chi epsilon iota, kappa upsilon kappa lambda letter 1 FF3, tau letter 1 F74 nu gamma, letter 1 FC6 nu. Haestas Syracosius coelum solum lunam stellas, supere de nec omnia stare senset nec praeter terram rem allem in mundo moveri, qui cum circum axum si summa celeritate convertet et torquit, idem effici omnia, qui si stant terra coelum moveretur, sic. AC. Roman 239, 123 on which see Prof. Reads note. Plut, plaque, Phil, Roman 313, 3. The question of priority in the statement of this theory has been much discussed in recent years, and it is contended that Haestas and Ecphantus never existed except as characters in dialogues composed by Heraclides of Pontus, the true discoverer. C.H. Stegmuller, Archive der Geschichte der Philosophie, Berlin 1892, Otto Voss de Heraclides Pontici Vita et Scriptis, Rostock 1896, Tannery, Pseudonyms Antiques, Revue des Etudes Grecs, 1897. Pertinbit hoc excussus, ut siamus utrum mundus terra stant, circumit and mundo stant terra verteter. Furunt enim qui dicerant nos es, quos rerum natura nescience ferat, sen nq Romans 7:2, 3 Seneca however appears for himself to reject the doctrine. Simus praeter terram nihil stare, cetera continua velocitate decurrer, ep. 93:9. Plut, Kplat, Roman 8:1, 2 and 3, at. Plac, Roman 2:24, 8 and Roman 3:17, 9. Plut fac lun, 6:3. Simplic arist, phys, p64. C in Scythium aut in Britannium sphaeram aliquis celerit hanc, quam nuper familiaris noster effecit Posidonius, cuius singuli conversions idem efficiunt in sol et, in luna et, in quinque stellis errantibus, quod efficiter in calo singulis debus et noctibus. Sic. N.D. Roman 234, 88. Schmeckel, p. 465. In rerum natura elementa sunt quatuor, sen nq Roman 3:12, 3. See above, section 190. Ex terra aqua, ex aqua orator air, ex air etha, deigned retrorsum vicissum ex ether ex air aqua terra infima. Sic naturis his, ex quibus omnia constant, sursum diorsum ultro citro commentibus, mundi partium conjunctio continter. Sic. N.D. Roman 232, 84. Nessus est ut et emus etha habet aliquid eri simile, et summus non sit dissimiles imo etheri, quia non fit statum in diversum ex diverso transitus. Palladium ister in confinio vim suam essent, ut dubiter passus and air and hic eum etha sit, sen nq Roman 2:14, 2. Cf. Roman 4:10. Arnim Roman 2 555. But see above, section 194, note 20. De naturis autumn 6 centibat, ut in quatuor inidiis rerum elise quintum hanc naturam, ex qua superior sensum et mentum offici rebanter, non adhiberit. Statuebet enim ignum esse ipsum naturam qui quid gignerit, etiam mentum ac sensus. Sic. AC. I 1139. Cf. Fin. Roman 4:5, 12. Sic enim si res habet, ut omnia quia lanter et crescent, continent in si vim caloris. Sine qua nec ali passent nec crescere. N.D. Roman 2:9, 23 and 24. Caloris vim in si vitulum, per omnem mundum pertinentum, ib. Hic noster ignes, quem usus vidi requirit, confector est et consumptor omnium. Contra ille corporeus vitalis et salutaris omnia conservet alit augit sustinet sensuca ficit, ib. Roman 2:15, 41. Cicero is quoting from clean this fr. 30p. The teaching of Zeno was the same, fr. 71b. Tau letter 1 F78, delta letter 1 F72 cap alpha tau. Letter 1 F10, psi, omicron chi letter 1 F74, nu sigma tau, omicron iota chi, epsilon letter 1 FD6 omicron, nu lambda epsilon gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, delta iota letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F78, letter 1 F10 psi, alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, pi rho mega tau omicron epsilon, tau letter 1 F70. Lambda omicron iota pi letter 1 F70, sigma epsilon nu iota sigma tau alpha sigma theta alpha iota, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, mu epsilon tau alpha beta omicron lambda eta nu r, did, fr. 21. Stoici ignum, anum ex his quatur elementis, et viventum et sapientum et ipsius mundi fabricatorum, iunc omnino ignum diem esse putiverant aug. Civ. De. Roman 8:5. Natura sursum vocet, in allo in purissimo nihil est quad deprimitur, sen nq Roman 2:13, 1 and 2. Omicron letter 1 F31, mu letter 1 F72, nu sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 FF7 letter 1 F00 epsilon rho iota, tau letter 1 F78 pi rho omega tau meg sigma, psi upsilon chi rho letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F00 pi omicron delta iota delta omicron nu tau epsilon sigma plut. Prim frig. 9, 1. Air frigidus per si et obscurus, sen nq Roman 2:10. Ips viro air qui natura est maxime frigidus, minim est expers caloris sic. Nd Roman 2:10, 26. Air nunquam sine est. Detra illi calorum, rigidit, stabit, durabiter, sen nq Roman 3:10, 4. Quid autumn est, quod magis credatur ex si ipso haber intentionem quam spiritus. Sen nq Roman 2:8. Aristotle held that air was warm, Arnim Roman 2 431. Ditrach calorum, transiat in humorum, sen in Q Roman 310, 4. Est aliquid in aqua vital ib, v5 2. Non esse terram sine spiritu palem est, illo dico vitali et vigito et alent omnia. Hunc nisi haberit, quamodo tot arbustis spiritum infunderit non aliund viventibus, et tot satis, totum hoc coelum, omnis hae stelli, hic tam prop anabis agens cursum sol, alimentum ex terra trahunt, ib, Roman 6:16, 1 and 2. Philod, de ira p. 77 gomp. Ex quo concluditor, calidum alud ac igneum in omni fusum es natura sic. Nd Roman 2:10, 28. Cap. Zi p. 38d. Schmeckel pp. 463 4. Ib. p. 464. Diog. L. Roman 7 145 and 146. Posidonius is his general authority, but the theory of the solar eclipse he refers to Zeno. Tenusimum lumen facit proximus excessus ad solem, digressus autumn longissimus quisque plenissimum, sic. Nd Roman 2:19, 50. Pliny nat hist, Roman 2:21. Such was the calculation of Posidonius, see Mayer's note on sic. N. D. Roman 2:36, 92. The sun's diameter is in fact 3 times as large as Posidonius thought. This explanation has so plausible a sound that it may not be superfluous to remark that it is scientifically valueless. Sic. Nd Roman 2:20, 51. Persuadent enim mathematici terram in medio mundo situm ad universi, caeli complexum quasi puncti instar obtiner, quod kappa epsilon utaro omicron u illi vocant. Tusk. Disp. I 1740. Diog. L. Roman 7 144 and 145. Ego nostris non ad sentior, non enim existimo comet subitanium ignum, sed inter eterna opera naturi. NQ Roman 7:21, 1. Omni terrarum ambitu non semel mare, sen NQ Roman 6:16, 2. Letter 1 F21 rho alpha kappa lambda epsilon iota tau omicron sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, omicron letter 1 F31, sigma tau omega, iota kappa omicron letter 1 F76, tau rho epsilon phi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma letter 1 F00 sigma tau epsilon rho alpha sigma, letter 1 F10 kappa, tau, letter 1 FC6 sigma. Letter 1 F10 pi iota gamma epsilon iota omicron upsilon, letter 1 F00 nu alpha theta upsilon mu iota alpha sigma epsilon omega sigma at. Plaque. Roman 2:17, 4. Marinis terranisque humoribus longo intervallo extenuatis sic. Nd Roman 2:16, 43. Totum hoc coelum, halitu terrarum, sen NQ Roman 6:16, 2. R. Did. Fr. 34. For the text and interpretation see Herzl, pp. 121, 122. Aet Plaque, Roman 2:14, 1 and 2. Solum quoque animantum esse oportet, et quidem reliqua astra, qui orienter in ardor caelesti, qui etha vel coelum nominator, sic. Nd. Roman 2:15, 41. Sic. Nd Roman 3:14, 37. Ideo enim, sicut et Posidonius et cleans ad ferment, solis metus a plaga, qui usta dicitor, non resedit, quia sub ipsa currit oceanus macrob. Sat. I 23:2. Hac mundi divinitate perspecta, tribuenda est sideribus idem divinitas, qui ex mobilissima purissimac etheris part gignunter, todac sunt callida ac perlucida, ut equoque rectisime animantia, esset senter ac intelliger dicanter, sic. Nd Roman 2:15, 39. Sen ben, Roman 7:31, 3. Clean this, solemn dominari et rerum potiri pudet sic, AC, Roman 2:41, 126. Diog. L. Roman 7 139. Idem hoc modo, nullia sensu carentis pars aliqua potest est sentiens, mundi autumn part sentient sunt, non igitur caret sensu mundus, sic. Nd Roman 2:8, 22. Quod ration uditor, id melius est quam id, quod ration non uditor. Nihil autumn mundo melius, ration igitur mundus uditor, ib. 8:21, see also section 83. Diog. L. Roman 7 143. Hic ita feri omnibus inter si consignentibus mundi partibus profto non possent, Nisi e uno divino et continuato spiritu continerenter sic. ND Roman 2:7-19. This unity of the universe is technically termed sigma epsilon mu pi alpha theta epsilon iota alpha, tau letter 1 ff6, nu letter 1 f4 5 lambda omega nu. Consentiens conspirans continuat a cognatio rerum, sic. As above. It was denied by Panidius, Schmeckel pp. 191, 192. Est ergo in eo virtus. Sapiens est igiter et propteria Deus, sic n. D Roman 2:14-39. Quid est autem, cur non existimes in eo divini aliquid exister, qui de pars est? Totum hoc, quo contemer, et unum est et Deus, et socii sumus ius et membra sen ep. 92:30. From what has been said, it follows that the Stoics admitted no essential difference between God and the world. Their system was therefore strictly pantheistic. Zeller, p. 156. Letter 1 f65 sigma pi epsilon rho, delta letter 1 f72, letter 1 f21, mu epsilon letter 1 fd6, sigma letter 1 f00, pi letter 1 f78, psi upsilon, chi letter 1 fc6, sigma delta iota omicron iota cap omicron upsilon mu epsilon theta alpha. Omicron letter 1 f55 tau, omega kappa alpha letter 1 f76, letter 1 f41 cap omicron sigma mu omicron sigma, psi upsilon chi letter 1 f74, nu letter 1 f14 chi epsilon iota, tau letter 1 f74, nu sigma upsilon nu epsilon chi omicron upsilon sigma alpha nu, alpha letter 1 f50, tau omicron nu. Kappa alpha letter 1 f76, alpha letter 1 f54, tau eta kappa alpha lambda, epsilon letter 1 fd6, tau alpha iota z epsilon upsilon sigma cornutus 2. Varro fr. I27b og. Civ. D. Roman 7:6. Nihil quod animi quod rationis est expers, id generare exi potest animantum compotum rationis, sic. ND Roman 2:8-22. See above, section 101. Diog. L. Roman 7:139. Ib. See below, chapters I. Sext. Math. Roman 8:270, Arnim Roman 2:727. In consultis illis vanus cursus est, qualis formicis per arbuster repentibus, qui in summum cacumen, deigned in immum inanes agunter. His plerique similim vitam agunt, quorum non immerito quis, inquietem inertiam, dixerit, sen dial. Roman 9:12-3. Ib. Roman 6:7-2. Quid dicam, quantus amor bestiarum sit in educandis custodiandisc eyes, qui procri verunt, usc ad eum finum, dum possent si ipsa defendir. Sic. ND Roman 251, 129. Canum viro tam fida custodia, quid significat? Ib. 63, 158. Delta letter 1 fc6, lambda omicron nu letter 1 f45 tau iota, tau letter 1 f70, mu letter 1 f72, nu letter 1 f15 psi epsilon iota, delta iota omicron iota kappa epsilon letter 1 fd6, tau alpha iota tau, letter 1 f70, delta letter 1 f72, phi epsilon sigma epsilon iota. Tau letter 1 f70, delta letter 1 f72, letter 1 f00, lambda omicron gamma letter 1 ff3, psi upsilon chi letter 1 fc7 plet fert. More. 12. Tau letter 1 f74, nu tau letter 1 fc6, sigma alpha letter 1 f30, sigma theta eta sigma epsilon omega, sigma tau epsilon kappa alpha letter 1 f76, letter 1 f10 psi, letter 1 f11 alpha upsilon tau letter 1 fc6, sigma kappa iota nu eta sigma epsilon omega sigma, psi upsilon chi eta nu galen adv. Il. V. Arnim Roman 2:718. Omnem naturae necess est, haber aliquam in si principatum, ut in homine mentum, in bellua quidem simili mentis sic. ND Roman 2:11-29. Ipsum principale parum subtil, parum exactum. Capit ergo visus species rerum quibus ad impetus evoster, sed turbitas et confuses sen. Dial. Roman 3:3, 7 and 8. Bestiaes et sensum et modum dedit, et cum quadam appetitu excessum ad res salutares, a pestiferis recessum, sic. ND Roman 2:12-34, and so again, Ib. 47, 122. Erascae quidem non magis siunt quam ignicere. Muta animalia humanis ad fectibus carent, habent autem similes illis quastum impetus, sen. Dial. Roman 3, 5 and 6. Cum sit inimica rationi, nusquam nascitur, nisi ubi rationi locus est, ib. 3, 4. Sunt quidem qui animam habent nec sunt animalia. Placet animcites et arbustes animam ines, idac et vivere la et mori dissimus sen. Ep. 58:10, cf. NQ Romans 6:16, 1. Omicron letter 1 F31 delta letter 1 F72, sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron letter 1 F76, omicron letter 1 F50, delta letter 1 F72, psi upsilon chi letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F4 5 lambda omega sigma, letter 1 F40 nu omicron mu alpha zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota, tau letter 1 F74, nu tau letter 1 F70, phi upsilon tau letter 1 F70. Delta iota omicron iota kappa omicron letter 1 Fe6 sigma alpha nu letter 1 F00 lambda lambda letter 1 F70 phi upsilon sigma iota nu galen to hip. Et plut. Roman 6. 561 K Arnim Roman 2 710. Aristotle had used the term theta rho epsilon pi tau iota kappa letter 1 F74 psi upsilon chi eta in the same sense. So too Cicero. Iis qui e terra natura nihil tribuit amplius quam ut e alendo ac agendo turetur, nd Roman 2:12-33. Ib. Roman 2:11, 29. Parvula ad modum semina, in tantum convalescunt ut ingentia saxa disturbant et monumenta dissolvent, hoc quid est aliud quam intentio spiritus. Sen nq Roman 2:6, 5, and again, quid aliud producit frogs et segetum imbecillem ac virens exigit umbras ac distendit in ramos quam spiritus intentio et unitas? Ib. Roman 2:6-6. See also sic. Nd Roman 2:32-81. Arnim Roman 2, 713. Quidem anima carent, ut saxa, idac erit aliquid animantibus antiquius, corpus silicet sen ep. 58:10. This use of letter 1 F15 xi iota sigma must be kept distinct from that which is contrasted with delta iota alpha theta epsilon sigma iota sigma, as habitus from dispositio. See above, section 184. Letter 1 F11 kappa tau, iota kappa letter 1 F78, nu mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56, nu letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota, pi nu epsilon letter 1 Fe6, mu alpha tau letter 1 F78, sigma upsilon nu epsilon chi omicron u, tau omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma lambda iota theta omicron upsilon sigma, galen intrad s. Med. Roman 14 p 726 k, Arnim Roman 2 716. Ad naturem corporis, nulla op externa sed unitate sua coherentes, sen nq Roman 2 4. Alex de mixed, p 226, 2430 Bruns, Arnim Roman 2 1048, Lucian Hermot, 81. See above, section 186. This gradation of soul power is most clearly explained by Varro. Idem Varro tres esse adfirmet animi gradus in omni universac natura, anum qui omnes parts corporis, qui vivunt, transit et non habet sensum, sed tantum ad vivendum valetudinum. Hanc vim in nostro corpor permanere dicit in ossa unguis capillos, sicut in mundo arbors sine sensu. Crescunt et modo quadam suo vivunt, secundum gradum animi in quo sensus est. Hanc vim pervenire in oculos oris nares os tactum, tertium gradum s animi summum, quad vocatur animus, in quo intelligentia premanet, hoc praeter hominum omnes cara mortals. Og. Civ. De. Romans 7:23. Diog. L. Romans 7:141. The heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall be dissolved with fervent heat, and the earth and the works that are therein shall be burned up. 2 Peter Roman 3:10. See above, section 196. The theory of the conflagration appears to have been attached to the Stoic system from without, and the logical contention is obviously weak. For if the upward movement is in excess, the earth should disappear before the water. It should also always be remembered that the fire that finally remains is not the destructive, but a constructive element. Ex quo aventurum nostri putant id, ut ad extremum omnes mundus ignicerit, cum humor consumpto nec terra ali possit nec remirit air, cuius ortus, aqua omni exhausta, esse non possit, ita relinqui nihil praeter ignum, a quo versum animante ac dio renovatio mundi ferit, ac idem ornatus oriorter, sic. Nd Roman 246, 118. Cum tempus advenerit, quo si mundus renovaturus extinguat, viribus ista si sues quidem et sidera sideribus incurrent et omni flagrante materia, uno in quicquid nunc ex disposito lucet ardebit. Nos quoque felices animi ac aeterna sorditi, parva ruini ingentes excessio, in antiqua elementa vertimer sen. Dial. Romans 6:26, 6. Omicron letter 1 F50, letter 1 Fe5 eta tau epsilon omicron u, letter 1 F00, pi omicron theta nu letter 1 FC4, sigma kappa, epsilon iota nu tau letter 1 F78, nu kappa omicron sigma mu omicron u plet. Sto. Rep 39, 2. Immortalis sit mundus, and inter caduca et ad tempus nata numerandus sen dial. Roman 8:4, 31. Heraclitus, after all his speculations on the conflagration of the universe, to himself, Rendall's transl. Roman 3:3 Aristotle interpreted Heraclitus in the same way, thus he paraphrases Fr. 26b, 66d. Pi alpha nu tau alpha tau letter 1 F78, pi letter 1 Fe6, rho letter 1 F10, pi epsilon lambda theta letter 1 F78, nu kappa rho iota nu epsilon epsilon iota, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa alpha tau alpha lambda eta psi epsilon tau alpha iota as follows. Letter 1 F21 rho alpha kappa lambda epsilon iota tau omicron sigma, phi eta sigma iota nu, letter 1 F05 pi alpha nu tau alpha, gamma iota gamma nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, pi omicron tau epsilon, pi letter 1 Fe6, rho met. Xi 10. See above, section 193. Clem al. Strom. V14 Arnhem Roman 2 590 relying on Fr. 20b 30d. Philo Inc. Mund. P 222 2 Arnhem Roman 2 620. Clem. Al as before, relying on Fr. 21b 31 ad. Phi theta alpha rho tau letter 1 F78 sigma mu epsilon u letter 1 F41 kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma letter 1 F40 kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70 tau letter 1 F74 nu delta iota alpha kappa omicron sigma mu eta sigma iota nu. Philo as above. R did Fr. 29. Diog. L Roman 7 142. Zd nu mega nu iota kappa alpha letter 1 F76 kappa lambda epsilon alpha nu theta epsilon iota. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76. Chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi letter 1 FF3, letter 1 F00 rho epsilon sigma kappa epsilon iota. Tau letter 1 F74, nu omicron letter 1 F50. Sigma iota alpha, nu mu epsilon tau alpha beta alpha lambda lambda epsilon iota nu. Omicron letter 1 F37, omicron nu. Epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha, tau letter 1 F78, pi letter 1 Fe6, rho r. Did. Fr. 36. See above, section 109. See above, section 115. For a full discussion of the motives of this change, see Schmeckel, pp. 304-318. Ita stabilis mundus est ac ita coherit ad permanendum, ut nihil ni excogitari quidem possit aptius, sic. Nd Roman 245, 115. Cert perdiuterna permanens ad longinquam et immensum pene tempus, ib. 3385. Resoluto mundo et dis in unum confusis polisper cessante natura id quiescit sibi, cogitationibus sues traditus, sen ep 9, 16. On the relation of z epsilon upsilon sigma to the letter 1 F10 kappa pi upsilon rho mega sigma iota sigma c alex. De mixed. P 226, 16b, Philo Inc. Mund. C 14, 15. Fit cum dio visum ordiri melira, vetera finiri, NQ Roman 328, 7. Zeller, p. 166. Sic, ND Roman 220, 51. See also Schmeckel, p. 241. Veniet itrum, qui nos in lucem reponent dies, quem multi recuserent, nisi oblitos reducerit sen ep. 36:10. Socrates and Plato will live again, their friends and fellow citizens will be the same, and they will be again treated as before Nemes. Nat. Home. P. 277, Arnhem Roman 2 625. This theory is plainly not reconcilable with Seneca's hope of better things. See note 127. See also Hicks, Stoic and Epicurean, pp. 33 SQQ. Quisquis formator universi fuit, saeva le deus est potens omnium, saeving corporalis ratio ingentium operum artifex, sive divinus spiritus per omnia maxima et minima equali intention diffusus, sive fatum et immutabilis causarum inter si coherentium series, sen dial. Roman 12:8-3. This chaos the Stoics identified with the watery stage, which preceded the creation of Earth in the history of the elements. See Pearson on Zeno Fr. 112, 113. Seneca's writings are penetrated with this conception. Hoc universum, dies aliquis dissipabit et in confusionum veterum tenebrasque demergit dial. Xi 1-2, cf. Ep. 65-19. Delta iota alpha delta, alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 F78, nu kappa alpha lambda omicron letter 1 Fe6 mu epsilon nu. Letter 1 F45 tau iota delta iota. Alpha letter 1 F50 tau letter 1 F78, nu gamma iota nu epsilon tau alpha iota, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, sigma omega z epsilon tau alpha iota, tau letter 1 F70, pi alpha nu tau alpha cornutus 2. Illo ergo seculo, quad aureum perhibent, pens sapiens fuis regnum Posidonius iudicat sen ep. 95. Strabo Roman 7 296. See generally Schmeckel pp. 288-90. Av met, Roman 1596 142, Schmeckel p. 288. Cap alpha tau, letter 1 F00, rho chi letter 1 F70, sigma mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56, nu cap alpha theta. Alpha letter 1 F51 tau letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F44 nu tau alpha, tau rho epsilon pi epsilon iota nu, tau letter 1 F74, nu pi letter 1 FB6, sigma alpha nu omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha nu delta iota. Letter 1 F00 epsilon rho omicron sigma. Epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma letter 1 F55 delta omega rho diog. L Roman 7 136. This stage, at which the whole universe is water, even though the four elements have not yet been created, reflects the popular tradition as to chaos as in the last section. See Pearson p. 102. For the process of creation, as described by Clean the Sea Pearson p. 252. See above, section 178. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F65 sigma pi epsilon rho, letter 1 F10 nu tau, letter 1 FC7 gamma omicron nu letter 1 FC7 tau, letter 1 F78, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha, pi epsilon rho ode epsilon chi epsilon tau alpha iota. Omicron letter 1 F54 tau, omega kappa alpha letter 1 F76 tau, omicron letter 1 Fe6 tau, omicron nu. Sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau, iota kappa letter 1 F78, nu lambda omicron gamma omicron nu, letter 1 F44 nu tau alpha, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6 kappa omicron sigma mu omicron epsilon. Letter 1 F00 pi omicron gamma epsilon, nu letter 1 FB6, nu pi rho letter 1 FF6 tau omicron, nu tau letter 1 F70, tau epsilon sigma sigma alpha rho alpha, sigma tau omicron iota chi, epsilon letter 1 FD6 alpha diog. L Roman 7 136. Epsilon letter 1 F36, tau alpha kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F70, mu letter 1 FD6, xi iota nu tau omicron epsilon tau omega nu, phi epsilon tau alpha, tau epsilon kappa alpha letter 1 F76, zeta letter 1 FF7, alpha kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F70, letter 1 F04 lambda lambda alpha, gamma epsilon nu eta ib. 142. Tau letter 1 F78, mu epsilon nu tau omicron iota, pi rho letter 1 FF6, tau omicron nu pi letter 1 Fe6, rho epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota kappa alpha theta alpha pi epsilon rho epsilon iota tau iota sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha. Tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F01 pi alpha nu tau omega nu, letter 1 F14 chi omicron nu, tau omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron epsilon sigma arist. Apud Euseb. Preep. Ev, Roman 15, Arnhem I98. Tau alpha upsilon tau, letter 1 FC3 delta, letter 1 F72, pi alpha nu tau alpha, delta iota omicron, iota kappa, epsilon letter 1 FD6, sigma theta alpha iota tau, letter 1 F70, kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F78, nu kappa omicron sigma mu omicron nu, letter 1 F51 pi epsilon rho epsilon upsilon. Kappa alpha theta alpha pi epsilon rho, letter 1 F10 nu, epsilon letter 1 F50. Nu omicron mu omega tau alpha tau letter 1 FC3 tau iota nu letter 1 F76, pi omicron lambda iota tau, epsilon iota letter 1 FB3 ib. Galen de Trem. 6 Roman 7, p. 616, k. Arnim Roman 2 446. Letter 1 F01 pi tau omicron mu epsilon mu epsilon tau rho alpha, kappa alpha, letter 1 F76, letter 1 F00 pi omicron sigma beta epsilon nu epsilon mu omicron mu epsilon tau rho alpha hierarchical. FR 20b, 30d. Galen de Musk, I7 and 8, Arnim Roman 2 450. Letter 1 F10 kappa pi epsilon rho meg sigma iota mu letter 1 F72. Nu kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F74, nu tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, theta epsilon omicron letter 1 Fe6, delta epsilon nu alpha sigma tau epsilon iota alpha nu tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F04 lambda mega nu, letter 1 F10 pi iota kappa rho alpha tau eta sigma alpha nu tau omicron sigma. Delta iota alpha kappa omicron sigma mu sigma iota nu, delta letter 1 F72, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F74, nu tau letter 1 FF6, nu tau epsilon tau tau alpha omega nu, sigma tau omicron iota chi epsilon iota omega nu, letter 1 F30 sigma omicron mu iota alpha nu, letter 1 F23 nu, letter 1 F00 nu tau iota delta omicron alpha sigma iota nu. Letter 1 F00 lambda eta lambda omicron iota sigma philo, n, sac. Roman 2 242 m, Arnim Roman 2 616. This concluding section is based upon a note, which was prepared by Mr. A. C. Pearson for an edition of Chrysippus now abandoned, and which has been kindly placed by him at my disposal. Chapter 9. The Supreme Problems. 217. In the preceding chapter we have discussed the universe from the scientific standpoint. Such, say the Stoics, we find that the universe is, such and such it was in the beginning, and such it will be to the end. Their conclusions are reached by observation, classification, and analysis, and yet not entirely by these, for we must admit that there is also employed that power of scientific imagination which the ancients call divination. Still, on the whole, the investigation has been that of the student, and the method that of speculation or contemplation dissociated from any consideration of the usefulness of the results attained. In the study we now undertake, all this is changed. Our philosophy proceeds to assert that the universe is good, that it is directed by wise purpose, and that it claims the reverence and obedience of mankind. It calls upon its adherents to view the world with moral approval and to find in it an ethical standard. Such conclusions cannot be reached by purely discursive reason, but they are such as are everywhere sought by practical men. They appeal to a side of human nature different from that which passes judgment on the conclusions previously reached. From the first position, the universe is, to the second, the universe is good, the step is slippery. We are on the dizzy heights of philosophical speculation, where the most experienced climbers find their way they know not how, and can hardly hold out a hand to help those who are in distress. The Stoic teachers did not perhaps always follow the same track, and now and again they stumbled on the way. Reasoning often proved a weak support, but resolution carried them through somehow to the refuges on which their eyes were all along set. 218. To the problem of the meaning and government of the universe, 3 answers were current in the epoch with which we are dealing. Either all things take place by fate, or the world is ruled by a divine providence, or else fortune is supreme. These 3 terms are not always mutually exclusive. Virgil speaks commonly of the fates of the gods, and fortune is frequently personified, not only in common speech, as when the Romans spoke of the fortune of the city, but even by a philosopher like Lucretius, who speaks of fortune the pilot, with a half-humorous abandonment of exactitude. The Stoics have the merit of not only recognizing fully these 3 powers, but also of using the terms with relative consistency. By fate, then, we mean an abstract necessity, an impersonal tendency, according to which events flow. By providence, a personal will. By fortune, the absence of both tendency and purpose, which results in a constant shifting to and fro, as when a man stands upon a ball and is carried this way and that. All explanations, both of general tendencies and of particular events, must ultimately resolve themselves into one or other of these 3. Every constructive system must necessarily aim at showing that the 3 ultimately coincide, and that philosophy is the guardian and guide of mankind in the understanding of their relations one to another. equals 219, equals the Stoics hold that all things happen by fate. To this conclusion, they are brought by the same reasoning that moved the Chaldeans. The visible universe is and has motion. The heavenly bodies move incessantly in their orbits. There is no force either within or without them that can turn them aside a hair's breadth or make their pace quicker or slower. No prayers of men, no prerogatives of gods can make them change. Without cause there is no effect, and each effect is in its turn a new cause. Thus is constructed an endless chain in which all things living and inanimate are alike bound. If a man knew all the causes that exist, he could trace out all the consequences. What will be, what will not be, cannot be. This first Stoic interpretation of the universe is that of determinism. It reiterates and drives home the principle that is here our starting point: the universe is. Chrysippus, Posidonius, and Zeno say that all things take place according to fate, and fate is the linked cause of things that are, or the system by which the universe is conducted. This fate is only another name for necessity. Fates cannot be changed. Equals 220. Equals the doctrine of fate appears to contradict directly the belief in human free will and to lead up to the practical doctrine of laziness. Letter 1F00 rho gamma, letter 1F78 sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, Ignava ratio. Once we allow it to be true that what will be, it becomes useless to make any effort. As at the present time, this argument was familiar in cases of sickness. One says to the sick person, if it is your fate to recover, then you will recover whether you call in the physician or not. And if it is your fate not to recover, then you will not recover in either case. But it is your fate either to recover or not to recover. Therefore, it will be useless to call in the physician. To which another will reply, you may as well argue that if it is your fate to beget a son, you will beget one equally whether you consort with your wife or not. Therefore, it will be useless to consort with your wife. With such verbal disputes Chrysippus delighted to deal. His reply to the lazy argument was that certain things go together by fate, iuncta fato, confatalia. Thus, in the above cases, it may be determined by fate that you should both call in a physician and recover, both consort with your wife and beget a son. So once more, when Nestor says to the watchmen by his ships, keep watch, my lads, let sleep seize no man's eyes, lest foes, loud laughing, take us by surprise. Someone then replies, no, they will not, even if we sleep, if it is predestined that the dock be not seized. To such an objection, anyone can give the right answer. All these things are equally predestined and go together by fate. There is no such thing as a watch kept by sleepers, a victory won by runaways, or a harvest reaped except after sowing good clean soil. Equals 221. Equals the doctrine of fate also seems to conflict with some of the commonest forms of speech. For if it is correct to say, either this will happen, or it will not happen, it seems incorrect to say, it may happen. And still more of the past, since we must admit of any event that it has happened, or it has not happened. There seems no room for the statement, it might have happened. Chrysippus, however, maintains that the words may and might are correctly used, or in other words, that we may assert that it is or was possible for things to happen, whether or not they will happen or have happened. For example, the pearl here is breakable, and may be broken, though fate has ordained that it never will be broken. Cypselus might not have been tyrant of Corinth, though the oracle at Delphi declared 1,000 years before the time that he would be. This view had been sharply contested by Diodorus the Megarian, and the controversy was summed up in the master argument. This is stated as follows. There are 3 propositions in conflict with one another in the sense that if any 2 of them are true, the third is false. They are these. I, every past event is necessary. Roman 2, the impossible cannot follow on the possible. Roman 3, there are things possible that neither are nor will be true. Diodorus accepted the first 2. He therefore drew the conclusion that there is nothing possible except that which is or will be true. Or in other words, he denied the existence of any category of things possible, distinct from that of facts past or future. Cleans and Antipater accepted the second and third propositions. Chrysippus accepted the first and third, but denied the second. That is, he admitted that the possible thing, e.g. the breaking of the pearl, might become the impossible because fate had decided to the contrary. The choice intimates much. It shows that the Stoics, however strongly they assert the rule of fate or necessity, intend so to interpret these terms as to reconcile them with the common use of words, that is, with the inherited belief in divine and human will breaking through the chain of unending cause and effect. Equals 222. Equals the next step is professedly taken by way of definition of the word fate. Epsilon letter 1 F31 mu alpha rho mu epsilon nu eta, fatum. Exactly as the stuff of the universe, fire, has been explained to be no mere passive or destructive element, but one possessed of creative force and reason, so is fate declared to be no blind or helpless sequence of events, but an active and wise power which regulates the universe. Fate is in fact but another name for the logos or world reason. On this point, all Stoic teachers are in the main agreed. Fate, said Zeno, is a power which stirs matter by the same laws and in the same way. It may equally well be called providence or nature. Chrysippus gives us several alternative definitions. The essence of fate is a spiritual force, duly ordering the universe. It is the logos of the universe, or the law of events providentially ordered in the universe, or the law by which things that have been, that are, that will be. But an important difference appears between the views of Cleanthes and Chrysippus. They are agreed that all that happens by providence also happens by fate. But Cleanthes will not allow, as Chrysippus is prepared to do, that all things that happen by fate happen providentially. With Cleanthes, the conception of fate is wider than that of providence, just as in Virgil the fates are more powerful than Jove. Cleanthes, being deeply conscious of the evil existing in the universe, refused to hold providence responsible for it. Chrysippus, on the other hand, identifies fate with the deity. Equals 223. Equals providence, pyro omicron u omicron iota alpha. Providentia differs from fate, if at all, by including an element of personality. It is a principal dogma of the Stoics that the universe is ruled by providence. Cicero indeed assures us that the word providence is merely an abbreviation for the providence of the gods, and that the dogma really asserts that the universe is ruled by the gods with foresight. And Balbus, the Stoic advocate, in his treatise, rebukes his opponent Cotta for having travestied the Stoic doctrine by speaking of providence as a fortune-telling hag, as though she were some kind of goddess governing the world. But the travesty is at least as instructive as the exposition. If providence is on the one hand interpreted as God's providence, it is on the other hand equivalent to nature and again to the mind of the universe. It is the logos, the universal law, the creative force, not merely an attribute, but a manifestation and bodily presentment of deity. After the final conflagration, three joining in one will be left, Zeus, providence, and the creative fire. Lastly, if we consider the process of logical demonstration, it is from the reality of providence that the Stoics deduce the existence of the gods. Only from the standpoint of dogmatic instruction is the order reversed. Equals 224. Equals the work and functions of providence are open to our view, for it has an aim and pathway of its own. Its first aim is to create a universe capable of enduring. Next, it makes that universe complete. Thirdly, it endows it with every beauty and excellence. The beauty of the world is a favorite theme upon which Stoic orators discourse at length. This is, in their view, the best world that could possibly have been created. This sense of beauty appears to be derived from two sources: the admiration and awe felt in contemplating the sky, the sun, moon, and stars moving in it, lofty mountains, rushing rivers, and deep caves, and the gentler delight stirred by the sight of the fertile field, the vine-clad hill, the river pathway, the flocks and herds, which all subserve the convenience of man. Thus from beauty we pass to usefulness, and the Stoics now maintain that the world has been created and is maintained for the use of man. In strict language, however, we must say that the universe is made for the use of rational beings, that is, for gods and men, that it is a home or city in which gods and men alike have a share. From the protection of providence, the animals, according to the Stoic view, are in principle entirely excluded. Yet it did not escape notice that nature has often provided for their comfort in particulars, giving them instincts that enable them to maintain life, and an outward shape conformable to the conditions of their existence. And Seneca especially found that man was apt to swell himself too greatly, as if that world were made for him, of which only a small part is adapted for him to dwell in, and where day and night, summer and winter would continue of themselves, even if no man observed them. On the other hand, zealots like Chrysippus worked out the detailed application of this theory in a way that provoked the amusement of their critics. 225 equals providence cares for mankind in general, and therefore for the parts of mankind, the various continents, nations, and cities. The Stoics are also inclined to hold that it cares for the individual. The difficulty of this belief is great. Busy cities are overthrown by the earthquake. The crops of the careful farmer are blasted by the hailstorm. Socrates is condemned to death by the Athenians. Pythagoras, Zeno, and Antiphon meet with violent ends. Yet we may not think that in any of these cases the sufferers were hated or neglected by the gods. It is rather an inevitable necessity that has worked their ruin. The gods, who have great things in their charge, must sometimes overlook small matters. They must save the community by sacrificing the individual. The storm may rage in the valley, yet there is peace on the mountain heights. The philosopher who is absorbed in contemplating the great whole cannot even see the flaws in its details. If the gods care for all men, says Cicero's authority, it follows logically that they care for each single man. Nothing occurs on earth, nor in the heaven above, nor in the sea, apart from thee, O God, sings Cleanthes. It is impossible, says Chrysippus, that even the least of particulars can fall out otherwise than in accordance with the will of God, with his word, with law, with justice, and with providence. 226 equals the doctrine of providence, carried to a logical extreme, leads to the denial of the existence of evil. But the Stoics did not draw this conclusion. Had they done so, their whole treatment of ethics would have become futile. We have therefore to scrutinize carefully the language that they employ. If we meet with the paradox that this is the best of all possible worlds, we must remember that all paradoxes need for their interpretation some sense of humor, and that the best possible is not the same as the best imaginable. Somewhere or other there is, in a sense, a limitation to the sphere of providence. If again in poetical passages we learn that nothing occurs without God, we must not forget the doctrine that good and evil are alike brought in the end into harmony with the divine nature. The most exact statement of Stoic doctrine would seem to be that evil exists indeed, but is not the equal of the good either in intensity or in duration. It is an incident, not a first principle of the universe. From this point of view, it becomes possible to plead the cause of the gods, to defend providence from the heavy accusations men bring forward against it. Thus the Stoics set about to prove that, in spite of the existence of evil, the universe is ruled by the foresight of a beneficent deity. 227 equals the first argument for the defense is logical and is pressed by Chrysippus. Good implies its opposite, evil. There could be no justice unless there were also injustice, no courage unless there were cowardice, no truth unless there were falsehood. Just in the same way we find coarse wit in a comedy, which is objectionable in itself and yet somehow contributes to the charm of the poem as a whole. The second argument is based upon the doctrine of necessary consequence. Pi alpha rho alpha cap omicron lambda omicron upsilon theta eta sigma iota sigma. The general design of the human head required that it should be compacted of small and delicate bones, accompanying which is the inevitable disadvantage that the head may easily be injured by blows. War is an evil, but it turns to good by ridding the world of superfluous population. In many other cases, there may be explanations that are beyond our present knowledge, just as there are many kinds of animals of which we do not yet know the use. 228 equals more important are those arguments which introduce moral considerations. In the first place, the generous intentions of providence are often thwarted by the perverseness of wicked men, just as many a son uses his inheritance ill, and yet his father in bequeathing it to him did him a service. The deity treats good men as a Roman father his children, giving them a stern training that they may grow in virtue. Those that he loves, he hardens. Earthquakes and conflagrations may occur on earth, and perhaps similar catastrophes in the sky, because the world needs to be purified from the wickedness that abounds. The punishment of the wicked, for instance by pestilence and famine, stands for an example to other men that they may learn to avoid a like disaster. Often, if the wicked have gone unpunished, the penalty descends on their children, their grandchildren, and their descendants. 229 equals the very multiplicity of these explanations or excuses betrays the weakness of the case, and the Stoics are in the last resort driven to admit that the deity is neither all-knowing nor all-powerful. and that the sphere of providence is limited by an all-encircling necessity. Thus Chrysippus explains blunders in divination by saying that the deity cannot know everything, and though he ascribes to the deity all power, yet when hard-pressed he admits that he cannot do everything, and that there is a good deal of necessity in the matter. In this way, he is forced back to the position which the shrewder Cleanthes had taken from the first. After we have taken away from fate all that has life or meaning, there remains a residuum, which we can but vaguely assign to some natural necessity. This point once granted, we realize that it includes many of the detailed explanations previously given. Thus it is by natural necessity that good cannot exist without evil, that the past cannot be altered, that the one must suffer for the many, that the good cannot always be separated from the bad. That character grows by the defiance of pain, that the individual is everywhere exposed to disaster from tyranny, war, pestilence, famine, and earthquake. Equals 230. Equals the recognition of the limitations of divine power creates a new tie between gods and men. Men are no longer the mere instruments of providence, they are its fellow workers. We may even go further and boldly call them its fellow sufferers. God has given man what he could, not what he would. He could not change the stuff on which he had to work. If anything has not been granted to us, it could not have been granted. Under such circumstances, a sensible man will not find fault with the gods, who have done their best, nor will he make appeals to them to which they cannot respond. Even less will he quarrel with a destiny that is both blind and deaf. Equals 231. Equals in the Stoic explanation of the universe, fortune plays no part. It has no existence in the absolute sense of the term. But in practical life, and from the limited point of view of the individuals concerned, fortune is everywhere met with. Her actions are the same as we have just seen to be ascribed to natural necessity: storms, shipwrecks, plagues, wars, and tyranny. Fortune therefore by no means excludes causality, but includes all events which are without meaning from the point of view of the individual, all advantages or disadvantages which he has not personally merited, and which are not designed for his individual discipline. So great is the sphere of fortune, that it appears at first that she is mistress of human life, and we may picture her as a tyrant, mocking and merciless, without principle and without policy. The further consideration of fortune belongs to the department of ethics. Equals 232. Equals the supreme problems of philosophy, in their relation to gods and men, the fellow citizens of this universe, center in the question of free will. If we grant that the divine power is to some extent less in range than the power of necessity, does it still remain open to us to attribute to it within that range some real choice between alternatives, something of that individual power which common opinion attributes to kings? Or must we, on the other hand, regard the divinity as a mere symbol of an unchanging law, girt with the trappings of a royalty from which all real share in government has been withdrawn? Is man again a mere puppet under the control either of fate or of fortune, or has he too some share in creating the destiny to which he must submit? Supposing him to have this power of will, is it bound up with his privilege of reason, or do the animals also possess it? Equals 233. Equals to such questions the Stoics do not give the direct answer, yes or no. The critics who wish to tie them down to one or other of the opposing views complain that they wriggle and grow flushed and excited about their answer. They accept apparently both views as dogmas, asserting that all things take place by destiny, and that something rests with us. To the first dogma, the whole of their treatment of physics points, but the second is required as a postulate for any science of ethics. The Stoics were in no way disposed to cut the knot by sacrificing one or the other of the principal parts of their philosophy. They go back upon the terms in which the questions are propounded, and endeavor by fresh investigation and more precise definition to do away with the obvious contradiction. In this work, they were observed to have a bias in favor of free will. The first sign of this bias we have already noticed in the vindication of the word possible. If our eyes are fixed merely on the movement of the heavenly bodies, we shall hardly need a term which prints on future, evince a character which it denies to those that are past. The astronomer can describe to us with equal precision an eclipse taking place 1,000 years before the Battle of Salamis or 1,000 years after. But the word possible opens the door to the emotions of hope and fear, to the sense of right and wrong with regard to the whole range of future events. However delicately the doctrine may be shaded, the main issue is determined when we say of gods and men that they can. Equals 234. Equals in order to reconcile the doctrines of causality and possibility, we must first distinguish between outer and inner compulsion, between proximate and principal causes. If a boy starts a cylinder rolling downhill, he gives it an opportunity without which it could not have rolled. This is the proximate cause, pyro omicron kappa alpha tau alpha rho kappa tau iota kappa eta, proxima. But the cylinder would not continue rolling except by an inner compulsion, a law within itself, by which it is the nature of cylinders to roll downwards. This is the leading or principal cause, pyro omicron eta gamma omicron mu epsilon nu eta antecedens or principales. So neither in thought nor in action can a man form a judgment, unless there be a picture, phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha, visum, presented to his mind. The picture is a proximate cause. But assent to the picture rests with the man himself. The man himself, his reason, his will, is the principal cause. Here we touch on the dogma which is the foundation of ethics. Assent is in our power. Upon this rests the right of the philosopher to praise or blame, the right of the lawgiver to reward and punish. Equals 235. Equals we have to investigate further the inner compulsion, the principal cause. With regard to the gods, their own disposition is a law to them, their character holds them to their purpose, their majesty makes their decrees immutable. This is the final answer of philosophy, even though men cannot content themselves with it. Even amongst those most disposed to accept Stoic principles, there is a wish that the gods should be allowed a little play, a choice at any rate in small matters, not hampered by considerations of destiny and morality. And upon this issue, the poet may deviate a little from the sterner creed of the philosopher. Nor must we so interpret the wisdom and benevolence of the gods as to deny the efficacy of prayer. Equals 236. Equals in the case of men, free will comes accompanied by a heavy burden of responsibility, for by its exercise men have defied the gods and brought evil into the world. In vain, they accuse the gods and destiny, when their own perverseness has exaggerated their destiny, as Homer bears witness. Lo you now, how vainly mortal men do blame the gods. For of us they say comes evil, whereas they even of themselves, through the blindness of their own hearts, have sorrows beyond that which is ordained. Through the blindness of their own hearts they perished, fools. Equally in vain it is that they protest against the penalties prescribed by the lawgiver for acts to which they allege fate has drawn them. Of their wrongdoing the principal cause lies in their own natures. If these are from the first wholesome, the blows of fate are deadened. If they are boorish and undisciplined, they rush of themselves into sin and error. Into the further question, whether a man is responsible for his own nature, our authorities do not enter. It is sufficient that in ethics a way will be pointed out, by which all men, if only they consent to undergo the necessary training, may bring their wills into harmony with the will of the universe. As to the animals, they act upon impulse, but cannot be said in a strict sense to possess will, nor are they proper subjects for praise and blame. Equals 237. Equals thus free will, which at first sight appears equivalent to the negation of cause, is by the Stoics identified with the highest type of cause. Action without cause, tau letter 1f78 letter 1f00 nu alpha iota tau iota omicron u, effect which is self-caused, tau letter 1f78 alpha letter 1f50, tau omicron mu alpha tau omicron nu, are totally denied. Even if a man be given the choice between two actions which appear exactly equivalent, as when he must begin walking either with the right or with the left foot, there is always a cause which determines between them, though, as in all cases of chance, it is not discernible by human reasoning. In this way destiny, cause, will are all brought into harmony. The dualism, which after all cannot be entirely avoided, is thrust out of sight. All things take place according to destiny, but not all things according to necessity. Thus is saved the principle of free choice, tau letter 1f78 letter 1f10 phi, letter 1f21 mu letter 1fd6 nu. In other words, the Stoic fixes his attention on the pulsating, living, willing powers of the universe, and refuses to dwell upon any blind, non-moral unbending necessity of things, even whilst he admits that such necessity is there. Equals 238. Equals now that the various steps have been decided upon, by which our philosophy progresses from physics to ethics, it remains to connect them by a pathway in the form of a chain of reasoning. We cannot affirm that the steps have been reached by any logical process, or that the show of reasoning makes them any safer to tread in. But the logical form is a convenient method of impressing dogmatic instruction on the memory, and if it cannot remove difficulties inherent in the subject matter, it at least so distributes them that they may be overlooked by the zealous and defied by the adventurous. Thus then the argument runs. If all things are determined by fate, then the ordering of the universe must be smooth and unhindered. If this is so, there must be an ordered universe. And if so, there must be gods. Now if there are gods, the gods are good. And if they are good, goodness exists. And if goodness exists, so also does wisdom. And goodness and wisdom are the same for gods and for men. If this is so, there must be a science of things to be done and to be avoided, that is of right actions and of sins. But right actions are praiseworthy, and sins blamable. Things praiseworthy deserve reward, and things blamable deserve punishment. Therefore, if all things are determined by fate, there must be rewards and punishments. All this chain of argument is convincing to the man who is already a Stoic. To his opponent, it seems to display its weakness at every joint. Footnotes. The three explanations are very clearly stated by Seneca. Dicit aliquis, quid mihi protest philosophia si fatum est, quid protest si Deus rector est, quid protest si casus imperet, quicquid est ex his lucili vel si omnia hic sunt philosophandum est, sive nos inexorabili lege fata constringunt, sive arbiter Deus universi cuncta disponit, sive casus res humanas sine ordine impellit et iactat, philosophia nos turi debit sen ep. 16, 4 and 5. E.g. in Romans 6, 376. Quod procul in nobis flectat fortuna gubernans, RNV 108. Vaga volubilisque fortuna sic. Milo 26, 69. Fortuna, amica varietati constantium respuit, ND Roman 2, 16, 43. Seneca as in note 1. Diog. L. Roman 7, 149. Omnia fato feri dicunt sic. De fato 15, 33. Et hoc secundum Stoicos, qui omnia dicunt fato regi et semel constituta nec a numinibus posse mutari, comment. In Lucan. Roman 2, 306, Arnim Roman 2, 924. So Diog. L. Roman 7, 149. Cicero and Seneca describe with admirable clearness the conception of fate. Feri omnia fato ratio cogit fateri, fatum autem id appello, quod Greci epsilon letter 1 f31 mu alpha rho mu epsilon nu ida nu, id est ordinum serium causarum, cum causa causi nexa rem ex si gignat sic. Div. I 55, 125. Quid enim intelligus fatum. Existimo necessitatem rerum omnium actionum, quam nulla vis rumpat, sen NQ Roman 236, cf. Ep. 19, 6 and NQ Roman 235, 2. Chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, mu letter 1 f7 4, delta iota alpha phi epsilon rho epsilon iota nu, tau, omicron letter 1 f6, epsilon letter 1 f31, mu alpha rho mu epsilon nu omicron upsilon tau, letter 1 f7 8, cap alpha tau eta nu alpha gamma cap alpha sigma mu epsilon nu omicron nu, et plac. I 27, 2. Stoicorum dogma ostendit, nulla ration posse fata mutari serve. Adverg. Een. I 257, Arnim Roman 2, 923. Orig Kant, Cells, Roman 220, Arnim Roman 2, 957. Sic, De Fato 12, 28 to 13, 30. Home, Ill, say 192 and 193. Plut, Fr, 15, 3 Staub, Roman 2, 8, 25. Sic, De Fato 7, 13. Epict, Disc, Roman 2, 19, 1 SQQ. Cicero gives a humorous comment on this contention. Pi epsilon rho letter 1 f76 delta upsilon, nu alpha tau letter 1 ff6, nu misido kappa alpha tau letter 1 f70 delta iota omicron delta omega rho omicron nu kappa rho iota nu epsilon iota nu. Quapropter si venturus ease, sido nesses est venire. Sin autumn non ease, tau letter 1 ff6, nu letter 1 f00 delta upsilon nu alpha tau omega nu, est venire. Nunc vide, utra t kappa rho iota sigma magis delictet, chiro upsilon sigma iota pi epsilon iota alphani, and hic, quam noster diodatus non concaquabat. Sed du his etiam rebus, odiosi cum aramis laquemer. Hoc etiam kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70 chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi pi omicron u, delta upsilon u alpha tau omicron u est, ad fam. Roman 9:4. Et plac, I27 5. Ib, I28 3. Epsilon letter 1 F31, mu alpha rho mu epsilon, nu eta letter 1 F10, sigma tau letter 1 F76, nu letter 1 F41 tau, omicron letter 1 FE6, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron upsilon, lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, ib. Letter 1 F24, lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F10 nu tau, letter 1 FF7 kappa omicron sigma mu letter 1 FF3, pi rho omicron nu omicron, iota letter 1 FB3, delta iota omicron iota kappa omicron upsilon mu omega nu at. Plac. I28 3. Letter 1 F22, lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma kappa alpha theta, letter 1 F43 nu tau letter 1 F70, mu letter 1 F72, nu gamma epsilon gamma omicron nu omicron tau alpha, gamma epsilon gamma omicron nu epsilon. Tau letter 1 F70, delta letter 1 F72, gamma iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha, gamma iota nu epsilon tau alpha iota. Tau letter 1 F70, delta, letter 1 F72, gamma epsilon nu eta sigma omicron mu epsilon nu alpha, gamma epsilon nu eta sigma epsilon tau alpha iota ib. Ex quo feri, ut qui secundum fatum sunt etiam ex providentia sint, iadem modo qui secundum providentiam ex fato, ut pudet Chrysippus. Alii viro, qui quaedam ex providentiae auctoritate, fataliter quoque pruvner, nec tamen qui fataliter ex providentia, ut clean this chalk. Intimium 144, Arnhem Roman 2 933. Chrysippus, diem dicit esse, fatalem vimet necessitatem rerum futurarum sic. ND I15, 39. A T dictum est annum fatidicum pyro omicron u omicron iota alpha nu a stoicis induci, id est providentium. Quod eo error dixisti, quod existimus ob his providentium fingi quaes quandam diem singularum, qui mundum omnum gubernit et regat, plen autem et perfect sic dis existimato, providentia diorum mundum administrari, ib. Roman 2:29, 73 and 74. Chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi pi omicron sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, z nu omega nu letter 1 F51 pi epsilon theta epsilon nu tau omicron. Delta iota letter 1 F70, pi alpha nu tau omega nu delta iota eta kappa epsilon iota nu, tau eta nu pi rho omicron nu omicron iota alpha nu alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 FE6 Hippolyte. Philos. 21, 1 Arnhem I153. Letter 1 F25 nu tau iota nu alpha, mu letter 1 F74, delta iota alpha phi epsilon rho epsilon iota nu, pi rho omicron nu omicron iota alpha nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, phi epsilon sigma iota nu, kappa alpha lambda epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu at plac. I27 5. Talis igiter mens mundi cum sit, ob imp causam vel prudentia vel providentia, a polari rect possit, gris anim pyro omicron nu omicron iota alpha diciter. Sic. ND Roman 2:22, 58. The term nature is used in the same sense by Epicurus also, though it does not harmonize very well with his theory. Natura gubernans, RNV 78. Letter 1 F45 tau alpha nu, omicron, letter 1 F56, nu letter 1 F10 kappa pi upsilon rho omega sigma iota sigma, gamma epsilon nu eta tau alpha iota. Mu omicron nu, letter 1 F04 phi theta alpha rho tau omicron nu, letter 1 F44 nu tau alpha, tau letter 1 F78, nu delta iota alpha, tau letter 1 FF6, nu theta epsilon letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F00, nu alpha chi omega, rho epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76 tau, letter 1 F74, nu pi rho omicron iota alpha nu. Epsilon letter 1 F36, tau alpha letter 1 F41, mu omicron letter 1 FE6, gamma epsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma, letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, mu iota letter 1 FB6, sigma tau letter 1 FC6, sigma tau omicron letter 1 FE6, alpha letter 1 F30, theta epsilon rho omicron sigma omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha sigma. Delta iota alpha tau, epsilon lambda, epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 F00 mu phi omicron tau epsilon rho omicron upsilon sigma plut. Com. Not. 36 5. Habet quasi viam quandam et sectum, quam sequat sic. ND Roman 2:22, 57. Ib. 22:58. Quidem administratio nihil habet in si, quod reprehendi possit, ex iis enim naturis, qui erant, quod officii optimum poduit effectum est. Ib. 34:86. Ib. 39:98. Omnia hominum causa facta esse et perita, ib. Roman 2:61, 154. Deorum et hominum causa factum esse mundum, ib. 53, 133. Est enim mundus quaes, communis deorum ac hominum domus aut urbs utrarumque, sic. ND Roman 2:62, 154. Intraturis eis urbum dis hominibus communum, sen dial. Roman 6:18, 1. Sic. ND Roman 2:47, 122. Nec enim omnia Deus homini fecit, quota pars operis tanti nobis committitur? Sen NQ Roman 7:30, 3. Nimis nos suspicissimus, si digni nobis vidmer propter quos tanta movinter dial. Roman 4:27, 2. Thus, horses assist men in fighting, dogs in hunting. Lions and leopards provide a discipline in courage. The sow is convenient for sacrifices to the gods, who have given her a soul to serve as salt and keep the flesh from rotting. The peacock is created for his tail, and the peahen accompanies him for symmetry's sake. The flea is useful to wake us out of sleep, and the mouse to prevent us from being careless in leaving the cheese about. All these particulars are attributed to Chrysippus, Arnim Roman 2, 1152, 1163. Etiam singulis a dis immortalibus consuli et provideri solit, sic. N. D. Roman 265, 164. Nec viro si segatibus aut vintes cuiuspium tempestas nocurit, eam, cui quid horum acciderit, aut invisum dio aut negulctum a dio. Magneti current parva negulgunt sic. ND Roman 266, 167. Maior discura quam singulorum est, sen dial. I3, 1, see also note 64. Lege diem minimas rerum discordia turbat, pacem magna tenent, Lucan fars. Roman 2, 273. Licet contrahere universitatem generis humani, imc gradatum ad possirs, postremo deducere ad singulos, sic. ND Roman 265, 164. Him vivi, 1516. Plet com not 34:5 sto, rep 34:10. This appears to be the correct interpretation of the saying of Epictetus, as a mark is not set up for the purpose of missing the aim, so neither does the nature of evil exist in the world. Manual 27, Long's Transl. Roman 2p 269, where see his note. Facium rem non difficilum, causam diorum agem sen dial. I1, 1. Gel, N.A. Roman 7, 1, 4 and 5. Nulli vitium est, nisi cui virtus potest esse sen ep. 124, 19. Plet com not 14, 1 m ant, Roman 6, 42. A. Gellius, N.A. Roman 7, 1, 9 to 11. Plet sto, rep 32, 2. Lactantius de era 13, Arnim Roman 2, 1172. Pi lambda letter 1 f7 4, new letter 1 f4 1 pi omicron sigma alpha, letter 1 fe5 epsilon zeta omicron epsilon sigma iota, kappa alpha kappa omicron letter 1 f7 6, sigma phi epsilon tau, epsilon rho letter 1 fc3, sigma iota new letter 1 f00 new omicron iota alpha iota sigma, clean this, him 18. Sic, ND Roman 328, 70. Patrium Deus habet adversus bonos viros animum et allos fortiter amat, operibus, inquit, doloribus, damnes exagitanter, ut verum colligant robber, sen dial. I2, 6. Deus quos probet, quos amat, endurat, recognoscit, exercit, ib. 4, 7. When a difficulty falls upon you, remember that God, like a trainer of wrestlers, has matched you with rough young men epict. Disc. I24, 1. This view of Origen is conjecturally assigned to a Stoic source, Arnim Roman 2, 1174. See also Philo App. Euseb, Prep. Ev, Roman 8, 13. Plet Sto, Rep 15, 2. Sic, ND Roman 338, 90. Sen Ben Roman 4, 32, 1. Arnim Roman 2, 1183. Phi eta sigma letter 1 f7 6 delta letter 1 f7 2, pi omicron lambda letter 1 F7a, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F78, tau letter 1 FC6, sigma letter 1 F00 nu alpha gamma kappa to sigma, mu epsilon mu letter 1 FD6, chi theta alpha iota plut. Sto. Rep 37, 2. See above, section 222. Seneca uses the term law of mortality. Minim dis, non enim alorum, sed lege mortalitatis patimer quicquid incommodi accidit dial. Roman 4:28, 4. Siet illa ipsa, quibus lidi viter, ad conservationem universi pertiner, et ex iissi, qui cursum mundi officium consummant, ep. 74:20. De multa ingratis tribunt, sed illa bonus periverunt, contingunt etiam malis, quia separari non possunt. Excerper singulos non poterunt, ben Roman 4:28, 1. Quicquid est quod nos sic viver sic mori easit, idem necessitate et dios adligat dial. I5:8. Has given me the things which are in the power of the will. How was he able to make the earthly body free from hindrance? He could not, and accordingly he is subjected to the revolution of the whole possessions, household things, house, children, wife epict. Disc, Roman 4:1, 100. What says Zeus? Since I was not able to do for you what I have mentioned, I have given you a small portion of us, Ib. I1, 10:12. Non potest artifex mutare materiam, sen dial. I5, 9, see also plut. Com, not. 34, and mayor on sick. ND Roman 2:34, 86. In technical language, the gods cannot control the letter 1 F10 pi alpha cap omicron lambda omicron upsilon theta eta mu alpha tau alpha, and sigma upsilon nu alpha pi tau omicron mu epsilon nu alpha. Quicquid nobis negatum est, duri non potuit, sen ben Roman 2:29, 3. Demens idac et ignari veritatis illis imputant sivitium maris, emoticos imbres, pertinatium hemes dial. Roman 4:27, 2. Frustra vota ac studia sunt, habit quisque quantum illi dies primus adscripsit, ib. Roman 6:21, 6. Accuser fata possumus, mutari non possumus, stant dura et inexorabilia ib. Xi 4:1. See above, section 226, note 46. Fortune only has ultimate existence if identified with fate or providence. Sic nunc naturam voca, fatum fortunam, omnia iustum de nomina sunt veri utentis sua potstate, ben Roman 4:8, 3. Fortuna ceteros casus rarius habet, primum ob inanimus procellas, tempestates, naufragia, ruinas incendia, deind bestes ictus, morsus impetus etc. sic. Off, Roman 2:6, 19. Seep, optimorum virorum segitum grando percussit. Fert sortum suum quisque, sen ben Roman 2:28, 3. So fortune is technically defined as a cause not discerned by human reason. Omicron letter 1 F31, sigma tau omega, iota kappa omicron letter 1 F76, alpha letter 1 F30, tau iota alpha nu letter 1 F04 delta eta lambda omicron nu, letter 1 F00, nu theta rho omega, pi iota nu letter 1 FF3, lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu letter 1 FF7 at plaque. I29, 7. In regnum fortuni et quidem durum ac invictum pervenimus, alias arbitrio digna ac indigna passuri sen dial. Roman 6:10, 6. Hanc imaginum animo tu propone, ludos facere fortunam, ep. 74, 7. Chrysippus estuans laboransque quanam pacto explicit et fato omnia feri et esse aliquid in nobis, intricater hoc modo, Gellius N. A. Roman 7:2, 15. Letter 1 F10, kappa epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu omicron gamma, letter 1 F70, rho delta letter 1 F74, tau, letter 1 F78, cap alpha tau alpha gamma epsilon lambda alpha sigma tau omicron nu, letter 1 F01 pi alpha nu tau omega nu. Tau letter 1 F78, mu iota gamma mu alpha kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F21, sigma epsilon nu omicron delta omicron sigma. Tau omicron letter 1 FE6, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, tau omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma letter 1 F00 nu theta omega pi omicron iota sigma, tau iota, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, epsilon letter 1 F31, rho mu letter 1 F78 nu, cerium causarum, Omicron letter 1F50, Delta letter 1F72, Nu letter 1F27 Tau Tau Omicron U, Epsilon letter 1F36, Nu Alpha Gota Onum. Apud Euseb. PR. Ev. Roman 6p 258, Arnim Roman 2 978. Manet Fato aliquid est in homines arbitrio, sen NQ Roman 238, 3. Ubi igitur virtus, si nihil situm est in nobis ipsis. Sic, AC, Roman 212, 39. Mihi quidem viter, cum dui sententiae fuissent veterum philosophorum, una aerum qui censorant omnia ida fato feri ut id fatum vim necessitatis id ferit. Altera aerum quibus vidrenter sine ullo fato esse enamorum modus voluntarii, chrysippus tanquem arbiter honorarius medium ferrer voluus, sed applicit si ad ius podius, qui necessitate modus enamorum liberatos volunt. Sic. De Fato 17, 39. See above, section 221. It seems clear that so far as human thought goes, possibility is only an abstraction from that which a man can do, reached by widening the subject, man, so as to include both superhuman powers and half-personified unseen forces. In other words, delta upsilon u alpha tau omicron u is derived from delta upsilon u alpha tau alpha iota, possibilitas from potist. Such a combination as fortuna potist, though quite common, is really a contradiction in terms. Qui protrusit cylindrum, dedit I principium motionis, volubilitatem autem non dedit sic. De Fato 19, 43. Quamquam ad non possit feri nisi commoda viso, tamen id visum proximam causam, non principalum ib. 18, 42. Non externa cogunt dios, sed sua illis in legem eterna voluntas est. Statuerant qui non muterant, nec unquam primi concilii dios penitet. Vis sua allos in proposito tenet, sen ben Roman 6:23, 1 and 2, scripsit quidem fata sed sequitur. Semper perit semel easit dial. I5, 8. So Lucan, qua cuncta coercit si quoque lege tenens, fars, Roman 2, 9, 10. Disco, licet illi hodic discerner, et ex lege fatorum aliquid derogare, and mea statis diminutio sit, et confessio erroris mutanda fessis. Sen NQ I prol. 3. Illud t nulla fati quad lege tenetur, pro latio obtester verg een. Roman 12, 819, 820. Nos quoque existimamus vota proficier, salva Roman 6 AC potstate fatorum, sen NQ Roman 237, 2. Dios quorum notitium nulla resa fugit, rogamus, et allos vota non exorant, sed admonent ben. V25, 4. Home, Odd, I3234 Butcher and Lang's translation. Ib. 7. Propteria nocentium ponas legibus inique constitutas, si homines ad maleficia non spont veniunt, sed fato trahunter? A. Gellius N.A., Romans 7:2, 5. Contra e chrysippus argut disserit. Ingenia, inquit, ipsa proin sunt fato obnoxia, ut proprietas aerum est ipsat qualitas. Nam si sunt per naturam primitus salubriter utiliter ficta, omnem alam vimquida fato extrinsecus ingruit, in offensius tractabilius transmittunt, sin viro sunt aspera et insita et rudia, sua scivitate et voluntario impadu and assidua delicta et in error sirunt? A. Gellius and A. Romans 7:2, 6-8. Pi rho letter 1F78, sigma, tau omicron upsilon sigma. Letter 1F41, chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma. Letter 1F00 nu tau iota lambda epsilon gamma omega nu. Tau letter 1F78, letter 1F00 nu alpha iota tau iota omicron nu. Letter 1F45 lambda meg sigma. Letter 1F00 nu epsilon pi alpha rho kappa tau omicron nu. Epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota kappa alpha letter 1F76. Tau letter 1F78, alpha letter 1F50, tau omicron mu alpha tau omicron nu plet. Sto. Rep 23, 2 and 3. Tau iota gamma letter 1F70, rho letter 1F04 lambda omicron, pi omicron iota omicron letter 1F6, sigma iota nu omicron letter 1F31, tau letter 1F74, nu tau upsilon chi nu, kappa alpha letter 1F76, tau letter 1F78, alpha letter 1F50, tau omicron mu alpha tau omicron, nu letter 1F41 rho iota zeta omicron mu epsilon nu omicron iota. Alpha letter 1F30, tau iota alpha nu letter 1F04 delta eta lambda omicron nu, letter 1F00, nu theta rho omega pi iota nu letter 1F3, lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu letter 1F7. Alex APH. Defato 8, Arnhem Roman 2 970. Ib 10, Arnhem Roman 2 960. Letter 1F41, letter 1F10 kappa, tau, letter 1F C6, sigma, pi omicron iota kappa iota lambda sigma, chi omicron rho omicron sigma. Omicron letter 1F31, phi alpha sigma kappa omicron nu tau epsilon sigma, epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota tau letter 1F74, nu alpha letter 1F50, tau letter 1F74, nu letter 1F00, rho epsilon tau letter 1F74, nu kappa alpha letter 1F76, letter 1F00 lambda theta epsilon iota alpha nu, letter 1F00, nu delta rho letter 1F78, sigma kappa alpha letter 1F76. Theta epsilon omicron letter 1Fe6 them. Or, Roman 2P27C, Arnhem Roman 3 251. Alex Afrid, Defato 37, Arnhem Roman 2 1005. Chapter 10. Religion. Equals 239. Equals we now turn from the supreme problems of philosophy to the formulation of religious belief and practice. A complete change comes over the spirit of our study. Until now, we have been reaching out to observe, to define in words, to coordinate in a monistic system every object, every statement, every generalization of which the human mind can rightly take account. We have kept eyes and ears open to learn from the East and from the West, from the idealist and the materialist, from the poet and from the critic. At last, we have reached our highest point in the dogmas of the providential ordering of the universe and the moral obligation of the individual man. Dogmas which, as we have seen, are expounded in logical form, but are essentially such as logic can neither establish nor refute. Stoicism, having once breathed in the mountain air of supreme principles, now begins to descend to the plains of common life and to find the due application of its theories in the ordering of practical affairs. The theory of religion is treated as the first stage in this downward path. It is the adaptation of philosophy to the language of social life and individual aspiration. By religion, we mean here the theory of the existence and character of the gods, the practice of ceremonies in their honor and of prayers for their favor, and further, the theory and practice of divination. Upon all these questions, philosophy sits as the supreme judge, external authority, embodied in the traditions of Greece and Rome respectively, may claim consideration, but not submission, from the intellect. Equals 240. Equals in this attitude of the Stoics towards religion we can easily distinguish certain historical changes. Zeno represents in the main the critical temper. His tone is revolutionary and atheistic. He contemplates the entire subversion of existing religious practices to make room for a purer system. The principles of cleanness are the same, but finer expression in a more cheerful spirit. He has no bitterness as to the present and much confidence in the future. With Chrysippus, there sets in a tide of reconciliation. The ingenuities of etymology and allegorical interpretation are set to work to prove that the old religion contains, at least in germ, the substance of the new. The practical dangers of this method are obvious and have not escaped the notice of the critics of Stoicism. It may be well to smooth the path of the convert by allowing him to use old formulas and practices with a new meaning. It is not so easy to excuse the acceptance of a purely formal conversion, by which philosophy enrolls as its nominal adherents men who give it no real submission, and increases its numbers at the cost of its sincerity. Posidonius stands out as the type of this weakness. With him begins the subordination of philosophically principle to religious sentiment. In the first period of Roman Stoicism, the struggle was acute. Many of the Stoics had the courage to defy the inherited prejudices of their fellow countrymen. Others bowed before the storm. Those who condemn the Stoics in a body as having sacrificed their convictions in order that they might hold the honored and lucrative positions of defenders of the national religion show a lack both of sympathy and of critical discernment. All through the Roman period, the Stoics held in theory a definite and consistent position, which will be expounded in this chapter. In the application of their principles to practical problems, they showed that variation of standard and temperament, which history has always to record even of societies of honorable and intelligent men. But it must be admitted that as the Stoics increase in numbers, their devotion to vital principles grows weaker. till at last we recognize in Marcus Aurelius both the most critical of Stoic thinkers, and the man in whom the powers of thought are most definitely subjected to the play of old associations and prejudices. 241 equals the theoretic teaching of the Stoics upon theology follows a very definite program. 4 dogmas need to be established. That gods exist. Roman 2, that they are living, benevolent, and immortal. Roman 3, that they govern the universe. And Roman 4, that they seek the good of men. To each of these dogmas is attached a series of proofs, such as are still in vogue as evidences of natural religion. The whole of this body of teaching may be treated by us as an exposition in popular language of the central dogma that the universe is ordered by providence. We have therefore first to consider whether the language used is really appropriate to the philosophically position, or whether it concedes too much to accepted beliefs. Secondly, we have to consider whether the proofs employed really correspond to the monistic point of view as understood by the Stoics, or whether dualisms abandoned in principle are regaining their old position in connection with practical problems. Now the third and fourth dogmas, so far as they add to the first 2, import nothing more than the general doctrine of providence. The first 2 dogmas, taken together, substitute for the abstract term providence the more concrete, and as we should phrase it, the more personal conception of a god or gods. The supreme question of the Stoic religion is therefore whether these terms are rightly used, and it falls into 2 parts: the use of the singular God, carrying with it associations derived from Persicism and Judaism, and the use of the plural gods, which carries with it a qualified approval of the polytheism of the Greek and Roman pantheons. In accordance with the general principles of our philosophy, the wider question must be first determined. 242 equals the gods, according to the Stoics, form a natura, a department of the universe, a category including one or more individuals. Hence the title of Cicero's work, De Natura Deorum, that is, of the class of beings called gods. Each department of philosophy, according to the Stoic interpretation, brings us in the end into touch with this world of deities. In dialectics, we are led up to the supreme reason, the logos or word, whose divine being permeates the universe. Metaphysics point us to body in the purest form, to spirit which reaches from end to end of the universe, to a first cause, a cause of causes, the initial link in the unending chain of events. If we look to the elements in their unceasing interchange, we find deity in all things that shift and suffer metamorphosis, in water, in earth, and in air. How much more than in fire, which in one aspect is the purest of the elements, and in another is the creative rational substance from which the whole universe issues. God is indeed the universe, and all that is in it, though not in the pantheistic sense that he is evenly diffused throughout all things. Look towards this earth which lies at the center of the world order. Even in its most repulsive contents, in its grossest matter, there is deity. Lift up your eyes to the heavens. God is the all-encircling sea of fire called Etha. He is sun and stars. Consider the universe in its history. God is its creator, its ruler, its upholder. Analyze it. He is its soul, its mind. Strain your sight to perceive the meaning of all things. He is fate. He is nature. He is providence. He is necessity. And if we look forward to the problems of politics and ethics, we must say that God is the universal law that calls for the reverence of gods and men as a community, and equally demands, under the name of conscience, the unhesitating obedience of the individual. Lastly, in the history of mankind, in its great men and useful discoveries, the Stoic masters recognize the element of divinity. In the language of today, God is the pole in which all the parallels of human inquiry merge, the X of the problem of the universe, the unknown that is known in his works. 243 equals that God is one is a doctrine which the Stoics take over from the Cynics, who therein follow Socrates, and from the general opinion. Without making this a formal dogma, they constantly assume it tacitly by using the term God, letter 1F41 theta epsilon omicron sigma, Deus. With equal readiness they accept in use plural and abstract nouns for the same conception, as diem mortals, vis divina. The interpretation of this apparent conflict of language must be found in the general principles of the Stoic monism. Just as the elements are four, and yet are all the creative fire in its changing shapes. Just as the virtues are many, and yet there is but one virtue appearing under different circumstances. So there is but one deity, appearing under many names. This view, the assailants of Stoicism, reduced to the absurdity that some Stoic gods are created and mortal, whilst others are uncreated. And again, that Zeus is worse than a Proteus. For the latter changed into a few shapes only and those seemly, whilst Zeus has 1,000 metamorphoses, and there is nothing so foul that he does not in turn become. No one, however, who is familiar with the many points of view from which Greek philosophers approach the problem of the one and the many will be readily disturbed by this rather superficial criticism. 244. Equals in its practical application, the belief in the oneness of God assimilated itself to the worship of the Greek zeta epsilon upsilon sigma and the Latin Jove or Jupiter. It would be impossible within the limits of this work to trace the growth of monotheistic feeling in the Greco-Roman world in connection with the names of these two deities, which in the mythologies are members of societies. We have already suggested that the most direct impulse came from Persicism, but in connection with Roman history, it is important to notice that a similar impulse arrived through the Tuscan religion. The nature of the Stoic worship of Zeus is abundantly illustrated by the hymn of Cleanthes. The intimate sense of companionship between Zeus and his worshipper comes to light, perhaps with a tinge of cynic sentiment, in all the discourses of Epictetus. A special emphasis is laid on the fatherhood of Zeus. This attribute could be traced back to the poems of Homer, and is prominent throughout Virgil's Aeneid. It can be explained in connection with the growth of all living substances, but has a more lofty meaning in that man alone shares with the gods the inheritance of reason. But the Homeric association of Zeus with Mount Olympus entirely disappears in Stoicism in favor of the Persian conception of a god dwelling in heaven. Further, the Stoics agree with the Persians that this god must not be thought of as having the form of any animal or man. He is without form, but capable of assuming all forms. 245. In the Stoic system, the conception of Godhead as one and supreme much exceeds in importance the conception of a multiplicity of gods. We may therefore reasonably consider at this point the four dogmas of the Stoic theology. The first point to be examined is the definition of the word God. As adopted by the Stoic school generally, it runs thus: a rational and fiery spirit, having no shape, but changing to what it wills and made like to all things. This definition corresponds satisfactorily to the Stoic system of physics, but even so we must notice that the statement, God is necessity, is an exaggeration, since necessity is entirely devoid of the qualities of reasonableness and plasticity. We find a different definition in Antipater of Tarsus, which is emphasized by the Stoics of the transition period generally. God is a living being, blessed, imperishable, the benefactor of mankind. This definition points clearly the way to the Stoic system of religion. The difference between the two definitions marks then the step that has here to be taken. There is an accentuation of the property of personality. We pass from a rational spirit to a living being. There is the addition of a moral quality. We pass from a plastic substance to a beneficent will. The existence of deity in the first sense has been displayed to us by our whole analysis of the universe. It is with regard to the existence of deity in the second sense that we need the constant support of the dogma of providence, expounded in the technical proofs which we now proceed to examine. 246. The first Stoic dogma is that gods exist. And of this the first and most familiar proof is that which depends upon common consent. Amongst all men and in all nations there is a fixed conviction that gods exist. The conception is inborn, indeed we may say graven on the minds of all men. To this proof the Stoics attach the highest possible importance, but its justification, as we have seen, presents great difficulties. Cleanthes, the most religiously minded of the early Stoics, had not troubled to conceal his contempt for the opinions of the crowd, and the ridiculous belief in Tartarus is as widespread as that in the gods. Here then we must distinguish. It is not sufficient that a conception should be universal, if it appeals most to foolish folk, and even so is decaying. We must not, however, at this moment inquire into the causes of this belief, for this is to pass from the question at issue to other proofs of the dogma. It seems clear that the value of this particular proof depends upon the Stoic doctrine of inborn conceptions, which we have already discussed. Without going over the whole ground again, the substance of the argument as applied to the present question may be thus stated. The mind of each individual man is by descent akin to the universal reason, kappa omicron, iota nu letter 1f78 sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, universal ratio. Therefore, all men carry with them from their birth predispositions in favor of certain preconceptions, and the fact that these preconceptions are common to all is evidence of their divine origin. These predispositions, by the growth and training of the individual on the one hand, by his contact with the outer world on the other hand through the organs of sense, ripen into reason. Now all men are born with a predisposition to explain what is beyond their own reasoning powers by the hypothesis of a living and reasoning agent. The belief in gods is therefore a preconception, and if it is confirmed by growth and experience, it must be of divine origin and therefore self-proving. In the language of our own times, the belief in deity cannot be dispensed with as a working hypothesis. Its omission lames human reason. 247. The second proof, that gods exist, is particularly associated with the name of Chrysippus. It may be summed up by saying, there must be a being higher than man. We begin by assuming that reason is the highest power in the universe, an axiom which is always subject to limitation on account of the existence of natural necessity. According to the Stoics, reason is common to gods and men. If for the sake of argument this is denied, then reason is possessed by men alone, for we can certainly find no better name than God for higher reasoning beings. If then there exists something greater than human reason can produce, it must be the work of some reasoning being greater than man, that is, it must be the work of the gods. But the heavenly constellations are such a work. Therefore they are the work of the gods, and therefore gods exist. To this argument, two others are supplementary. First, human reason itself must be derived from some source, and what other can we name but the deity? Secondly, if there are no gods, man must be the supreme being, but such a claim is an arrogant infatuation. The same arguments are attributed in substance to Zeno, nay, so cogent are they that they are in part accepted even by Epicurus. 248. There follow two proofs connected with gradations in the scale of being. Earth and water are the two lower and grosser elements, and since temperament depends greatly upon climate, we find that men and the animals are all of somewhat heavy character. Air and fire are the higher and more refined elements. How then can we think otherwise than that they are the home of more lofty beings? Then again, the universe is either a simple or a composite body. That it is not composite is shown by the harmony sigma epsilon mu pi alpha theta epsilon iota alpha consensus of its parts. It is therefore simple. A simple body must be held together by spirit in some one of its grades, either as unity, growth, or soul. Bodies held together merely by unity, like stones or logs, admit of very simple changes only. But the universe admits of every kind of change and development, and yet keeps together. It must therefore be held together by spirit in its highest grade, that is, by soul and by reason. Being a whole, it must be greater than its parts, and include all that its parts possess. But a nature greater than man, and possessing soul and reason, is God. 249. The proof from the good gifts of providence has been already given in substance. We may, however, notice the sharp reply given to Epicurus, who maintains that the wondrous contrivances of the Creator for the benefit of man result from the chance clashings of particles. As well contend, replies the Stoic, that words and verses come from the chance shifting of the 21 letters of the alphabet, and that the poems of Aeneas could be produced by shaking together a sufficient quantity of these in a box, and then pouring them out on the ground. Chance would hardly produce a single verse. The terrors of the universe, its storms, earthquakes, deluges, pestilences, and wars, which seem to militate against this proof, are themselves turned into a fourth proof. A further proof, which depends on the contemplation of the movements of the heavenly bodies, we have sufficiently considered in connection with the influence of Chaldean and Persian thought. 250. There remain two proofs, which at first sight may appear singular, but are nevertheless very strongly urged. The proofs from worship and divination, which according to the Stoics are practices that must be justified, but cannot be justified without the postulate of the existence of gods. The proof from worship is best known in the paradoxical form, if there are altars, there are gods, which is attributed to Chrysippus. This proof is fused by Seneca with the proof from general consent, but its true character seems to be different. Without gods, there can be no piety, for piety is the right worship of the gods. Without gods, there can be no holiness, for holiness is a right attitude towards the gods. Without gods, there can be no wisdom, for wisdom is the knowledge of things human and divine. But without piety, holiness, and wisdom, a reasonable philosophy cannot be constructed. Therefore, gods exist. The argument in its simplest form is attributed to Zeno himself. It is reasonable to honor the gods, but it is not reasonable to honor the non-existent. Therefore, gods exist. 251. The final argument is that from divination, which is remarkable in view of the close association between divination and astrology, and the derivation of the latter from a scientific system which finds no place for divine interpositions. But both in Greece and Rome, the forecasting of the future had long been reconciled with theology, upon the hypothesis that the gods warn men for their good of coming events. In accepting the truth of divination, the Stoics were following the Socratic tradition. This belief was accepted by all the great Stoic masters and was a citadel of their philosophy. It is true that on this point Panidius exercised the privilege of a suspense of judgment, but all the more did his pupil, the pious Posidonius, lay stress upon the subject, on which he composed 5 books, of which the spirit is preserved to us in Cicero's Books de Divination. To Roman writers their inherited state practice of augury, with its elaborate though half-forgotten science, was long a motive for maintaining this belief. But the ancient reputation of the oracle at Delphi maintained its hold still more persistently, and was abandoned with even greater reluctance. Nevertheless, the whole group of beliefs was quietly pushed aside by the Romans of the times of the empire. If we may judge from the words of Epictetus, "What need have I to consult the viscera of victims and the flight of birds, and why do I submit when he, the diviner, says it is for your interest? Have I not within me a diviner?" 252. Our next inquiry is of what kind are the gods? What are their qualities? Here the Stoics break more decidedly with tradition. Antipater of Tarsus, as we have seen, defined the deity as a living being, happy, immortal, and benevolent towards men. It is clear that this description can only be applied in its fullness to the supreme deity, for all other gods are destined to pass away in the general conflagration. That the supreme deity is possessed of life and of reason has already been assumed in the proofs of his existence, but we have here a reaffirmation of Stoic doctrine as against those that hold that the world is governed by blind destiny and chance. In stating that the gods are happy, the Stoics agree with Epicurus, but according to them, this happiness consists not in rest, but in activity. In this distinction, the whole difference between the Stoic and Epicurean ideals of happiness, that is, between their ethical ends, comes into sight. The Stoics affirm that the gods are occupied, and that with matters of the greatest concern, and that any other conception is unworthy of them. That the activity of the gods has for its aim the happiness of men is plainly the doctrine of providence. And in making benevolence an attribute of deity, the Stoics turn their backs forever upon the belief in gods that are greedy, jealous, mischievous, and haughty. That is, not merely on such deities as were still a part of the creed of the rustic, but also such as had provided the problems of the whole of Greek tragedy, and given the opportunity for the stinging attacks of Epicurus on religion. In examining these attributes of the gods, we have anticipated the inquiries which belong to the 3rd and 4th categories, namely, as to the disposition and the relativity of the gods. Incidentally, we have obtained an excellent illustration of the logical importance of definition and the 4 categories. Definition implies in advance what is contained in each of the categories, and each category contains implicitly what is contained in the other 3. But the logical mechanism enables us so to express the doctrine that it is forever fixed on the memory. Nor can we easily imagine that the world will ever forget this conception of a supreme God, in his essence, a living always being, in his attributes immortal, immutable, active, and benevolent, in his disposition occupied in contemplating and controlling his great work the universe, and in his relation to his creatures constantly concerned for their comfort and happiness. 253. It must by this time be plain that the whole atmosphere of Stoic religion was alien to that in which the gods of the Greek and Roman mythology had taken root. The nominal absorption of these gods in the Stoic system has therefore no theoretical importance. It was a work of political adaptation. The Stoics themselves, doubtless, believed that they were restoring the original meaning of the pantheon and freeing it from corruptions for which the poets were responsible. The original meaning was also, in their judgment, the true meaning. Public opinion was already in revolt against the old theology, both on scientific and on moral grounds. The current tales of the gods were both incredible and revolting, the worship of them, too, often an attempt to silence the voice of conscience. The Stoics proposed to make the myths symbols of scientific truths and the ritual an incentive to honest living. Their interpretation was in the main physical. The gods represent respectively the heavenly bodies, the elements, the plants. The amours of the gods represent the continuous work of the great creative forces of nature. To a lesser extent, explanations are found in society and in history. These interpretations are greatly assisted by etymologies, according to the doctrine of dialectics that wisdom lies hid in words. The whole process may seem to the modern critic puerile, because the practical occasion for it has passed away. But there are still to be found thinkers who hold that by such processes alone, it is possible for human thought to progress without civil society being disrupted. 254. According to this system, Jupiter becomes the fiery heaven, the chief of the elements, the source of all life. Juno is the softer air, into which the fire enters to become the germinating seed. Thus she is called sister as a fellow element and wife as an instrument in the creative process. From a slightly different point of view, Chrysippus interpreted Zeus as God and Hera as matter, and their union as the commencement of the creation, when God spread throughout matter the seed log. So again, Hephaestus, Vulcan, represents fire, Poseidon, Neptune is the sea, Dis, Pluto, and Rhea alike stand for the earth. Demeter, Ceres, again, is the cornland, and Persephone, Proserpine, the growing crop. As such, she is lost to her mother and lamented by her for 6 months in every year. Apollo is the sun, Luna, or Diana the moon. Cronus, son of earth and heaven, is Chronos, Chiro Omicron U Omicron Sigma, or time, and he is said to devour his children, because all that is begotten of time is in turn consumed by time. Athene, or Minerva, is the daughter of Zeus, to whom he has given birth without a partner, because she is the divine reason by which he made the universe. Chrysippus wrote at length on the allegorical interpretation of the three graces, and the work of Cornutus entirely consists of expositions of this system. Other gods are recognized by the Stoics as personifications of actions or feelings: Eros, Cupid; Aphrodite, Venus, and Pathos, regret of feelings; Hope, letter 1 F10 lambda pi iota sigma, spes; Justice, delta iota kappa eta, Eastitia, and Wise law, epsilon, letter 1 F50 nu omicron mu iota alpha of actions. So in particular, Aries, Mars, stands for war or the setting of array against array. 255. We have already noticed that the gods that are borrowed from the popular mythology do not possess the divine attribute of immortality, and in some of them the attribute of benevolence is not prominent. There was thus a constant tendency to assign them to an order of nature of lower rank than the deity. Such an order was already constituted by the popular belief, adopted by the Stoics, that the whole universe is full of spirits or demons, some kindly, others mischievous. Highest in the former class stand the divine messengers, who everywhere throughout the universe keep watch over the affairs of men and bring report thereof to God. This was a widespread belief, most in harmony with the principles of Persicism, but also met with in the Rigveda and in the poems of Hesiod. These watchmen are, however, not the spies of a cruel tyrant, but the officers of a benevolent sovereign. We find them early in Roman literature, identified with the stars, and this may account for the special recognition of the twins Castor and Pollux as kindly demons that protect sailors from shipwreck. There are also spirits which are careless, idle, or mischievous. These the deity may employ as his executioners. A demon which is solely the embodiment of an evil or mischievous principle, such as the Dra of Persicism or the Satan of Judaism, is however not to be found in the Stoic system. Amongst demons are also to be recognized the souls of men parted from their bodies, some good and some evil. All beliefs of this kind are specially characteristic of the type of Stoicism introduced by Posidonius. We may specially note the belief in the genius, which accompanies each man from his birth to his death, and which closely corresponds to the guardian angel of Persicism, because of the special vogue it obtained in the Roman world. 256. The Stoics never failed to close their list of deities with the recognition of men raised to the sky for their services to their fellow men. Such were Hercules, who rid the earth of monsters, Castor and Pollux, Aesculapius the inventor of medicine, Liber the first cultivator of the vine, and amongst the Romans, Romulus the founder of the city. These are deities established by the laws of each city. The Stoics do not raise their own leaders to this position, but, as we shall see in dealing with the question of the wise man, they assign to them almost equal honors. This part of their theory appears to open the door to great practical abuses, since it might be used to justify the claims of the sovereigns of Egypt to be honored as gods during their lifetime, and those of the Roman emperors that their predecessors should be worshipped as such after their death. But it does not seem that such an abuse actually occurred. And this part of the theory of gods always seems to have been regarded by the Stoics rather as an explanation of historical facts than as a principle of civic submission. 257. Questions as to the worship of the gods belong strictly to the department of politics, so far as public worship is concerned, and of ethics, so far as individuals are concerned. It may, however, be convenient to anticipate the discussion of them, since we cannot properly appreciate the Stoic views of religion apart from their practical application. We must therefore notice that Stoicism in its beginnings, in accordance with its Cynic origin, was revolutionary, unorthodox, in the popular language atheistic. Not only did it follow the principles of Persicism in condemning altogether the worship of images, but it also poured scorn upon the building of temples and the offering of sacrifices. Thus Zeno in his book on the state forbids the making of temples and images because they are unworthy of the deity, an idea which the Romans recognized as not altogether strange to their own history, seeing that for 170 years, presumably during the Etruscan supremacy, no images had been known at Rome. The Stoic condemnation of sacrifice is mostly expressed by silence, but it finds words in Seneca. Although they thus denounced in principle the whole existing system of public worship, the Stoics did not feel themselves prevented from taking part in it as a seemly and ancient custom, and the Roman Stoics took a special pride in the reputation of the city for attention to religion, that is to say, to the ritual observances due to the gods. 258. Meanwhile, the Stoics actively developed their own ideal of worship, namely the rendering of praise and honor to the gods by means of hymns. It is reasonable, said Zeno, to honor the gods. The hymn of cleanness shows the form in which this honor could find expression, and though in the main it is an outburst of individual conviction, yet it contains the germ of public hymnology. The value of music in public worship was recognized by Diogenes of Babylon. Posidonius laid it down that the best and most pious worship of the gods is to honor them with pure mind and voice. Epictetus speaks continually in this spirit and gives us examples of prose hymnology. Great is God, who has given us implements with which we shall cultivate the earth. I give thee all thanks that thou hast allowed me to join in this thy assemblage of men, and to see thy works, and to comprehend this thy administration. Thus ought we to sing hymns to the deity and bless him, and tell of his benefits. 259. Prayer to the gods may be taken as more characteristic of private and individual worship, though the paradox is worthy of attention that men should ask nothing of the gods that they cannot ask publicly. The whole problem of prayer is so fully and admirably treated upon Stoic lines by Juvenal in his 10th satire, that nothing can be added to his exposition, but the evidence that his teaching is in fact Stoic. Let us then enter the temples and listen to men's prayers. First they beg the doorkeeper for admission, though the deity is equally near to them outside. Then they raise their hands to the sky, or press their mouths close to the ear of an image. To the unlistening deity, they pour out wishes so shameful that they could not let a fellow man share their secret. Decrepit old men babble prayers for long life and make themselves out younger than they are. Another prays for riches, or for some other thing that will do him harm. Undertakers pray for a busy season. Parents and nurses, and these are the nearest to innocence, pray for the success of their children in life. They may be excused, but the thoughtful man should know that the advantages for which friends have prayed have often in the end proved a man's destruction. He should examine his own heart and recognize that his prayers till now have been unworthy and foolish. Since the gods wish us well, let us leave it to them to choose what is best for us. Look up to God and say, "Deal with me for the future as thou wilt. I am of the same mind as thou art. I am thine, I refuse nothing that pleases thee. Seek not that the things which happen should happen as you wish, but wish the things that happen to be as they are, and you will have a tranquil flow of life." Equals 260. Equals prayer so regarded becomes not merely an act of resignation, in which a man ceases to battle against a destiny that is too strong for him. It is a daily examination of his soul to know whether it is in tune with the purposes of the universe. This examination is a religious exercise, never to be omitted before sleep. It is inculcated both by Seneca and Epictetus. How beautiful, says Seneca, is this custom of reviewing the whole day. How quiet a sleep follows on self-examination. The mind takes its place on the judgment seat, investigates its own actions, and awards praise or blame according as they are deserved. And Epictetus adopts the verses ascribed to Pythagoras. "Let sleep not come upon thy languid eyes before each daily action thou hast scanned. What's done amiss? What done? What left undone? From first to last examine all, and then blame what is wrong, in what is right rejoice." Equals 261. Equals we are now in a position to sum up in technical language the obligations of religion freed from superstition. Our duty towards the gods is rightly to believe in them, to acknowledge their greatness and benevolence, to submit to them as the creators and rulers of the universe. We may not light lamps in their honor on Sabbath days, nor crowd round their temples in the early hours of the morning. We may not offer Jove a towel, nor Juno a mirror. Our service to them is to make ourselves like to them. He who would win their favor must be a good man. Wheresoever they call us, we must follow with gladness, for they are wiser than we. Without God, we must attempt nothing, but we must always reflect, examine ourselves, and seek to learn the divine will. We came here when it pleased God, and we must depart when he shall please. So live, says the Stoic teacher, with your fellow men, as believing that God sees you. So hold converse with God, as to be willing that all men should hear you. Footnotes: E.g. Theodore Mommsen, Roman History Roman 3 432, Dixon's translation. Omnino dividunt nostri totem istem de dis immortalibus questionum in parts quatuor. Primum docent esse dios, deigned quales sint, tum mundum ob iis administrari, postremo consular ius rebus humanis, sic, n. D. Roman 2 1 3. Lambda omicron gam omicron u, quem diem nuncupat lact, ver, sap. 9 Arnhem I 160, rationum diem vocet Zeno, min Felix 19, 10 ib. Rationum quandam per omnem naturam rerum pertinentum, Roman 6 divina esse id fectum pudet sic. ND I 14, 36. Letter 1F00, rho chi letter 1F74, nu theta, epsilon letter 1F78, nu tau letter 1FF6, nu pi alpha nu tau omega nu. Sigma letter 1FF6 mu alpha letter 1F44 nu tau alpha, tau letter 1F78, cap alpha theta alpha rho omega tau alpha tau omicron nu. Letter 1F51 pi epsilon theta epsilon nu tau omicron, letter 1F45 tau epsilon, chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma, kappa alpha letter 1F76, zd to nu omega nu hippol. Phil. 21, Arnhem Roman 2 10 29. Tau letter 1F78 delta iota, letter 1F45 lambda omicron epsilon, kappa epsilon chi omega, rho eta kappa letter 1F78, sigma pi nu epsilon letter 1F6, mu alpha theta epsilon letter 1F78, nu delta omicron gamma mu alpha tau o to zeta omicron epsilon sigma iota nu c off. Autal. I4 Arnhem Roman 2 10 33. Ille est prima omnium causa, ex qua ceteri pendent, sen ben Roman 4 7 2. Hic est causa causarum, NQ Roman 2 45 2. Equi natura fluerent et manerant, ut aquam et terram et era sic. ND I 15 39. Diem 8 ignum praeterea esse, ib. Et diem ipsum ignum putavit August. Adv. AC. Roman 3:17, 38 Arnhem I 157. tau letter 1 F78 nu theta epsilon letter 1 F78 nu pi letter 1 Fe6, rho nu omicron epsilon rho letter 1 F78 nu epsilon letter 1 F30, pi omicron nu tau epsilon sigma useb. PR. Ev. 15, Arnhem Roman 2 1050. Omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha nu delta letter 1 F72, theta epsilon omicron letter 1 Fe6, zeta nu omega nu mu epsilon nu phi eta sigma iota tau letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F45 lambda omicron nu, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F78, nu omicron letter 1 F50, rho alpha nu omicron nu diog. L Roman 7 148, cleans ipsum mundum diem dicit esse sic. NDI 1437, vis alum vocare mundum, non falleris sen NQ Roman 245 3, quid est Deus, quad vides totum et quad non vides totum, solus est omnia, ib. I prol. 13. Eopiter est quod cunc vides quacunc moveris, Lucan fars. Roman 9 580. Arnhem Roman 2 1037 and 1039. Zenoni et reliquis fear stoicis etha viter summus Deus, sic, AC. Roman 241 126. Clean this, solemn dominari et rerum potiri pudet, ib. Astris idem tribuit, NDI 1436, divinitatem omnum tribuit astris, ib. 1437. Tibi licit hunc octorum rerum nostrarum compeller, sen ben Roman 47, 1. Rectorum custodem universi, NQ Roman 245, 1. Stant beneficio ius omnia, ben Roman 47, 1. Arnhem I 532. 8 Vim divinam esse positam in universi naturi animo ac ment sic. NDI 1539, quid est Deus, mens universi sen. NQ I prol. 13, cf. Arnhem I 157. Arnhem Roman 3 ant. 35, hunc undum et fatum si dixeris non mentoris sen. Ben Roman 4 7 2. Quid aliud est natura quam Deus, ib. 1. Diem dicit esse necessitatem rerum futurarum sic. N.D. I 1539, cf. Arnhem Roman 2 1076. Omicron letter 1 F54 tau, epsilon beta rho omicron tau omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma, gamma epsilon rho alpha sigma, letter 1 F04 lambda lambda omicron, tau iota mu epsilon letter 1 FD6, zeta omicron nu omicron letter 1 F54 tau, epsilon theta, epsilon omicron letter 1 FD6 sigma. Letter 1 F22, kappa omicron iota nu letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F00, epsilon letter 1 F76, nu omicron nu letter 1 F10 nu delta iota kappa letter 1 FC3, letter 1 F51 mu nu epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu clean this hymn 38, 39. Naturalem legem divinam essenset sic. ND I 14, 36. Leges perpetui et aeterni vim, qui quaes idux vidi ac magistra officerum sit, iovum dicit esse, ib. 1540. Homines etiam ius, qui immortalitatem essent consecuti, ib. 1539, Perseus, inventa ipsa divina dicet, ib. 1538. Antisthenes populars dios multos, naturalem unum esse, ib. I 1332. Capupsilon delta iota sigma tau, letter 1 F00 theta alpha nu alpha tau omega nu, pi omicron lambda epsilon omega nu epsilon mu epsilon, zeta epsilon letter 1 Fe6 cleans him 1 and 2. Stoici dicant non esse nici, unum diem et unum indem potestatum, qui pro ration officerum variis nominibus appellator, Servius ad verg Georg. I 5, Arnhem Roman 2 1070. Omicron letter 1 F31, mu letter 1 F72, nu gamma, epsilon nu eta tau omicron letter 1 F76, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota kappa alpha letter 1 F76, phi theta alpha rho tau omicron letter 1 F76. Omicron letter 1 F31 delta, letter 1 F00 gamma epsilon nu eta tau omicron iota plus sto. Rep 38, 5, quoting from Chrysippus. Galen Qual, Inc., 6, Arnhem Roman 2 1056. Ni hoc quidem crediterunt, Iovum, qualum in Capitolio et in ceteris edibus colimus, mitter manu fulmina, sed undum quem nos Iovum intellegunt, rectorum custodem universi, animum ac spiritum mundi, operis huius dominum et artificem, cui nomen omni convenit. Idem Etruscus visum est, Sen NQ Roman 245, 1 and 3. See above, section 97. Hominum sater ac diorum ein, I 254, and so passim. Tum pater omnipotens fecundis imbribus etha coniuges in gremium ledi descendit, et omnes magnus alit, magno commixtus corpor, fetus, Virgil Jorg. Roman 2 330, 5 327. This seems undoubtedly to be the meaning underlying the corrupt text of Clean's hymn 4. Pearson well compares kappa omicron iod nu omega nu iod alpha nu delta. Letter 1F51 pi alpha rho chi epsilon iod nu, pi rho letter 1F78, sigma letter 1F00 lambda lambda omicron epsilon sigma. Sil. Theta epsilon omicron letter 1F6, kappa alpha letter 1F76, letter 1F00 nu theta rho omega pi omega nu, delta iota letter 1F70, tau letter 1F78, lambda omicron gamma omicron epsilon, mu epsilon tau epsilon chi epsilon iota nu useb. Prepev. Roman 1515. See above, section 97. Omicron letter 1F50, rho alpha nu letter 1F78, sigma delta epsilon, letter 1F10 sigma tau iota nu, letter 1F21, letter 1F10 sigma chi alpha tau eta, pi epsilon rho iota phi epsilon rho epsilon iota alpha. Letter 1F10 nu letter 1F97, pi letter 1F B6, nu letter 1F35 delta rho epsilon tau alpha iota, tau letter 1F78, theta epsilon letter 1F D6, omicron nu diog. L Roman 7 138. Letter 1F10 pi epsilon letter 1F76, letter 1F10, kappa epsilon letter 1F D6, letter 1F10 sigma tau iota, tau letter 1F78 kappa epsilon rho iota omega tau alpha tau omicron nu, mu epsilon rho omicron sigma, tau letter 1FC6 sigma tau omicron letter 1Fe6 kappa omicron sigma mu omicron epsilon, psi epsilon chi letter 1FC6 sigma corn. ND8. Pi alpha iota delta alpha rho iota omega delta, letter 1FF6, sigma lambda epsilon gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, kappa alpha letter 1F76, gamma rho alpha phi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, kappa alpha letter 1F76, pi lambda alpha tau tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, theta epsilon omicron letter 1F7a, sigma letter 1F00, nu theta rho omega, pi omicron epsilon iota delta epsilon, letter 1FD6 sigma. Letter 1F43 nu, tau rho omicron pi omicron nu, kappa alpha letter 1F76 pi omicron lambda epsilon iota sigma, kappa alpha letter 1F76 pi omicron tau alpha mu omicron epsilon sigma philod. De Piet. 11 Arnhem Roman 2 1076. Est aliquid in a lo stoicidae, eam video. Nec cor nec caput habet sen epoch. 8 1. Stoici negant haber ullem formam diem, lact. De era 18, Arnhem Roman 2 1057. In connection with the association of God with the universe we may say, but only in a secondary sense, that God has spherical form. Letter 1F30 delta iota alpha nu, letter 1F14 chi epsilon iota, mu omicron rho phi letter 1F74 nu tau, letter 1F78, sigma phi alpha iota rho omicron epsilon iota delta epsilon sigma frag. Herc. P 250 Arnhem Roman 2 1060. Qui viro vita tribuiter isti rotundo dio. Sic. NDI 10, 24. Pi nu epsilon letter 1Fe6, mu alpha nu omicron epsilon rho letter 1F78, nu kappa alpha letter 1F76, pi epsilon rho letter 1Ff6 delta epsilon sigma. Omicron letter 1F50, kappa letter 1F14 chi omicron nu, mu letter 1F72, nu mu omicron rho phi eta nu. Mu epsilon tau alpha beta alpha lambda lambda omicron nu delta, epsilon letter 1F30, sigma letter 1F43, beta omicron epsilon lambda epsilon tau alpha iota, kappa alpha letter 1F76, sigma epsilon nu epsilon psi omicron mu omicron iota omicron epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron nu, pi letter 1FB6, sigma iota nu at. Plaque. I6, 1. See above, section 242, note 20. Theta epsilon letter 1F78, nu omicron letter 1Fe6, mu epsilon nu zeta letter 1Ff7, omicron nu mu alpha kappa alpha rho iota omicron nu, kappa alpha letter 1F76, letter 1F04 phi theta alpha rho tau omicron nu, kappa alpha letter 1F76, epsilon letter 1F50, pi omicron iota eta tau, iota kappa letter 1F78, nu letter 1F00 nu theta rho omega pi omega nu plut. Sto. Rep 38, 3. A similar definition is given in Diog. L Romans 7 147 as indicating the view of the Stoics generally. Inter omnes omnium gentium sententia constat, Omnibus enim in natum est et in animo quaes in sculptum, SEDOs sic. ND Roman 2:4, 12. Nec ulligens usquam est idio extra legs moresque proiecta, ut non aliquos dios credet, sen ep. 117, 6. See above, section 158. Omicron letter 1F50, gamma letter 1F70, rho pi lambda letter 1FC6, theta omicron sigma letter 1F14 chi epsilon iota, sigma upsilon nu epsilon tau, letter 1F74 nu kappa rho iota sigma iota nu omicron letter 1F54 tau, epsilon delta iota cap alpha iota alpha nu, omicron letter 1F54 tau, epsilon cap alpha lambda nu clean sapud clem. Al. Strom. V3, Arnim I 559. See below, section 294. Vidma ceteras opinions fictas ac vanas diuternitate extabuus, qui anus tam excors inveniri potest, qui alla qui quandam credibanter apud inferos portenta, extime scat? Opinionum enim commenta delet dies sic. ND Roman 2:2, 5. As for instance Cicero does, following Posidonius, ND Roman 2:5, 13. See above, section 158. Letter 1F21, tau letter 1F6, nu letter 1F45 lambda mega nu, phi upsilon sigma iota sigma, letter 1F51 pi letter 1F78, sigma upsilon gamma gamma epsilon nu omicron letter 1Fe6, sigma letter 1F40 phi epsilon iota lambda epsilon iota, cap alpha tau alpha lambda alpha mu beta alpha nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau omicron letter 1Fe6, lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon sext. Math. Roman 993. See section 149. See the next note. CD non sunt, quid esse potest in rerum natura homine melius? In eo enim solo ratio est, qua nihil potest esse prestantius sic. ND Roman 2:6, 16. Si enim inquit est aliquid in rerum natura, quad potestas humana efficere non possit, est cert id, quad allud efficit homine melius. Atqui res caelestes ob homine confici non possunt. Est igiter id, quo illa conficienter, homine melius. Id autem quid podius dixeris quam diem? Ib. Et tamen ex ipsa hominum solertia esse aliquem mentem, et eam quaedam acrum et divinam, existimare debimus. Under enim hic homo eripuit, ut ate apud Xenophontum Socrates, ib. 18. Esse autem hominum, qui nihil in omni mundo melius esse quam si putet, incipientes arrogantui est, ib. 16. See above, section 83. Placet enim illi estios, quia nessa sit priestantem esse aliquem naturam, qua nihil sit melius sic. ND Roman 2:17, 46. See however Mayer's note. Tantum viro ornatum mundi, tantum varietatem pulchritudae rerum caelestium, si non diorum immortalium domicilium puts, non ni plane dizipper vider, and ni hoc quaedam intelligimus, omnia superae est melira terram autem esse infimum, quam crassissimus circumfundet air, etc. sic. ND Roman 2:6, 17. For the original argument of Chrysippus C. Sext. Math. Roman 9:86, Arnim Roman 2:10, 14. Hic ita feri omnibus inter si consignentibus mundi partibus profto non passent, nisi e uno divino et continuato spiritu continerenter sic. ND Roman 2:7, 19. Here cf. Sext. Math. Roman 9:78-85, Arnim Roman 2:10, 13. Sic. ND Roman 2:37, 93. The third in the exposition of cleans. Tertium causam dixit cleans esse, qui terrerit animos fulminibus tempestatibus, pestilentia terri modibus, ib. 5:14. Quartum causam esse, imc vel maximam, conversionum caeli ib. 5:15. Arnim Roman 2:10, 19. In hunc furorem omnes mortals consensissent adliquendi certa numina et inefficaces dios, nisi nocimus alorum beneficia. Sen ben. Roman 4:4, 2. Sext. Math. Roman 9:123, Arnim Roman 2:10, 17. Ib. 133, Arnim I 152. Pearson Z 108 describes the argument as a transparent sophistry, but at the present time there is a widespread tendency towards its revival. See Hofting, Philosophy of Religion, ch. 3. Zen Mem, I 1-2. Sic Div, I 5-9 and 6-10. Ib. 3-6, Diog, L. Roman 7 149. Divination is based upon the sigma upsilon mu pi alpha theta epsilon iod alpha, tau letter 1 ff6, nu letter 1 f4 5 lambda omega nu, continuatio coniunctioque naturi, sic. Div, Roman 269 142. See also epict. Disc I14 and above section 248. Summa est fulgurum persequendorum scientia, sen nq, Roman 232 2. Non ullo secula dono nostra carent meor diem, quam delphica seeds quad siluit, Lucan fars. V 111 113, cf. 8696. Epict, disc, Roman 27 3 and 4. The Stoic belief in divination is very severely criticized by Zeller. These vagaries show in Stoicism practical interests preponderating over science, Stoics, etc. p. 280. But the belief in mu alpha nu tau, Oda Kappa Eta is traced back to Zeno and Cleanthes, who were hardly practical men in the sense in which Zeller seems to use the word. See above, section 245. See above, section 209. Sic, Nd Roman 230, 77. Nec valant obes nec passant. Natura enim illis mitis et placida est, sen dial. Roman 427, 1. De equali tenor bona sua per gentes populasque distribunt, unum potentium sortiti, prodis ben. Romans 7:31, 4. Faun nympharum fugintem amator, per meos fines et aprica rura linus insetas, abisque parvis equus alumnis hor. See Roman 3:18, 1-4. Tantum religio potuit suadir malorum lucre. RN I 102. Does the Zeus at Olympia lift up his brow? No, his look is fixed as becomes him who is ready to say, irrevocable is my word and shall not fail, epict. Disc, Roman 2:8, 26, quoting from home. Ill, I 526. Sic vestras hallucinations fero quemid modum eapiter ineptias poetarum, quorum alias ilia las impassut, alias cornioa. Alias adulterum alum induxit et obnoctantum, alias sivum in dios, alias iniquum in homines, alias parasitum et rigni alieni paternique expugnatorum, sen dial. Romans 7:26, 6. This feeling finds expression at Rome as far back as the times of Hannibal. Hoc celesti illi in animum inducunt suum, iovum si placer possi donis, hostiis, et operam et sumptum perdunt, plaut. Rudd, 22-24. Dispute et ethera esse eum, quem homines iovum appellerant sic. NDI 1540. Autumn, ut stoici disputant, eonanis nomen consecrator, effeminarunt autumn eum eonanique triburunt, quod nihil est eo malleus, ib. Roman 2:26-66. Quoniam tenuitate hic elementa paria sunt, dixerunt esse Germana serve. Adverg. Ein. I 47 Arnhem Roman 2:10-66. Rival philosophers in the earlier times, and the Church Fathers later, concurred in reviling Chrysippus because he extended this principle of interpretation to a disgraceful representation found in Argos or Samos, in which Hera receives the divine seed in her mouth. Yet Christian antiquity was about to absorb the similar notion of the conception of the Virgin Mary through the ear, qui per orum concepisti, in an old Latin hymn. Chrysippus, of course, rightly estimated the absurdity of criticizing cosmic processes as if they were breaches of social decency, and by so doing relieved the pious souls of his own day from a real source of distress. See Arnhem Roman 2:1070-1074. Sic, Nd Roman 2:26-66. Ib. I 15, 40 and Roman 2:26-66. Proserpinum, quam frugum semen esse volant absconditamque, queria mater fingunt, ib. Ib. 27:68. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F41, Chiro omicron U omicron sigma, delta letter 1 F72, tau omicron iota omicron letter 1 Fe6, tau omicron nu tau iota, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota, delta alpha pi alpha nu letter 1 FB6, tau alpha iota gamma letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F51 pi. Alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, tau letter 1 F70, gamma iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha. Letter 1 F10 nu alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 FF7 cornutus ND6. The castration of Uranus by Cronus is thus explained by the Stoics. Caelestum naturam, id est ignem, qui per seas omnia gignerit, vacer volurunt e part corporis, qui coniunction alterius egerit ad procrendum sic. N.D. Roman 2:24, 64. Justin a Paul, I 64, Arnim Roman 2:1096. Sen Ben, I 39. Et Plaque, I 6:13. Phi alpha sigma, letter 1 F76, delta, letter 1 F72, epsilon, letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota kappa alpha iota, tau iota nu alpha sigma, delta alpha iota mu omicron nu alpha sigma, letter 1 F00 nu theta rho omega pi omega nu, sigma epsilon mu pi alpha theta epsilon iota alpha nu, letter 1 F14 chi omicron nu tau alpha sigma. Letter 1 F10 pi omicron pi tau alpha sigma, tau, letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F00 nu theta rho omega pi epsilon iota omega nu, pi rho alpha gamma mu alpha tau omega nu diog. L Romans 7 151. Esia spaso nani misanti bhurn a y a letter 1e25, rigv. Roman 973, 4. Tau rho letter 1 F76, sigma gamma letter 1 F70, rho mu epsilon rho iota omicron iota, epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma letter 1 F76, nu letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, chi theta omicron nu letter 1 F76, pi omicron epsilon lambda epsilon beta omicron tau, epsilon iota rho letter 1 FC3, letter 1 F00 theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron iota. Zeta eta nu letter 1 F78, sigma phi epsilon lambda alpha kappa epsilon sigma, theta nu eta tau, letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F00 nu theta rho omega pi omega nu he's op. Et d. 252, 253. See also section 33. Et alia signa decalo ad terram accident. Quist imperator divum ac hominum eopiter, is nos per gentes hic alium alia disparet, hominum qui facta mores pietatem et fidem noscamus, Plaut. Rudd. 812. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau omicron epsilon tau letter 1 FF3, sigma epsilon mu phi omega nu epsilon letter 1 FD6, tau letter 1 F78, tau omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma delta iota omicron sigma kappa omicron epsilon rho omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 F00 gamma alpha theta omicron epsilon sigma, tau iota nu alpha sigma, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota delta alpha iota mu omicron nu alpha sigma. Sigma omega tau letter 1 FC6 rho alpha sigma epsilon letter 1 F50, sigma epsilon lambda mu omega nu epsilon letter 1 FF6 nu sext. Math. Roman 986, Arnim Roman 2:10-14. Clarum tindaridi situs ob infimes quasses erapiant equoribus rates horse c. Roman 4:8, 31 and 32. Phi alpha epsilon lambda omicron epsilon sigma, delta alpha iota mu omicron nu alpha sigma, letter 1 F00 pi epsilon lambda iota pi epsilon, chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma plut. Def. Orac. 17. Cap alpha theta alpha pi epsilon rho, omicron, letter 1 F31, pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76, chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron nu, omicron letter 1 F34 omicron, nu tau alpha iota, phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi omicron iota, phi alpha letter 1 Fe6, lambda alpha delta alpha iota mu omicron nu iota alpha, pi epsilon rho iota nu omicron sigma tau, epsilon letter 1 Fd6 nu. Omicron letter 1 F37, sigma omicron letter 1 F31, theta epsilon omicron letter 1 F76, delta mu iota omicron iota sigma, chi rho letter 1 FF6, nu tau alpha iota kappa omicron lambda alpha sigma tau alpha letter 1 Fd6, sigma letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, tau omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma letter 1 F00 nu omicron sigma iota omicron epsilon sigma. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F00 delta iota kappa omicron epsilon sigma, letter 1 F00 nu theta rho omega pi omicron epsilon sigma. Rom. 51. Arnim Roman 2, 1101. Posidonius senset homine somner, quad plenus ersit immortalium animorum sic. Div. I 64. Genius, natal comes qui temperat astrum naturi deus humani, mortalis in unum quat caput hor. Ep. Roman 2:2, 187-189. Sepon in presentia, qui quibustum placent, uni cuique nostrum pedagogum dari diem, ex aerum numo quos Ovidius 8 de plebe dios, sen ep. 110-1. Zeus has placed by every man a guardian, every man's demon, to whom he has committed the care of the man, a guardian who never sleeps is never deceived, epict. Disc. I-14-12. M. Aurelius identifies this demon with the Principate to himself v27. At plaque I-6-9 and 15 sic. ND Roman 2-24-62. Arnim I-264. The feeling is reflected by Lucan, Esni de seeds, nisi terra et pontus et aer, et coelum et virtus, superos quid querimus ultra, Fars, Roman 9 578-9. Varo dicit antiquos Romanos plus annos centum et Septuaginta dios, sine simulacro colluis. Quod si et huc mansus et, Castius de observerenter, August. Civ. de, Roman 431. Ni invictimus quaedam diorum est honor sen ben, I-6-3. To make libations and to sacrifice, and to offer first fruits according to the custom of our fathers, purely and not meanly nor scantily nor above our ability, is a thing which belongs to all to do epict. Manual 30-1-5. Si confera volumus nostra cum externis, ceteris rebus aut pairs aut etiam inferiors reperiemur, religione, id est cultu diorum, multum superiors, sic. ND Roman 2-3-8. See above, section 250. Letter 1F44 Phiro. Letter 1F02 nu, tau go to mu to theta epsilon nu tau epsilon sigma. Letter 1F00 mu epsilon iota beta omega mu epsilon sigma theta alpha. Sigma epsilon tau iota mu letter 1FC7. Letter 1F51 mu nu omicron letter 1Fe6. Nu tau, epsilon sigma tau, letter 1F70, sigma letter 1F70, letter 1F14 ogam alpha, delta iota eta nu epsilon cap epsilon sigma. Letter 1F61 sigma, letter 1F10 pi epsilon omicron iota cap epsilon, him 36, 37. Pi epsilon rho letter 1F76, tau omicron iota nu epsilon nu, tau letter 1Fc6 sigma delta, iota letter 1F70 tau. Letter 1F6 nu mu omicron epsilon sigma iota kappa letter 1F6, nu tau omicron letter 1Fe6, theta epsilon iota omicron epsilon letter 1F34 rho eta tau alpha iota mu letter 1F72, nu alpha letter 1F50, tau alpha rho kappa omega, sigma kappa alpha letter 1F76. Pi rho omicron tau epsilon rho omicron nu philod, mus, Roman 466, Arnim Roman 3 diog, 64. Cultus autem diorum est optimus idem castissimus ac, sanctissimus plenissimus pietatis, ut ius semper pura integra incorrupta, et ment et voce veneremur sic. ND Roman 228, 71. Epict disc, I-16, 17. Ib, Roman 3 5 10. Ib, I-16, 15. See above, section 121. Non sunt ad coelum elevandi manus, nec exorandis editus, ut nos ad orum simulacri admittat, prop est a te deus sen ep. 41-1. Turpissima vota dis insuserent, si quis id moverit orum conticent ib. 10-5. Sen dial, X11-1. Ib, Si4-2. Ben Roman 2-14-5. Ib, Roman 6-38-1. Ep 32-4. Etiam nunc optas, quod tibi optivit nutrix tuor aut pedagogus aut mater, o quam inimica nobis sunt voda nostrorum, sen ep. 60-1. Si quis consulat et in secretum pectoris sue redit et inspiciit, quid tacitus optiverit. Quam multa sunt voda, qui etiam sibi fateri putit, quam pauca, qui face recorum test possumus. Ben Roman 6:38-5. This sentiment we can trace back to the time of Plautus. Stulti how simus frustra ut simus, quam quid cupienter deri pedimus nobis, quaes quid in rem sit possumus nasir, Plautus sud. 680-35. Epict disc, Roman 2:16-42. Manual 8. Sen dial, v36-2. He describes his practice with naive detail. Cum sublatum e conspectu lumen est et conticuit uxor moris me eam consia, totum diem meum scruter, ib. 3. Epict disc, Roman 3:10-2 and 3 longs transal. Quamodo sint colendi, solit praecipi sen ep. 95-47. Non enim philosophi solium, verum etiam maiors nostri superstitionum a religione sepravrunt, sic. ND Roman 228-71. Primus est diorum cultus dios credier, deigned redir elis maestatum suam, redir bonitatum, sine qua nulla maestas est. Sire allos esse, qui precedent mundo sen ep. 9550. Ib 9547. Vis Dios propitier, bonus esto, satis allos colluit quisquis imitatus est, ib 9550. You must believe that you have been placed in the world to obey them, and to yield to them in everything which happens, and voluntarily to follow it as being accomplished by the wisest intelligence. Epict. Manual 31, 1. Disc, Roman 3:22, 53, compare Long's Transl, Roman 2p 83. Ib, Roman 3:26, 30. Sic vive cum hominibus, tanquem Deus videt, sic loquor cum Dio tanquem homines audient sen ep. 10, 5. Chapter 11. The Kingdom of the Soul. Equals 262. Equals from the contemplation of the universe as a whole, both from the purely scientific standpoint in the study of physics, and from the more imaginative point of view in the dogmas of religion, we now pass on to the more intimate study of the individual man, consisting of body and soul. In its main outlines, the Stoic theory has already been sketched. Thus it follows from the monistic standpoint that man is not ultimately an individual or unit of the universe. For the universe itself is the only true unit, and a man is a part of it which cannot even for a moment break itself off completely from the whole. It is therefore only in a secondary and subordinate sense, and with special reference to the inculcation of ethics, that we can treat Zeno or Lucilius as separate and independent beings. Again, when we say that man consists of body and soul, we are merely adopting popular language, for body and soul are ultimately one, and differ only in the gradation of spirit or tone which informs them. Then we have already learnt in dialectics that the highest power of man is that of assent or free choice, which is displayed in every exercise of reason. And the same power, though in a different aspect, is at work in every moral act. The doctrine of the universe is based upon the postulate that it is a living rational being on the largest scale. And it follows that each man is a microcosm and contains in himself a complete representation of the universe in miniature. Lastly, we see that man takes his place in the universe, a little lower than gods and demons, and as greatly higher than animals as these in their turn surpass plants and inanimate objects. And that his nature, considered as composite, includes all the varying gradations of spirit to which these orders correspond within the universe. In all his parts alike, the divine element is immanent, and it binds them together in a coherent unity. Sigma epsilon mu pi alpha theta epsilon iota alpha, tau letter 1 ff6, nu mu epsilon rho omega nu. It remains for us to put together from these, and like points of departure, a complete picture of human nature. Equals 263. Equals to indicate the general trend of Stoic thought on this subject, we propose the title, The Kingdom of Soul. Starting with the popular distinction between body and soul, we find that the biologist and the physician alike are preoccupied with the study of the body, that is, of physiology. Only as an afterthought and supplement to their work are the functions of soul considered, and they are treated as far as possible by the methods suggested by the study of the body. All this is reversed in the Stoic philosophy. The study of the soul stands in the front and is treated by methods directly suggested by observation of the soul's functions. The body is not entirely ignored, but is considered of comparatively small importance. Further, the soul itself is manifold, and is likened to a state, in which all is well if the governing part have wisdom and benevolence proportionate to its power, and if the lower parts are content to fulfill their respective duties. But if the balance of the state is upset, all becomes disorder and misery. Lastly, this kingdom is itself a part of a greater whole, namely of the cosmopolis or universal state. By the comparison with a kingdom, we are also directed towards right moral principle. For as the citizen of Corinth or Sparta ought not to repine because his city is of less grandeur than Athens, so no man should be anxious because his external opportunities are limited. He has a kingdom in his own mind and soul and heart. Let him be content to find his happiness in rightly administering it. Equals 264. Equals the doctrine that man is a representation or reflection of the universe is of unknown antiquity. It seems to be clearly implied by the teaching of Heraclitus, in so far as he lays it down that both the universe and man are vivified and controlled by the Logos. The technical terms macrocosm, mu epsilon gamma alpha sigma, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma, and microcosm, mu iota kappa rho letter 1f78 sigma kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma, are, as we have seen, employed by Aristotle. But even if we suppose that this conception is a commonplace of Greek philosophy, it is in Stoicism alone that it is of fundamental importance and knit up with the whole framework of the system. And accordingly, we find that all the Stoic masters laid stress upon this principle. The words of Zeno suggest to Cicero that the universe displays all impulses of will and all corresponding actions just like ourselves when we are stirred through the mind and the senses. Cleans used the dogma of the soul of the universe to explain the existence of the human soul as a part of it. Chrysippus found a foundation for ethics in the doctrine that man should study and imitate the universe. Diogenes of Babylon says boldly that God penetrates the universe, as soul the man, and Seneca that the relation of God to matter is the same as that of the soul to the body. It is little wonder, therefore, if by Philo's time the analogy had become a commonplace, and philosophers of more than one school were accustomed to say that man is a little universe, and the universe a big man. God is therefore the soul of the universe. On the other hand, the soul is God within the human body, a self-moving force encased in relatively inert matter, providence at work within the limitations of natural necessity. Equals 265. Equals the dualism of body and soul appears in a sharply defined shape in Persism, and upon it depends the popular dogma of the immortality of the soul, which, as we have already noticed, reached the Greco-Roman world from a Persian source. It appears to be rooted in the more primitive ways of thinking termed animism and spiritism, in which men felt the presence both in natural objects and within themselves of forces which they conceived as distinct beings. According to this system, a man's soul often assumes bodily shape and quits his body even during life, either in sleep or during a swoon. Sometimes, indeed, it may be seen to run away and return in the shape of a mouse or a hare. At death, it is seen to leave the man as a breath of air and to enter the atmosphere. But besides his soul, a man possesses a shadow, a likeness, a double, a ghost, a name, and all these in varying degrees contribute to form what we should call his personality. In the animistic system, the soul survives the man, and why not? But this survival is vaguely conceived and only credited so far as the evidence of the senses supports it. Its formulation in the doctrine of immortality belongs to a more advanced stage of human thought. Equals 266. Equals this dualistic conception could be and was incorporated in the Stoic system to the same extent as the dualism of God and matter, but no further. Ultimately, as we have already learnt, soul and body are one, or, in the language of paradox, soul is body. This follows not only from the general principles of our philosophy, but also specifically from observation of the facts of human life. The incorporeal, argued Cleans, cannot be affected by the corporeal, nor the corporeal by the incorporeal, but only the corporeal by the corporeal. But the soul is affected by the body in disease and in mutilation, and the body by the soul, for it reddens in shame and becomes pale in fear, therefore the soul is body. And similarly Chrysippus argues, death is the separation of soul from body. Now the incorporeal neither joins with nor is separated from body, but the soul does both. The soul therefore is body. This doctrine is commonly adduced as evidence of the materialism of the Stoics, yet the Stoics do not say that soul is matter, and, as we shall see, they explain its workings upon principles quite different to the laws of physics or chemistry. The essential unity of body and soul follows also from the way in which we acquire knowledge of them. For we perceive body by the touch, and we learn the workings of the soul by a kind of touch, called the inward touch, letter 1F10, nu tau, letter 1F78, sigma, letter 1F01 phi eta. Equals 267. Equals having realized that the division of man into soul and body is not ultimate, we may more easily prepare ourselves to make other divisions. A division into three parts, I, body, Roman 2, soul or life, psi upsilon chi eta, anima, and Roman 3, mind, nu omicron letter 1 Fe6, sigma, animus, was widely accepted in Stoic times, and in particular by the school of Epicurus, the mind being that which man has and the animals have not. The Stoics developed this division by the principle of the microcosm mind is that which man has in common with the deity, life that which he has in common with the animals, growth, phi upsilon sigma iota sigma, natura, that which he has in common with the plants, as for instance is shown in the hair and nails. Man also possesses cohesion, letter 1F15 Xi iota sigma, unitas, but never apart from higher powers. Further, these four, mind, soul, growth, and cohesion, are not different in kind, but all are spirits pi nu epsilon epsilon mu alpha tau alpha, which by their varying degrees of tension, tau omicron nu omicron sigma intentio, are to a less or greater extent removed from the divine being, the primal stuff. In this sense, man is not one nor two, but multiple, as the deity is multiple. 268. The soul in its substance or stuff is fire, identical with the creative fire which is the primal stuff of the universe. But the popular conception, according to which the soul is air or breath, and is seen to leave the body at death, is also not without truth. There is a very general opinion that the soul is a mixture of fire and air, or is hot air. By this, a Stoic would not mean that the soul was a compound of two different elements, but that it was a variety of fire in the first stage of the downward path, beginning to form air by relaxation of its tension. But even so, this form of the doctrine was steadily subordinated to the older doctrine of Heraclitus, that the soul is identical with the divine fire. Formally, the soul is defined, like the deity himself, as a fiery intelligent spirit. And in this definition, it would seem that we have no right to emphasize the connection between the word, spirit, pi nu epsilon letter 1Fe6 mu alpha, and its original meaning, breath, since the word has in our philosophy many other associations. It is further a Stoic paradox that the soul is an animal, just as God is an animal. But the soul and the man are not on that account two animals. All that is meant is that men and the brutes, by reason of their being endowed with soul, become animals. 269. According to another theory, which is probably not specifically Stoic, but derived from the Greek physicians, the soul is compounded of all four elements in varying proportion, and the character of each soul, subject in the Stoic theory to the supreme control of reason, is determined by the proportion or temperament. Kappa rho letter 1Fb6 sigma iota sigma, temperatura, of the four elements. There are accordingly four temperaments, the fervid, the frigid, the dry, and the moist, according to the preponderance of fire, air, earth, and water respectively. Dull and sleepy natures are those in which there is an excess of the gross elements of earth and water, whilst an excess of cold air makes a man timorous, and an excess of fire makes him passionate. These characters are impressed upon a man from birth and by his bodily conditions, and within the limits indicated above are unalterable. The temperaments have always been a favorite subject of discussion in popular philosophy. 270. The characteristic attribute of the soul is that it is self-moved, alpha letter 1F50, tau omicron kappa iota nu eta tau omicron nu. Although in this point the Stoics agree with Plato, they do not go on to name life as another attribute, for they do not agree with the argument of the Phaedo that the soul, having life as an inseparable attribute, is incapable of mortality. We pass on to the dispositions of the soul, which correspond to its parts in other philosophies, and are indeed often called its parts. But the soul has not in the strict sense parts. What are so called are its activities, which are usually reckoned as 8 in number, though the precise reckoning is of no importance. The 8 parts of the soul are the ruling part or principate, the 5 senses, and the powers of speech and generation. The 7 parts or powers other than the principate are subject to it and do its bidding, so that the soul is, as we have called it, a kingdom in itself. These 7 parts are associated each with a separate bodily organ, but at the same time each is connected with the principate. They may therefore be identified with spirits which extend from the principate to the organs, like the arms of an octopus, where by a spirit we mean a pulsation or thrill, implying incessant motion and tension. The principate itself, that is the mind, is also a spirit possessed of a still higher tension, and the general agreement of the Stoics places its throne conveniently at the heart and in the center of the body. Accordingly, Posidonius defined the soul's parts as powers of one substance seated at the heart. 271. If we now fix our attention on the principate itself, we find it no more simple than the universe, the deity, the man, or the soul. In particular, it resembles the deity in that, although essentially one, it is called by many names. It is the soul in its reasoning aspect, The reason, the intellect, lambda omicron gamma iota kappa letter 1 F74 psi upsilon chi eta, nu omicron letter 1 Fe6 sigma, delta iota alpha nu omicron iota alpha. It is also the ego, that is, the will, the energy, the capacity for action. It is in one aspect the divinity in us, worldwide, universal, in another the individual man with his special bent and character, so that we may even be said to have two souls in us, the world soul and each man's particular soul. The principate becomes also in turn each of the other functions or parts of the soul, for each of them is an aspect of the principate. Letter 1 F21 gamma epsilon mu omicron nu iota kappa omicron nu, pi omega sigma, letter 1 F14 chi omicron nu. In addition, the principate has many titles of honor, as when Marcus Aurelius terms it the pilot, the king and lawgiver, the controller and governor, the god within. Equals 272. Equals, although for the purpose of discussion we may distinguish between reason and will, they are in fact everywhere intermingled. Thus the principate as the reasoning part of the soul includes the powers of perception, assent, comprehension, and of reason in the narrower sense. That is, the power of combining the various conceptions of the mind so as ultimately to form a consistent system. But amongst these powers assent is equally an act of the will, and on the other hand the judgments formed by the reasoning mind are not purely speculative, but lead up to action, so that it is the reasoning power which must be kept pure, in order that it may duly control the soul's inclinations and aversions, its aims and shrinkings, its plans, interests, and assents. If in the Stoic theory the greater emphasis always appears to be laid on the reason, it is the more necessary in interpreting it to bear in mind that we are speaking of the reason of an active and social being. Equals 273. Equals the maintenance of the principate as will in a right condition is the problem of ethics, and it is important to understand what this right condition is. The answer is to be found in a series of analogies drawn from all departments of philosophy. Thus, from the standpoint of physics, the right condition is a proper strain or tension, as opposed to slackness or unsteadiness. In theology, it is the agreement of the particular will with the divine or universal will. From the point of view of the will itself, it is the strength and force, letter 1 F30 sigma chi letter 1 F7a, sigma kappa alpha letter 1 F76 kappa rho alpha tau omicron sigma, of the will, the attitude that makes a man say, I can. Again, it is that state of the soul which corresponds to health in the body, and in a quiet mood the Stoic may describe it as a restful and calm condition. Finally, if the soul as a whole is compared to a state, the principate in its function as the will may at its best be compared to a just and kind sovereign. But if this aim is missed, it may turn into a greedy and ungovernable tyrant. Equals 274. Equals the principate, as it is of divine origin, and destined, as we shall see, to be reabsorbed in the deity, may rightly be called God. It is a God making its settlement and home in a human body. It keeps watch within over the moral principle. In the language of paradox we may say to each man, you are a god. Of this principle we see the proof in that man interests himself in things divine, and in it we find the first incentive to a lofty morality. As however the deity is not conceived in human form, and is not subject to human weaknesses, there comes a point at which, in the study of the human principate, we part company with the divine. And this point we reach both when we consider the principate with regard to its 7 distinctly human manifestations, and when we consider its possible degradation from the standard of health and virtue. We now turn to the 7 parts or powers of the human soul, which are subordinate to the reasoning faculty. Equals 275. Equals the first 5 powers of the principate are those which are recognized in popular philosophy as the 5 senses. To materialistic philosophers, nothing is plainer than that these are functions of the body. Is it not the eye which sees and the ear which hears? This the Stoic denies. The eye does not see, but the soul sees through the eye as through an open door. The ear does not hear, but the soul hears through the ear. Sensation, therefore, is an activity of the principate, acting in the manner already described in the chapter on reason and speech. The soul is actively engaged and sends forth its powers as water from a fountain. The sense organs are passively affected by the objects perceived. Subject to this general principle, sensation, alpha letter 1 F34 sigma theta eta sigma iota sigma, sensus may be variously defined. It is a spirit which penetrates from the principate to the sensory processes. It includes alike the mind picture, phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha, visum, that is, the first rough sketch which the mind shapes when stimulated by the sense organ. The ascent, sigma upsilon gamma kappa alpha tau alpha theta epsilon sigma iota sigma, adsensus, which the mind gives or refuses to this sketch. And the final act of comprehension, kappa alpha tau alpha lambda psi iota sigma, comprehensio, by which this assent is sealed or ratified. Of these, the middle stage is the most important, so that we may say paradoxically, sense is assent. Only in a secondary and popular way can we use the word sensation to denote the physical apparatus of the sensory organs, alpha letter 1F30 sigma theta eta tau eta rho iota alpha, as when we say of a blind man, he has lost the sense of sight. Equals 276. Equals the nature of sensation is more particularly described in the case of sight and hearing. In the first case, there proceed from the eye's rays, which cause tension in the air, reaching towards the object seen. This tension is cone-shaped, and as the distance from the pupil of the eye increases, the base of the cone is increased in size, whilst the vigor of the sight diminishes. This human activity affects vision of itself in one case, for we say darkness is visible, when the eye shoots forth light at it and correctly recognizes that it is darkness. But in complete vision, there is an opposing wave motion coming from the object, and the two waves become mutually absorbed, hence Posidonius called sight absorption, sigma upsilon mu phi upsilon sigma iota sigma. Similarly, in the case of hearing, the pulsation, which, as we have seen, comes in the first instance from the principate, spreads from the ear to the speaker, and as is now more distinctly specified, from the speaker to the hearer. This reverse pulsation being circular in shape, like the waves excited on the surface of a lake by throwing a stone into the water. Of the sensations of smell, taste, and touch, we only hear that they are respectively, I, a spirit extending from the principate to the nostrils, Roman 2, a spirit extending from the principate to the tongue, and Roman 3, a spirit extending to the surface of the body and resulting in the easily appreciated touch of an object. Equals 277. Equals the Stoic account of the functions of the soul displayed in the ordinary activities of life is either defective or mutilated, for even a slight outline of the subject should surely include at least breathing, eating with drinking, speech, walking, and lifting. We need not, however, doubt that these, equally with the five senses, are all spirits stretching from the principate to the bodily organs. This is expressly stated of walking. Of all such activities, we must consider voice to be typical, when it is described as the sixth function of the soul. Voice is described as pulsating air, set in motion by the tongue, but we can trace it back through the throat to some source below, which we can without difficulty identify with the heart, the seat of the principate. The voice is indeed in a special relationship to the principate, since the spoken word is but another aspect of the thought which is expressed by it. Equals 278. Equals the seventh and last of the subordinate powers of the soul, according to the Stoics, is that of procreation. This part of their system is of great importance, not only for the study of human nature, but even in a higher degree for its indirect bearing upon the question of the development of the universe through procreative principles. Sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron letter 1F76 lambda omicron gamma omicron iota, or, as we have termed them above, seed powers. That all things grow after their kind is of course matter of common knowledge. No combination of circumstances, no scientific arrangement of sustenance can make of an acorn anything but an oak, or of a hen's egg anything but a chicken. But in the common view this is, at least primarily, a corporeal or material process, whereas the Stoics assert that it is not only a property of the soul, but one so primary and fundamental that it must be also assumed as a first principle of physical science. Before approaching the subject from the Stoic standpoint, it may be well to see how far materialistic theories, ancient and modern, can carry us. Equals 279. Equals Lucretius finds this a very simple matter. Children often resemble not only their parents, but also their grandparents and more remote ancestors. The explanation is that the parents contain in their bodies a large number of atoms, which they have received from their ancestors and pass on to their descendants. In the chance clashing of atoms in procreation, Venus produces all kinds of effects, bringing about resemblances between children and their forebears, not only in the face and person, but also in the look, the voice, and the hair. This account has a generally plausible sound until we bear in mind that it is the fundamental property of atoms that, though their own variety is limited, they can form things in infinite variety by changes in their combination and arrangement. They are like the letters out of which words, sentences, and poems are made up, and we can hardly expect to reproduce the voice or the spirit of an Aeschylus by a fresh shuffling of the letters contained in the Agamemnon. On the contrary, seeing that the atoms contained in the bodies of parents have largely been drawn from plants and animals, we could confidently reckon upon finding the complete fauna and flora of the neighborhood amongst their offspring. Lucretius, in effect, postulates in his theory that particular atoms have a representative and creative character, passing from father to child in inseparable association with the marks of the human race, and endowed with a special capacity of combining with other like atoms to form the substratum of specifically human features. In giving his atoms these properties, he is insensibly approximating to the Stoic standpoint. 280. Modern biologists deal with this subject with the minuteness of detail of which the microscope is the instrument, and with the wealth of illustration which results from the incessant accumulation of ascertained facts. But they are perhaps open to the criticism that where they reach the borders of their own science, they are apt to introduce references to the sciences of chemistry and physics as explaining all difficulties, even in regions to which these sciences do not apply. The following account is taken from one of the most eminent of them. Hertwig discovered that the one essential occurrence in impregnation is the coalescence of the two sexual cells and their nuclei. Of the millions of male spermatozoa which swarm round a female egg cell, only one forces its way into its plasmic substance. The nuclei of the two cells are drawn together by a mysterious force which we conceive as a chemical sense activity akin to smell, approach each other, and melt into one. So there arises through the sensitiveness of the two sexual nuclei, as a result of erotic chemotropism, a new cell which unites the inherited capacities of both parents. The spermatozoon contributes the paternal, the egg cell the maternal characteristics to the primary cell, from which the child is developed. In another passage, the same author sums up his results in bold language, from which all qualifications and admissions of imperfect knowledge have disappeared. Physiology has proved that all the phenomena of life may be reduced to chemical and physical processes. The cell theory has shown us that all the complicated phenomena of the life of the higher plants and animals may be deduced from the simple physico-chemical processes in the elementary organism of the microscopic cells, and the material basis of them is the plasma of the cell body. 281. These utterances may be considered typical of modern materialistic philosophy in its extreme form. We may nevertheless infer from the references to a mysterious force, chemical sense activity akin to smell, and erotic chemotropism, that the analogies to biological facts which the writer finds in chemical science stand in need of further elucidation. We may notice further that the atom has entirely disappeared from the discussion, and that the material basis of the facts is a plasma or plasmic substance, something in fact which stands related to a protoplasm of which the chemical and physical sciences know nothing, but which distinctly resembles the fiery creative body, which is the foundation of the Stoic physics. Further, we must notice that the old problem of the one and the many reappears in this modern description. For the cell and its nucleus are neither exactly one nor exactly two, but something which passes from two to one and from one to two. Further, the nuclei of the two cells, being drawn together, coalesce, and from their union is developed a new cell which unites the capacities of its parents. Modern science, therefore, although it has apparently simplified the history of generation by reducing it to the combination of two units out of many millions that are incessantly being produced by parent organisms, has left the philosophical problem of the manner of their combination entirely unchanged. In these microscopic cells is latent the whole physical and spiritual inheritance of the parents, whether men, animals, or plants, from which they are derived. Just as the atoms of Epicurus possess the germ of free will, so the cells of Haeckel's smell and love, struggle for marriage union, melt away in each other's embrace, and lose their own individuality at the moment that a new being enters the universe. Equals 282. Equals, if then the phenomena of reproduction are essentially the same, whether we consider the relations of two human beings or those of infinitesimal elements, which seem to belong to another order of being, we are already prepared for the Stoic principle that the creation of the universe is repeated in miniature in the bringing into life of each individual amongst the millions of organic beings which people it. From this standpoint, we gain fresh light upon the Stoic theory of creation, and particularly of the relation of the eternal Logos to the infinite multitude of procreative principles or seed powers. Again, it is with the general theory of creation in our minds that we must revert to the Stoic explanation of ordinary generation. This is to him no humble or unclean function of the members of the body. It is the whole man, in his divine and human nature, that is concerned. The procreative principle in each man is a part of his soul. The seed is a spirit, or pulsation, extending from the principate to the parts of generation. It is an emanation from the individual in which one becomes two, and two become one. Just as the human soul is a fragment of the divine, so is the seed a fragment torn away, as it were, from the souls of parents and ancestors. Equals 283. Equals in the seed is contained the whole build of the man that is to be. It is therefore important to know whether the procreative principle in the embryo is derived from one or both parents, and if the latter, whether in equal proportion. The Stoics do not appear to have kept entirely free from the common prepossession, embodied in the law of paternal descent, according to which the male element is alone active in the development of the organism. And so they allege that the female seed is lacking in tone and generative power. On the other hand, observation appeared to them to show that children inherit the psychical and bodily qualities of both parents, and the general tendency of their philosophy was towards the equalization of the sexes. On the whole, the latter considerations prevailed, so that the doctrine of Stoicism, as of modern times, was that qualities, both of body and soul, are inherited from the seed of both parents, wherein the possibility remains open that in particular cases the debt to one parent may be greater than to the other. Equals 284. Equals the Stoic psychology is in its fundamental principles wholly distinct from that of Plato, which does not at all prevent its exponents, and least of all those like Panidius and Posidonius who were admirers of Plato, from making use of his system as an auxiliary to their own. Plato divided the soul into three parts: the rational part, the emotional and volitional part, and the appetitive. Both the two latter parts need the control of the reason, but the emotional part inclines to virtue, the appetitive to vice. The rational part, as with the Stoics, is peculiar to man. The other two are also possessed by the animals, and the appetitive soul even by plants. The Stoics do not, however, seriously allow any kinship between virtue and the emotions, and they deal with this part of the subject as follows. Nature has implanted in all living things certain impulses which are directed towards some object. An impulse towards an object is called appetite, letter 1F41 Romuita, appetitus or impetus. An impulse to avoid an object is called aversion, letter 1F00 Omicron Romuita, alienatio. In man, appetite should be governed by reason. If this is so, it becomes reasonable desire. Letter 1F44 epsilon psi iota sigma, epsilon letter 1F54 lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, recta appetitio. If otherwise, it becomes unreasonable desire. Letter 1F44 epsilon psi iota sigma, letter 1F00, pi epsilon iota theta letter 1F74 sigma lambda omicron gamma letter 1F3, or concupiscence, letter 1F10 pi iota theta epsilon mu iota alpha, libido. To living things lower in the scale than man, terms that are related to reason can of course not apply. Equals 285. Equals practical choice is, according to the Stoics, exactly analogous to intellectual decision. Just as the powers of sensation never deceive us, so also the impulses are never in themselves irrational. An impulse is an adumbration of a course of action as proper to be pursued. To this the will gives or refuses its assent. It is the will, and the will only, which is liable to error, and this through want of proper tone and self-control. If there is this want, it appears in a false judgment, a weak assent, an exaggerated impulse, And this is what we call in ethics a perturbation. A healthy assent leads up to a right action, a false assent to a blunder or sin. Hence we hold to the Socratic paradox that no one sins willingly. Omicron letter 1F50, delta epsilon letter 1F76, sigma letter 1F11 kappa letter 1F7c, nu letter 1F01 mu alpha rho tau alpha nu epsilon iota. For the true and natural will cannot sin. It must first be warped to a false judgment and weakened by slackness of tone. We can equally use the paradox that every voluntary action is a judgment of the intellect, or, in few words, that virtue is wisdom. Phi rho omicron nu eta sigma iota sigma, letter 1F21 letter 1F00 rho epsilon tau eta. In such views, we find a starting point for dealing with the problems of ethics, including those of the ethical ideal or supreme good, its application to daily duties, and its failure through ignorance or weakness of soul. 286. We pass on to consider the body, but at no great length, partly because many functions often considered as bodily are by the Stoics treated as belonging to the soul, as sensations and impulses, partly because the study of the body is rather the task of the physician than of the philosopher. In the body we may notice separately, the bones, sinews, and joints, constituting the framework on which the whole is built up. Roman 2, the surface, including beauty of outline and features, and Roman 3, the complexion, which suffuses a glow over the surface and most attracts the attention. No absolute distinction can be made between body and soul. Generally speaking, we may say that body is composed of the two grosser elements, earth and water, while soul, as we have seen, rests on the two higher elements of air and fire. Of the gradations of spirit, body possesses distinctively, but not exclusively, that of coherence, letter 1F15 xi iota sigma, whilst it shares with the soul the principle of growth, phi epsilon sigma iota sigma. Yet these contrasts are after all only secondary. As surely as soul is body, so body is soul, and divinity penetrates into its humblest parts. In its practical applications, Stoicism dwells so little on the body that the wise man seems hardly conscious of its existence. 287. Side by side with the strictly Stoic view of the body, we find in all the Roman literature another conception which is strongly dualistic, and which we cannot but think to be drawn from some non-Stoic source. According to this view, the body, often called the flesh, is essentially evil. It is the prison house of the soul, the source of corruption of the will, the hindrance to a clear insight of the intelligence. In the language picturesquely adopted in the Pilgrim's Progress, after St. Paul, it is a burden which the enlightened man longs to shake off. For the body so understood, we find abusive names. It is the husk in which the grain is concealed, the ass from which the owner should be ready to part at any moment. This language tends to be exaggerated and morbid and leads in practice to asceticism. It appealed in ancient as in modern times to a widespread sentiment, but is not reconcilable with the main teaching of the Stoic philosophy. 288. According to the true Stoic view, the body is a dwelling place or temple inhabited for a time by the Principate, its divinity. Therefore the body as such is deserving of respect, even of veneration. In particular, the erect form of the human body is a mark of divine favor, by which it is hinted that man is fitted to contemplate the operations of the heavens. The whole framework of the body, from the organs of sensation to those by which we breathe, swallow, and digest, is a masterpiece of divine skill and an evidence of the care of providence for man. And even as an architect provides that those parts of the house which are offensive to sight and smell should be out of sight, so has nature hidden away those parts of the body which are necessarily offensive at a distance from the organs of sense. The Stoic conception of the dignity of the body is symbolized in practical ethics by the culture of the beard, in which is latent the broad principle of attention to the cleanliness and healthy development of every part of the body. It is a mark of the Oriental associations of Stoicism that this respect for the body is never associated with the Hellenic cult of the body as displayed in art and gymnastics. 289. Having now studied man in all his parts, it is time to consider how those parts are compacted together, how man grows and decays, and what varieties of mankind exist. First, then, the Principate is combined with the lower functions of the soul, and every part of the soul, by the process of interpenetration. Sigma letter 1 FF6 mu alpha delta, iota letter 1 F7 0 sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, chi omega rho epsilon letter 1 FD6. Or, from a slightly different point of view upon body which has cohesion, letter 1 F15 xi ota sigma, is overlaid growth on growth soul and on soul reason. So that the higher tension presupposes the lower, but not vice versa. In the act of generation, the soul loses its higher tensions, and consequently the embryo possesses neither human nor animal soul, but only the principles of cohesion and growth. It is in fact a vegetable, but necessarily differs from other vegetables in having the potentiality of rising to a higher grade of spirit. At the moment of birth, its growth power, phi epsilon sigma iota sigma, is brought into contact with the cold air, and through this chill it rises to the grade of animal life and becomes soul psi epsilon chi eta from psi letter 1 fe6 xi iota sigma. This etymological theory provokes the ridicule of opponents, who do not fail to point out that soul, standing nearer to the divine fire than growth, ought to be produced by warmth rather than by coolness. But the Stoics probably had in mind that contact with either of the two higher elements must raise the gradation of spirit. The infant, according to this theory, is an animal, but not yet a man. It has not the gift of reason. To attain this higher stage, there is need both of growth from within and of association with reasonable beings without. In these ways, reason may be developed in or about the 7th year. In the whole of its growth, the soul needs continually to be refreshed by the inbreathing of air and to be sustained by exhalations from the blood. Here we touch upon one of those fundamental doctrines of the system, derived by Zeno from Heraclitus, which bind together the great and the little world. Just as the heavenly bodies are maintained by exhalations from the ocean, so the soul is dependent upon the body for its daily food. Hence follows the important consequence that weakness and disease of the body react upon the soul. The philosopher must keep his body in health for the soul's good, if for no other reason. If the Stoics, in discussing problems of ethics, constantly maintain that the health of the soul is independent of that of the body, such statements are paradoxical and need qualification. 290. The mutual action of body and soul is most readily illustrated by sleep. The Stoics do not hold, as the animists do, that the soul quits the body in sleep, nor do they agree with another popular view that the soul then quits the extremities of the body and concentrates itself at the heart. Sleep is due to a relaxation, contraction, or weakening of the spirit, a lowering of its grade, which nevertheless is clearly no sign of ill health. In old age, there is often an imperfection of the reason, and this is also seen in the sick, the tired, and the anemic. In death, there is a complete relaxation of tone in the breath that we can feel, that is, in such spirit as belongs to the body. There follows the separation of soul from body. 291. We are thus brought to the critically important question of the existence of the soul after death. On this point, we shall not expect to find that all Stoic teachers agree in their language. In Zeno himself, we shall be sure to find that variety of suggestion, which is accounted for by his eagerness to learn from all sources. And later writers will also differ according to their respective inclinations, either to draw strictly logical conclusions from the Stoic physics, or to respect the common opinion of mankind, and to draw from it conclusions which may be a support to morality. These variations need not discourage us from the attempt to trace in general outline the common teaching of the school. We have already seen that the various parts of the Stoic system are not bound together by strictly logical processes, where two conclusions appear contradictory, and yet both recommend themselves to the judgment. The Stoics are not prepared to sacrifice either the one or the other, but always seek to lessen, if they cannot altogether remove, the difficulties which stand in the way of accepting both. On the other hand, we need not too readily admit the charge of insincerity, whether it is found in the candid admission of its temptations by Stoic teachers, or in the less sympathetic criticisms of ancient or modern exponents of the system. 292. On certain points all Stoic teachers seem to be agreed. First, that the soul is, as regards its substance, imperishable. Secondly, that the individual soul cannot survive the general conflagration. Lastly, that it does not of necessity perish with the body. The first two dogmas follow immediately from the fundamental principles of the Stoic physics and point out that every soul will find its last home by being absorbed in the divine being. The third dogma leaves play for ethical principles. Subject to the monistic principle of an ultimate reconciliation, there is room for some sharp distinction between the destiny of good and bad souls, such as stands out in the Persian doctrine of rewards and punishments after death. And so we find it generally held that the souls of the good survive till the conflagration, whilst those of the wicked have but a short separate existence, and those of the lower and non-rational animals perish with their bodies. If this difference in duration will satisfy the moral sense, the nature of the further existence of the soul may be determined on physical principles. 293. In the living man the soul, as we have already seen reason to suppose, derives its cohesion, letter 1 F15 xi, ota sigma, and shape from its association with the body. Separated from the body, it must assume a new shape, and what should that be but the perfect shape of a sphere? Again, the soul being compounded of the elements of air and fire must by its own nature, when freed from the body, pierce through this murky atmosphere and rise to a brighter region above, let us say to that sphere which is just below the moon. Here then souls dwell like the stars, finding like them their food in exhalations from the earth. Here they take rank as demons or heroes, of such the air is full, and as such are joined in the fulfillment of the purposes of divine providence. Yet it must be admitted that this bright destiny, if substantiated by the laws of physics, is also subject to physical difficulties. Suppose, for instance, that a man is crushed by the fall of a heavy rock. His soul will not be able to escape in any direction, but will be at once squeezed out of existence. To fancies of this kind, whether attractive or grotesque, we shall not be inclined to pay serious attention. 294. In this general theory hope is perhaps held out before the eyes of good souls, but there is little to terrify the wicked, even if it be supposed that their souls neither survive so long, nor soar so high, as those of the good. As against it, we are told by a church father that Zeno accepted the Persian doctrine of future rewards and punishments, and with it the primitive belief in an inferno in its crudest form. We must agree with the first English editor of the fragments of Zeno that it is hardly credible that Zeno can have attached any philosophical importance to a theory stated in these terms. They can at the best only have occurred in some narration in the style of the Platonic myths, intended to illustrate a principle, but not to convey a literal truth. For just as the whole Hellenistic world, including the Stoics, stood aloof from the Persian doctrine of a spirit of evil, so it firmly rejected the dogma of a hell. Lucretius makes it a principal argument in favor of the philosophy of Epicurus that it drives out of men's hearts the fear of Tartarus, but writers partly or wholly Stoic are not less emphatic. Ignorance of philosophy, says Cicero, has produced the belief in hell and its terrors. In the mouth of the representative of Stoicism, he places the words, "Where can we find any old woman so silly as to believe the old stories of the horrors of the world below? Those tales," says Seneca, "which make the world below terrible to us are poetic fictions. There is no black darkness awaiting the dead, no prison house, no lake of fire or river of forgetfulness, no judgment seat, no renewal of the rule of tyrants." 295. Of far more importance to us is the theory of purgatory familiar through the description in Virgil's Aeneid. In the beginning the earth and the sky and the spaces of night, also the shining moon and the sun titanic and bright feed on an inward life, and with all things mingled, a mind moves universal matter, with nature's frame is combined. Thence man's race and the beast and the feathered creature that flies, all wild shapes that are hidden the gleaming waters beneath. Each elemental seed has a fiery force from the skies, each its heavenly being, that no dull clay can disguise, bodies of earth ne'er deaden, nor limbs long destined to death. Hence their fears and desires, their sorrows and joys, for their sight, blind with the gloom of a prison, discerns not the heavenly light. Nor, when life at last leaves them, do all sad ills, that belong unto the sinful body, depart. Still many survive lingering within them, alas. For it needs must be that the long growth should in wondrous fashion at full completion arrive. So do vengeance racks them, for deeds of an earlier day suffering penance. And some to the winds hang viewless and thin, searched by the breezes. From others, the deep infection of sin swirling water washes or bright fire purges away. Each in his own sad ghost we endure, then, chastened aright into Elysium pass. Few reach to the fields of delight till great time, when the cycles have run their courses on high takes the inbred pollution, and leaves to us only the bright sense of the heaven's own ether, and fire from the springs of the sky. Although we cannot accept Virgil as a scientific exponent of Stoic teaching, yet there is much reason to suppose that he is here setting forth a belief which met with very general acceptance in our school, and of which the principle is that the sufferings of the disembodied are not a punishment for past offenses, but the necessary means for the purification of the soul from a taint due to its long contact with the body. 296 equals the language in which Virgil first describes the creation and life of the universe closely resembles that of Stoicism. The phrases elemental seed, fiery force, heavenly being might be used by any Stoic teacher. The conception of the body as a prison house, even though it does not express the most scientific aspect of Stoic physics, was nevertheless, as we have seen, familiar to Stoics of the later centuries. The ethical conception, again, of the doctrine of purgatory is exactly that of which the Stoics felt a need in order to reconcile the dualism of good and evil souls with the ultimate prevalence of the divine will. Again, we can have no difficulty in supposing that Virgil drew his material from Stoic sources, seeing that he was characteristically a learned poet and reflects Stoic sentiment in many other passages of his works. We have also more direct evidence. The Church Father whom we have already quoted not only ascribes to the Stoics in another passage the doctrine of purgatory, but expressly quotes this passage from Virgil as an exposition of Stoic teaching. And here he is supported to some extent by Tertullian, who says that the Stoics held that the souls of the foolish after death receive instruction from the souls of the good. Finally, we have the doctrine definitely accepted by Seneca. 297. We may now consider more particularly the views and feelings of individual Stoic teachers. It appears to us accordingly that Zeno left his followers room for considerable diversity of opinion and quoted the Persian doctrine because of its suggestiveness rather than for its literal truth. Of Cleanthes, we are told that he held that all souls survived till the conflagration, whilst Chrysippus believed this only of the souls of the wise. Panidius, although a great admirer of Plato, is nevertheless so strongly impressed by the scientific principle that all which is born must die, that he is here again inclined to break away from Stoicism, and to suspend his judgment altogether as to the future existence of the soul. The belief in a limited future existence was meaningless to a philosopher who disbelieved in the conflagration. Of the views of Posidonius, we have the definite hint that he taught that the air is full of immortal souls. And this is in such harmony with the devout temper of this teacher that we may readily believe that he enriched the somewhat bare speculations of his predecessors by the help of an oriental imagination, and that he introduced into Stoicism not only the doctrine of demons, but also that of purgatory, holding that souls were both pre-existent and post-existent. 298. In the period of the Roman Principate the question of the future existence of the soul acquires special prominence. Seneca is criticized on the ground that he affects at times a belief which he does not sincerely entertain, partly in order to make his teaching more popular, partly to console his friends in times of mourning. The facts stand otherwise. At no time does Seneca exceed the limits of the accepted Stoic creed. He bids his friends look forward to the period of purgation, the life of pure souls in the regions of the Aetha, and the final union with the divine being. It is after purgation that the soul, by the refinement of the elements of which it is built, forces its way to higher regions. It finds a quiet and peaceful home in the clear, bright Aetha. It has cast off the burden of the flesh. It is parted by no mountains or seas from other happy souls. It daily enjoys free converse with the great ones of the past. It gazes on the human world below and on the sublime company of the stars in its own neighborhood. At a later epoch, all blessed souls will be reabsorbed in the primal elements, suffering change but not forfeiting their immortal nature. The somewhat exuberant language of Seneca has frequently been adopted by Christian writers to express a belief which is not necessarily identical, but for the associations thus created Seneca must not be held responsible. equals 299. Equals with the decay of interest in the Stoic physics, there begins a tendency to overlook the intermediate stage of the soul's life, and to dwell solely on its final absorption. Whilst at the same time, it is urged from the ethical standpoint that no possible opinion as to the soul's future should disturb the calm of the virtuous mind. On one further, but important, point the Stoic teaching becomes clearer. In no case is the soul that survives death to be identified with the man that once lived. Cut off from all human relations, from the body and its organs, and from its own subordinate powers, it is no longer you, but is something else that takes your place in the due order of the universe. In all this, the Stoic doctrine remains formally unchanged, but its expression is now so chastened that it seems only to give a negative reply to the inherited hope, and the chief comfort it offers is that death is the end of all troubles. This change of tone begins in Seneca himself. It is he who says to the mourner, "Your loved one has entered upon a great and never-ending rest. Death is release from all pain and its end. Death is not to be. I know all its meaning. As things were before I was born, so they will be after I am gone. If we perish in death, nothing remains." In Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, this new tone rings out much more clearly, if we like so to speak, more unrelentingly. To the characteristic passages from these writers which are quoted above may be added the following, perhaps the most precise of all. If souls survive death, how can the air hold them from all eternity? How, we reply, does earth hold the bodies of generation after generation committed to the grave? Just as on earth, after a certain term of survival, change and dissolution of substance makes room for other dead bodies, so too the souls transmuted into air, after a period of survival, change by processes of diffusion and of ignition, and are resumed into the seminal principle of the universe, and in this way make room for others to take up their habitation in their stead. Such is the natural answer, assuming the survival of souls. Such are the last words of Stoicism, not wholly satisfying either to knowledge or to aspiration, but assuredly based on a wide outlook and a keen discrimination. Equals 300. Equals the whole nature of man, as discussed up to this point, is common to every individual born into the world, with some exceptions dependent on age or temperament which have been explained incidentally. It remains to discuss shortly the important differences which result from sex, nationality, and location. There seems every reason to believe that the equality of men and women, though at the time seemingly paradoxical, was generally accepted by the earlier Stoics and adopted as a practical principle in Stoic homes. The whole treatment of human nature by the Stoics applies equally to man and woman, and points to the conclusion that as moral agents they have the same capacities and the same responsibilities. Seneca, in writing to a great lady of philosophical sympathies, states this as his firm conviction, and the lives of many Stoic wives and daughters, to whom we shall refer in a later chapter, showed it to have a firm basis in fact. We need attach no great importance to those more distinctively masculine views which Seneca occasionally expresses, to the effect that woman is hot-tempered, thoughtless, and lacking in self-control, or to the peripatetic doctrine that man is born to rule, women to obey. For these sentiments, however welcome to his individual correspondence, were not rooted in Stoic theory nor exemplified in the Roman society of his own days. Equals 301. Equals it follows with equal certainty from the early history of Stoicism, and in particular from the doctrine of the cosmopolis, that differences of class and race were hardly perceived by its founders. For this, there was further historical cause in the spread of Hellenistic civilization, which was of an entirely Catholic spirit and welcomed disciples from all nationalities. The doctrine of Aristotle, that some nations are by nature fitted only for slavery, finds no echo in the Stoic world. There we look in vain for any trace of that instinctive feeling of national difference, that sensitiveness to race and color, which can easily be recognized in the early history of Greece and Rome, and which has become so acute in the development of modern world politics. The Roman Stoics, as we shall see later, might individually be proud of advantages of birth, but they never associated this feeling with their philosophy. Here and there, however, we find signs of a scientific interest in the question of differences of national character, which are generally ascribed to the influences of climate. Seneca, for instance, remarks that the inhabitants of northern climates have characters as rude as their sky. Hence they make good fighters, but poor rulers. Yet when he contemplates the northern barbarians, his mind is mainly occupied by admiration, and like other pro-Germans of the period, he foresees with prophetic clearness a danger threatening the Roman Empire. Should the Germans once lay aside their fierce domestic quarrels and add to their courage, reason, and discipline, Rome will indeed have cause to resume the virtues of its early history. The roots of true greatness of soul, then, lie deeper than in literary culture or philosophically insight. It is a part of the irony of history that Stoicism, which aimed above all things at being practical, should diagnose so correctly the growing weakness of the Roman world, and yet fail to suggest any remedy other than a reversion to an epoch in which philosophy was unknown. Footnotes: Rex noster est animus, hoc incolumi cetera manet in officio parent obtemperant, cum ille paulum vacillavit, simul dubitant. Ubi viro impotens, cupidus delicatus est, fit tyrannus, tunc eam excipiunt adfectus impotens sen ep. 114:24. See L. Steinseich, IP 206. See above, section 68. Natura mundi omnes modus habet voluntarios canadusque et appetitions, quas letter 1F41 Romu alpha sigma Greece evocant, et his consentaneous actions sic adhibit ut nosma tipsi, qui animus movimer et sensibus sic. ND Roman 2:22, 58. Tau letter 1F74, nu delta letter 1F72, psi upsilon chi letter 1F74 nu delta iota. Letter 1F45 lambda omicron upsilon, tau omicron letter 1F6, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron upsilon, delta iota eta kappa epsilon iota nu. Letter 1F27 sigma, mu epsilon rho omicron sigma, mu epsilon tau epsilon chi omicron u tau alpha sigma, letter 1F21, mu letter 1F6, sigma letter 1F10, mu psi upsilon chi omicron letter 1F6, sigma theta alpha iota Hermias iris. Gent. Phil. 7, Arnim I 495. Ips autem homo ortus est ad mundum contemplandum et imitandum, sic n. D Roman 2:14, 37. Tau letter 1F78, nu cap omicron sigma mu omicron u, pi epsilon rho ode epsilon chi epsilon iota nu, tau letter 1F78, nu delta iota alpha cap alpha theta alpha pi epsilon rho, letter 1F04 nu theta rho omega pi omicron u, psi epsilon chi eta nu philod. Piet. 15, Arnim Roman 3 Diog. 33. Quem in hoc mundo locum Deus obtinet, hunc in homine animus, quod est alic materia, id in nobis corpus est, sen ep. 65:24. Philore div. I 494 Steinseich, I 207. See above, section 242. See below, section 274. See above, section 11. On the whole subject see Tyler, Anthropology ch. Roman 16, Primitive Culture chs. Roman 11 Roman 17, Jevons in Trod. To the History of Religion ch. 5. See above, section 174. Nimes, Nat. Home, Roman 285 and 86, Arnim I 518. Ib. 99, Arnim Roman 2 790. Here we come into close touch with modern ways of thinking. The soul is the self as known subjectively and from within, as appealed to in the argument of Descartes, cogito ergo sum. The body is the self as known objectively and from without, first in our neighbors who obstruct our efforts, officium quod corporis exstat, officera ac abster, lucre, RNI 337, 8, and then by analogy in ourselves. The Stoic theory then asserts that subjective and objective knowledge are ultimately the same, both being activities of the same logos. See above, section 149. The distinction is most clearly made by Juvenal. Sensum a caelesti demisum traximus ars, cuius egent prona et terram spectantia. Mundi principio indulcit communis conditor illis tantum animas, nobis animum quoque, mutus ut nos, adfectus Peter auxilium et priester iuberit. Sat. Roman 15 146 150. See above, section 206. See above, section 203. Zenoni stoico animus ignis viter sic, tusc, disp, I 10 19. Spiritum quip animam esse xenon querit hactenus, quo recedent a corpor moritur animal, hoc cert anima est. Naturali poro spiritu recedent moritur animal, naturalis igitur spiritus anima est, chalk. In Tim. 220, Arnim I 138. Probabilius enim vidter, tail quidem esse animum, ut sit ex igni ac anima temperatum sic. Nd Roman 3:14, 36, cf. Arnim Roman 2 786. This view was accepted by Panidius. Is animus, ex inflammata anima constat, ut potissimum vidri video panidio tusc. Disp. I 1842. The fire and air, here referred to, are not the ordinary elements. Omicron letter 1 F50, gamma letter 1 F70, rho pi letter 1 FB6, nu pi letter 1 FE6, rho omicron letter 1 F50, delta letter 1 F72, pi letter 1 FB6, nu pi nu epsilon letter 1 FE6, mu alpha tau alpha epsilon tau eta nu, letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota, tau, letter 1 F74, nu delta epsilon nu alpha mu iota nu. Mu epsilon tau alpha, tau go to nu omicron sigma, omicron letter 1 F56, nu letter 1 F14 sigma tau alpha iota, epsilon letter 1 F34 delta omicron, upsilon sigma letter 1 F30 delta iota omicron upsilon, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, delta epsilon nu alpha mu epsilon omega sigma kappa alpha iota. Letter 1 F61 sigma alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 F76, lambda epsilon gamma omicron upsilon sigma iota nu, tau omicron nu omicron upsilon alex. Affer. De anima p 115, 6, Arnim Roman 2 785. See further Stein Psychology IPP. 101 to 103. Omicron letter 1 F31, sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron letter 1 F76, pi nu epsilon letter 1 Fe6, mu alpha nu omicron epsilon rho letter 1 F78, nu theta epsilon rho mu omicron nu at. Plaque. Roman 4:3, 3. Animum constat animal esse, cum ips efficit, ut simus animalia, et cum ob illo animalia hoc nomen traxerint sen ep. 113, 2. Et animus mus animal est et ego animal sum, duo tamen non sumus. Quer quia animus me pars est, ib. 5. Tertullian deals with this point as against Valentinian heretics de, n. 21. Cum elementa sint quatuor, ignes equi aristeri, potestates pairs his sunt, fervida frigida arida ac humida, idem animalium hominumque discrimina sunt sen dial. Roman 4:19, 1 and 2. Cuius in homine elementi portio previlbit, in de mores erunt, ib. 2. Langita ingenia, et insomnum icera, inertibus nectuntur elementis, ib. I5, 9. Iracundos fervida animi natura faciet, frigidi mixtura timidos facit, ib. Roman 4:19, 2. Quicunc attribuit conditio nascendi et corporis temperatura heribunt, ep. 11, 6. For a treatment of the subject on modern lines see Ribot, The Emotions, CHS, Roman 12 and Roman 13, and the works of Fouillet, Paulhan, and other French writers. For the earlier history see Summers on Sen Ep. 11, 3, and Stein Psych. IP 175. Psi epsilon chi eta, letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota. Kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F70, tau omicron, letter 1 F7a. Sigma sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron, letter 1 F7a. Sigma sigma letter 1 F6, mu alpha lambda, epsilon pi tau omicron mu epsilon rho letter 1 F72, sigma letter 1 F10 xi, letter 1 F11 alpha upsilon tau omicron letter 1 Fe6. Kappa iota nu omicron nu omicron nu, kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F70, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron epsilon sigma Galen def. Med. 29 Arnim Roman 2 780, nosmatipsi qui animus movemer sic. Nd Roman 222, 58, humanus animus agilis est et pronus ad modus, sendile. Roman 9:2, 11. Mu iod alpha, letter 1 F21 tau, letter 1 FC6, sigma psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6, sigma delta epsilon nu alpha mu iota sigma. Letter 1 F61 sigma tau, letter 1 F74 nu alpha, letter 1 F50, tau eta nu pi omega sigma, letter 1 F14 chi omicron epsilon sigma alpha nu, pi omicron tau, letter 1 F72, mu letter 1 F72, nu delta iota alpha, nu omicron epsilon letter 1 FD6, sigma theta alpha iota. Pi omicron tau, letter 1 F72 delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F40 rho gamma iota Z epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, pi omicron tau, letter 1 F72 delta, letter 1 F10, pi iota theta upsilon mu epsilon, letter 1 FD6, nu pi alpha rho, letter 1 F70, mu epsilon rho omicron sigma Alex. APH. De anima P118, Arnim Roman 2, 823. Huius modi autumn non tam parts animi he bunter, quam vires, et efficacy et operi tert. Duen, 14. They may also be called the soul's qualities. Omicron letter 1 F31, letter 1 F00, pi letter 1 F78, chi rho upsilon sigma iota pi omicron upsilon, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, zd nu omega nu omicron sigma, phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi omicron iota, tau letter 1 F70, sigma mu letter 1 F72, nu delta upsilon nu alpha mu epsilon iota sigma, letter 1 F61 sigma, letter 1 F10 nu tau, letter 1 FF7. Letter 1 F51, pi omicron kappa, epsilon iota mu epsilon nu letter 1 FF3, pi omicron iota omicron tau eta tau alpha sigma, sigma upsilon mu beta iota beta alpha zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota. Tau letter 1 F74, nu delta letter 1 F72, psi upsilon chi letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F61 sigma, omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha nu pi rho omicron upsilon pi omicron kappa epsilon iota mu epsilon nu eta nu, tau alpha letter 1 FD6, sigma delta upsilon nu alpha mu epsilon sigma iota, tau iota theta epsilon alpha sigma iota stab. I49, 33. See above section 79 for other divisions tert. Duen, 14 Arnim I144, Sic, off, I28 101 and generally Stein, Psych, IP 123. On this translation see section 101, note 81. Tau alpha letter 1 Fe6, tau alpha pi alpha nu tau alpha, letter 1 F10 pi iota tau epsilon tau alpha iota, delta iota letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 FF6 nu omicron letter 1 F30, kappa epsilon iota omega, nu letter 1 F40 rho gamma alpha nu omega nu, pi rho omicron sigma phi epsilon rho letter 1 FF6, sigma tau alpha letter 1 FD6, sigma tau omicron letter 1 Fe6. Pi omicron lambda epsilon pi omicron delta omicron sigma, pi lambda epsilon kappa tau alpha nu alpha iota sigma at. Plaque, Roman 4:4:4. Arnim Roman 2:838. Since many philosophers think the mind seated in the head, Chrysippus collects many arguments to the contrary. For instance, that women say, when they don't agree with a statement, it won't go down, pointing all the while to the heart. Galen Plaque. Hip. Et Plat. Roman 3:5, p. 323k, Arnim Roman 2:892. Further, that kappa alpha rho delta iota alpha is derived from kappa rho alpha tau eta sigma iota sigma, the heart being the seat of government ib. Arnim Roman 2:896. He could support his view by thousands of quotations from the poets. On the other hand, we find the suggestion that the principate resides in our spherical heads, as in a universe at. Plaque. Roman 4:21:4. This latter view may be due to academic influence. Schmeckel, p. 259. Delta epsilon nu alpha mu epsilon iota sigma, mu iota letter 1 FB6, sigma omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha sigma letter 1 F10 kappa tau letter 1 FC6, sigma kappa alpha rho delta iota alpha sigma, letter 1 F41 rho mu omega mu epsilon nu eta sigma, Galen Plaque. Hip. Et Plat. P51k. Tau letter 1 F78, lambda omicron, gamma iota sigma tau iota kappa letter 1 F78, nu mu omicron rho iota omicron nu tau letter 1 FC6 sigma psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6 sigma, letter 1 F43 kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F30 delta iota omega sigma, letter 1 F21 gamma epsilon mu omicron nu iota kappa letter 1 F78, nu kappa alpha lambda epsilon letter 1 FD6 tau alpha iota Alex. Affer. Duen, p98, 24, Arnim Roman 2:839. In this direction, Epictetus defines the rational faculty as that which contemplates both itself and all other things. Disc. I1:4. Tau letter 1 F78, letter 1 F10, gamma letter 1 F7c, lambda epsilon gamma omicron mu epsilon u, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, tau omicron delta epsilon iota kappa nu epsilon nu tau epsilon sigma, Galen Plaque. Hip. Et Plat. Roman 22p 215k. Intellegendum est etiam, duobus quaes nosa natura indudos est personas, quorum una communis est ex eo, quod omnes participe sumus rationis. Altera autem, qui proprie singulis est tributa sic. Off, I-30, 107. Arnim Roman 2, 823. To himself, Roman 764. Ib, Roman 4:12. Ib, v27. Ib, Roman 3:5, v10, Roman 12:1. So to Epictetus, God is within, and your demon is within disc. I-14:14. See above, section 140, 6156. Letter 1 F140 gamma alpha, delta, letter 1 F72. Psi, upsilon, chi, letter 1 FC6, sigma, letter 1 F41, rho mu, letter 1 FB6 nu. Letter 1 F00, phi, omicron, rho mu, letter 1 FB6 nu. Letter 1 F40, rho epsilon, gamma, epsilon, sigma, theta, alpha, iota. Letter 1 F10, kappa, kappa, lambda, iota, nu, epsilon, iota, nu. Pi alpha, rho alpha, sigma, kappa, epsilon, upsilon, alpha, zeta, epsilon, sigma, theta, alpha, iota. Letter 1 F10, pi, iota, beta, alpha, lambda, epsilon, sigma, theta, alpha, iota. Sigma, upsilon, gamma, kappa, alpha, tau, iota, theta, epsilon, sigma, theta, alpha, iota. Tau, iota, pi, omicron, tau. Omicron, letter 1 F56, nu, letter 1 F10, sigma, tau, iota. Tau, letter 1 F78, letter 1 F10, nu. Tau, omicron, upsilon, tau, omicron, iota, sigma. Tau, omicron, letter 1 FD6, sigma, letter 1 F14, gamma, omicron, iota, sigma. Letter 1 Fe5, upsilon, pi, alpha, rho, letter 1 F70. Nu, pi, alpha, rho, epsilon, chi, omicron, nu. Alpha, letter 1 F50. Tau, letter 1 F74. Nu, kappa, alpha, letter 1 F76. Letter 1 F00, kappa, alpha, theta, alpha, rho, tau, omicron, nu. Omicron, letter 1 F50. Delta, letter 1 F72. Nu, letter 1 F04, lambda, omicron. Letter 1 F22, tau, letter 1 F70. Mu, omicron, chi, theta, eta, rho, letter 1 F70. Kappa, rho, iota, mu, alpha, tau, alpha. Alpha, letter 1 F50. Tau, letter 1 FC6, sigma, epict. Disc. Roman 4:11, 6 and 7. Letter 1 F21, tau, letter 1 FC6, sigma, psi, upsilon, chi, letter 1 FC6, sigma, letter 1 F30, sigma, chi, letter 1 F7a, sigma, tau, omicron, nu, omicron, sigma, letter 1 F10, sigma, tau, letter 1 F76, nu, letter 1 F31, kappa, alpha, nu, letter 1 F78, sigma, letter 1 F10, nu, tau, letter 1 FF7, kappa, rho, iota, nu, epsilon, iota, nu, kappa, alpha, letter 1 F76, pi, rho, alpha, tau, epsilon, iota, nu. Letter 1 F22, mu, eta, stab. Roman 2:75b4. Querimus quamodo animus semper secundo cursu et sen dial. Roman 9:2-4. Quidem si domi contrahunt, dilatant foris ac extendunt, vidium est hic diversitas et signum vacillantes animi ac nondum habentis tenorum suum. Ep. 23. See above, section 96. Satis natura homini dedit roboris, si illo utemer, nol in causa est, non possi pretenditor sen ep. 116, 8. Animi modus eus putamus sanissimos validissimosque, qui nostro arbitrio ibunt, non su ferenter dial. Roman 4:35, 2. Hanc stabilum animi sedum Greci, epsilon letter 1 F50 theta upsilon mu iota alpha nu vocant, ego tranquillitatem voco, ib. Roman 9:2, 3. Ep. 114, 24. See above, section 263, note 1. Non est ex terreno et gravi concreta corpor, ex illo caelesti spiritu descendit dial. Roman 12:7, 7. Ratio nihil aliud est quam in corpus humanum pars divini spiritus mersa. Ep. 66, 12. Animus sed hic rectus bonus magnus, quid aliud voces hunc quam diem in corpor humano hospitantem. Ib. 31, 11. Sacer inter nos spiritus sedit, malorum bonorumque nostrorum observator custos, ib. 41, 2. Diem te igitur cedo esse, si quidem Deus est qui vigit, qui sentit, qui meminit sic, rep Roman 6 Psalm, Sip. 24, 26. Physics, and in particular astronomy, is meant. Hoc habet argumentum divinitatis sui, quod illum divina delectant, nec ut alienis sed ut sues interest, sen nq I prol. 12, cf. Horace Ep. I 12, 14-19. When you are in social intercourse, when you are exercising yourself, when you are engaged in discussion, know you not that you are nourishing a god, that you are exercising a god? Wretch, you are carrying about a god with you, and you know it not. Epict. Disc. Roman 2:8, 12. Dicer paro, oculos nullem rem cerner possi, sed per ius animum ut foribus specter reclusis, difficile est, lucre. ND Roman 3 363-62, cf. Arnim Roman 2 862. See also sic. N.D. Roman 3:4-9 and Mayer's valuable note. Modern psychologists side with the Stoics. See above, section 146, note 18. Tau letter 1F70, mu letter 1F72, nu pi alpha theta eta, letter 1F10 nu, tau omicron letter 1FD6, sigma, pi epsilon pi omicron nu theta omicron sigma iota, tau omicron pi omicron iota sigma. Tau letter 1F70, sigma delta letter 1F72, alpha letter 1F30, sigma theta eta sigma, epsilon iota sigma letter 1F10 nu, tau letter 1FF7 letter 1F21 gamma, epsilon mu omicron nu iota kappa letter 1FF7 at. Plaque. Roman 4:23, 1. See above, section 146, note 18. Alpha letter 1F30, sigma theta eta tau iota kappa letter 1FC7 gamma letter 1F70, rho phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota letter 1FB3, sigma epsilon gamma kappa alpha tau alpha theta epsilon sigma iota sigma, letter 1F10 sigma tau iota nu, letter 1F21 alpha letter 1F34 sigma theta eta sigma iota sigma porph. De anima, Arnim Roman 274. Dicunt stoici sensus ipsos id sensus esse, sic, ac. Roman 233, 108. Alpha letter 1F34, sigma theta eta sigma iota, sigma delta, letter 1F72, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon tau alpha iota. Kappa alpha letter 1F76, letter 1F21 pi epsilon rho letter 1F76 tau letter 1F70, alpha letter 1F30, sigma theta eta tau eta rho iota alpha kappa alpha tau alpha sigma kappa epsilon epsilon eta. Kappa alpha theta, letter 1F25 nu tau iota nu epsilon sigma, pi eta rho omicron letter 1F76, gamma iota nu omicron nu tau alpha iota diog. L Roman 7:52. Stoici causas esse videndi dicunt radiorum ex oculis in qui vidricunt, emissionum erisque simul intentionum gel. NAV 16, 2. Stoici videndi causam in natavi spiritus intention constituent, cuius effigem coni similim volunt, chalk. Tim 237, Arnim Roman 2, 863. Arnim Roman 2, 869. Pi omicron sigma epsilon iota delta megan iota omicron sigma, gamma omicron letter 1 fe6, nu alpha letter 1 f50, tau letter 1 f74 nu sc. Tau letter 1 f74 nu letter 1 f44 psi iota nu, sigma epsilon mu phi epsilon sigma iota nu, letter 1 f40 nu omicron mu alpha zeta epsilon iota at. Plaque, Roman 4:13, 3. Diog, L Roman 7 158. Arnim Roman 2, 836. Cleans 8 spiritum esse a principali usque in peds permissum, sen ep. 113, 23. Vosum stoici corpus esse contendunt, imc esse dicunt ictum era, Gellius NAV 15, 6. Quid enim est vox nisi intentio eris, ut audiator, lingui formata percussu. Sen NQ Roman 2 6, 3. Letter 1 F41, lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, letter 1 F10, kappa epsilon letter 1 FD6, theta epsilon, nu letter 1 F10 kappa pi epsilon mu pi epsilon tau alpha iota. Letter 1 F45 theta epsilon nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F21, phi omega nu eta. Letter 1 F21, delta letter 1 F72, phi omega nu letter 1 F74 omicron letter 1 F50, kappa letter 1 F10 kappa tau, letter 1 FF6, nu kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F74, nu kappa epsilon, phi alpha lambda letter 1 F74, nu tau omicron pi omega nu, letter 1 F10 kappa pi epsilon mu pi epsilon tau alpha iota. Letter 1 F00, lambda lambda letter 1 F70, phi alpha nu epsilon rho letter 1 FF6 sigma letter 1 F10 kappa kappa alpha tau omega theta epsilon nu mu letter 1 FB6, lambda lambda omicron nu galen, plaque. Hip. Et plat. Roman 2 5 p 205 Muller. See above, section 161. See above, section 178. Luker, RN Roman 4 12 14 12 20. E. Hekel Weltrathsel Volksosk, p. 30. The italics are those of the author of this book. Ib. Amerkungen, p. 158. Though Lucretius laughs at the idea of attributing laughter and tears to the elements, hac ration tibi perunt primordia rerum. Fiat, udi risu tremulo concussa cacinant, et lacrimis salsis humectant origenesque, RNI 917 919, yet he attributes to them the essential power of free will. C. Nec declinando faciunt primordia modus principium quadam, quad fati fodera rumpet, unda est hic, in quam fatis avulsa voluntas. RN Roman 2 250, 3257. Omicron letter 1 F31, sigma tau omega, yod a kappa omicron letter 1 F76, letter 1 F00. Pi letter 1 F78, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, letter 1 F45 lambda omicron upsilon, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 FC6, sigma psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6, sigma phi epsilon rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau letter 1 F70, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau alpha at. Plaque V11.3, when you consort with your wife, you are carrying about a god with you epict. Disc, Roman 2:8-12. Mu epsilon rho eta delta letter 1 F72, psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6, sigma lambda epsilon gamma omicron upsilon sigma iota nu. Tau omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma letter 1 F10 nu, letter 1 F21, mu letter 1 FD6, nu sigma, pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron letter 1 F7a, sigma lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon sigma diog. L, Roman 7 157. Tau letter 1 FF6, nu delta letter 1 F72, lambda omicron iota pi letter 1 FF6, nu tau letter 1 F78, mu letter 1 F72, nu lambda epsilon gamma epsilon tau alpha iota, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha. Letter 1 F45 pi epsilon rho, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 F78, pi nu epsilon letter 1 FE6, mu alpha letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota, delta iota alpha tau epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu omicron nu letter 1 F00, pi letter 1 F78, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, letter 1 F21 gamma, epsilon mu omicron, nu iota kappa omicron letter 1 FE6, mu epsilon chi rho iota. Tau letter 1 FF6 nu pi alpha rho alpha sigma tau letter 1 FF6 nu at plaque. Roman 421, 4, cf. Diog, L Roman 7 159. Tau letter 1 F78 delta letter 1 F72, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha, phi eta sigma letter 1 F76, nu letter 1 F41, z eta nu omega nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6, sigma mu epsilon rho omicron sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F00 pi omicron sigma pi alpha sigma mu alpha, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau omicron letter 1 FE6. Sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau omicron sigma, tau omicron letter 1 FE6 tau letter 1 FF6, nu pi rho omicron gamma omicron nu omega nu, kappa epsilon rho alpha sigma mu alpha, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, mu letter 1 FD6, gamma mu alpha tau letter 1 FF6, nu tau letter 1 FC6, sigma psi upsilon chi letter 1 FC6, sigma mu epsilon rho letter 1 FF6, nu sigma upsilon nu epsilon lambda eta lambda upsilon theta omicron sigma, useb. PR, Ev, Roman 1520, 1 Arnhem I 128. That the separation or tearing away, letter 1 F00 pi omicron sigma pi alpha sigma mu alpha, is not complete or absolute seems to follow from the general principles of Stoic physics. See above section 262. In semen omnes futuri homines ratio comprehensa est, sen nq, Roman 329, 3. Utrum ex patris tantamodo semen partis nascitur, ut stoici scripserunt censor. D. Nat. 5, cf. Diog, L. Roman 7 159 at, plaque, v5 2. The evidence for this is mainly indirect. Omicron letter 1 F50, mu omicron nu, phi eta sigma iota nu. Letter 1 F45 mu omicron iota, tau omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma gamma omicron nu epsilon letter 1 FE6, sigma iota gamma iota nu omicron mu epsilon theta alpha, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 FF6, mu alpha letter 1 F00, lambda letter 1 F70, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F74, nu psi upsilon chi eta nu names. Nat. Home. Roman 285 and 86, Arnhem I 518, quod declaret earum similitudo, qui procrinter, qui etiam in ingeniis, non solum in corporibus apparit sic. Tusk, Disp, I 32, 79. Pi rho omicron letter 390, epsilon sigma theta alpha iota delta letter 1 F72, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F74 nu gamma, upsilon nu alpha letter 1 FD6, kappa alpha sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha. kappa letter 1 F02, nu mu letter 1 F72, nu letter 1 F10, pi iota kappa rho alpha tau eta sigma letter 1 FC3, tau letter 1 F78. Tau letter 1 FC6, sigma gamma epsilon nu alpha iota kappa omicron sigma. Letter 1 F45 mu omicron iota omicron nu, epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha iota tau, letter 1 F78, gamma epsilon nu omega mu epsilon nu omicron nu, tau letter 1 FC7, mu eta tau rho iota. Letter 1 F10, letter 1 F70, nu delta, letter 1 F72, tau letter 1 F78, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, letter 1 F00 nu delta rho omicron sigma, tau letter 1 FF7 pi alpha tau rho iota at. Plaque. V11, 4. See above, section 63. In rationalis pars animi duas habet parts, alteram animosum ambitiosum impotentum positam in adfectionibus, alteram humilum langitum voluptatibus deditam, sen ep. 92, 8. Appetitio, anim esse volumus letter 1 F41 Romuidinu, qua ad agendum impellimer, et id appetimus quad est visum, sic. AC. Roman 2:8-24. This is termed by Panidius letter 1 F44 rho epsilon psi iota sigma simply. The term letter 1 F10 pi iota beta omicron lambda is also used. See section 272, note 49. See above, section 146. Zeller Stoics, p. 243, states that man has irrational as well as rational impulses. This seems to be incorrectly expressed. Phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha, letter 1 F41 rho mu eta tau, iota kappa, letter 1 F74, tau omicron letter 1 FE6, kappa alpha theta to kappa omicron nu tau omicron sigma stab. Roman 2:7, 9. Omni rationale animal nihil agit, nisi primum specie alicuius re in retatum est, deigned impetum cepit, deigned id sensio confirmavit hunc impetum. Quid sit id sensio dicam? Oportet me ambulare, tunc demum ambulo, cum hoc mihi dixi edid probavi hanc opinionum meme, sen ep. 113, 18. Delta omicron kappa epsilon letter 1 FD6 delta, alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma tau letter 1 F70 pi alpha theta eta kappa rho iota sigma epsilon iota sigma, epsilon letter 1 F36 nu alpha iota, kappa alpha theta alpha phi eta sigma iota, chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma diag L. Roman 7, Roman 3. Omnis perturbations judicio sensent feri et opinioni sic. Tusk. Disp. Roman 4:7, 14. Letter 1 F00, sigma theta epsilon, nu letter 1 FC6 delta, letter 1 F72, lambda epsilon gamma omicron epsilon sigma iota, sigma epsilon gamma kappa alpha tau alpha theta epsilon sigma iota nu. Letter 1 F45 tau alpha nu, mu eta delta epsilon pi epsilon iota kappa omicron tau epsilon sigma, letter 1 F66 mu epsilon nu, letter 1 F21 mu letter 1 FB6, sigma alpha letter 1 F50, tau omicron upsilon, sigma galen de Picatis, Roman 2 1 P59, K Arnim Roman 3 172. Letter 1 F14 sigma tau iota delta, alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 F78, tau letter 1 F78 pi alpha theta omicron sigma, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, zeta nu omega nu alpha. Letter 1 F41 rho mu letter 1 F74, pi lambda epsilon omicron nu alpha zeta omicron epsilon sigma alpha diag. L Romans 7 110. In corpore nostro ossa nervique et articuli, firmamenta todius et vitalia, minim speciosa visu, prius ordinanter, deigned hic, ex quibus omnes in facem id spectum decor est. Post hic omnia qui maxime oculos rapit, color ultimus perfecto eam corpore ad funditor sendile. Roman 4:1-2. See above, section 268. Letter 1 F21 psi upsilon chi letter 1 F74 pi nu epsilon letter 1 FE6 mu alpha letter 1 F10 sigma tau iota sigma epsilon mu phi epsilon tau omicron nu letter 1 F21 mu letter 1 FD6 nu galen plaque. Hip. Et plat. Roman 3:1 P. 251 M, quoting Chrysippus, Arnim Roman 2 885. Schmeckel traces the introduction of this doctrine to Posidonius and finds in it the starting point of the later mysticism, Philos, D. Middle. Stoa, pp. 400 SQQ. See also L. Stein, Psych, I 194. Nos corpus tam puter sortiti sen ep. 120:17. Inutilis caro et fluida, receptandis tantum cibis habilis, ut 8 Posidonius, ib. 92:10. Hic qui vidis ossa circumicta nobis, nervos et obdictam cutum, voltumque et ministras manus, et cetera quibus involudi sumus, vincula animorum tenebrique sunt. Obruder his animus efficatur inficitor, arceter averis et sues in falsa connectus. Omni illicum hac carn grave certamen est, sen dial. Romans 6:24-5. Corpusculum hoc, custodia et vinculum animi, ib. Roman 12:11-7. What am I, a poor miserable man with my wretched bit of flesh? Through this kinship with the flesh, some of us become like wolves epict. Disc. I 3:5-7. Corpus hoc animi pondus et pona est sen ep. 65:16. Quantum per mores membrorum et hanc circumfusum gravum sarcinam licet, dial, Roman 12:11-6. Corporis velet oneris necessariae nona mater sed procurator est, ep. 92:33. Epicurus placed the good in the husk epict. Disc. I 23:1. You ought to possess your whole body as a poor ass loaded. When the body is an ass, all the other things are bits belonging to the ass, pack saddles, shoes, barley, fodder, ib. Roman 4:1, 79 and 80. In particular to the practice of self-mutilation, with which Seneca is disgusted. Caudati comminisimer, per qui virilitati fiat iniuria. Alias genitalia excidit, sen nq Romans 7:31-3. Nec domum esse hoc corpus, sed hispitium et quidem breve hispitium, sen ep. 120:14. Hoc natura ut quandam vestum animo circumdedit, ib. 92:13. Inter me tec conveniat corpus in honorum animi coli, ib. 92:1. In the same spirit Seneca writes in condemnation of the gladiatorial conflicts, Homo sacra res homini, ib. 95:33. Voltus nostros erexit ad coelum, ib. 94:56. Ut ob ordu sidera in occasum labentia prosqui possit, sublime fecit caput et calo flexili impossut dial, Roman 8:5-4. See also Mayer on Jove. Sat. Roman 15:147. Sic. Nd. Roman 2:54-58. Qui parts corporis ad naturi necessitatem data, ad spectum essent deformum habituri ac turpum, ease contexit ac abdidit, off. I 35:127. In the Epicurean system, atoms of soul are dispersed amongst atoms of body, there being a mixture of the two, which however does not go beyond juxtaposition. In the Stoic system, soul permeates body. The Stoic explanation is frequently referred to by opponents as a reductio ad absurdum. Tau letter 1 ff7, lambda epsilon gamma omicron nu tau iota, tau letter 1 f74, nu psi upsilon chi letter 1 f74 nu sigma letter 1 ff6, mu alpha letter 1 f15 pi epsilon tau alpha iota, tau letter 1 f78 sigma letter 1 ff6, mu alpha delta iota letter 1 f70, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, chi omega, rho epsilon letter 1 fd6 nu alex. Afer. Arist. Top. Roman 293, Arnim Roman 2 798. The relation of the principate to the man as a whole is also called sigma upsilon sigma tau alpha sigma iota sigma, constitutio est principale animi quadam modo si habens erga corpus, sen. Ep. 121:10. Omicron letter 1 f31, sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron letter 1 f76, mu epsilon rho omicron sigma, alpha letter 1 f50, tau letter 1 f78, tau letter 1 fc6, sigma gamma alpha sigma tau rho omicron sigma. Omicron letter 1 f50, zeta letter 1 ff7 omicron, nu at plaque. V14, 2. Tau letter 1 f78, beta rho epsilon phi omicron sigma, letter 1 f10 nu, tau letter 1 fc7 gamma alpha sigma tau rho letter 1 f76 phi epsilon sigma epsilon iota, tau rho epsilon phi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, nu omicron mu iota zeta epsilon iota, cap alpha theta alpha pi epsilon rho, phi epsilon tau omicron nu plut. Sto. Rep 41, 1. Stein Psych, IP 115. Letter 1 f45 tau alpha nu, delta letter 1 f72, tau, epsilon chi theta letter 1 fc7. Psi epsilon chi omicron epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron nu, letter 1 f51 pi letter 1 f78, tau omicron letter 1 fe6, letter 1 f00 epsilon rho omicron sigma, tau letter 1 F78, pi nu epsilon letter 1 Fe6, mu epsilon tau alpha beta alpha lambda lambda epsilon iota nu, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, gamma iota nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, zeta letter 1 FF7 omicron nu plat. As above. In Fan's non-dum rationalis sen ep. 121:14, tu me expertum rationis genusti, onus alienum ben, Roman 3:31-2. See above, section 153, note 66. Delta iota alpha sigma letter 1 FF4, zeta epsilon, sigma theta alpha iota lambda epsilon gamma omicron epsilon sigma iota nu, alpha letter 1 F50, tau letter 1 F74 nu letter 1 F14 kappa, tau epsilon tau letter 1 FC6, sigma letter 1 F00 nu alpha theta epsilon mu iota alpha sigma epsilon omega sigma, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, alpha letter 1 F35, mu alpha tau omicron, sigma kappa alpha letter 1 F76. Tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, tau letter 1 F74, nu epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma pi nu omicron letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F11 lambda kappa omicron mu epsilon nu omicron epsilon, Galen com, hip. 6. Arnhem Roman 2 782. Tau rho epsilon phi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, letter 1 F10 psi, alpha letter 1 F35 mu alpha tau omicron sigma tau, letter 1 F74 nu psi epsilon chi eta nu, omicron letter 1 F50, sigma iota alpha nu delta, alpha letter 1 F50 tau letter 1 FC6, sigma letter 1 F51 pi alpha rho chi epsilon iota nu tau letter 1 F78, pi nu epsilon letter 1 Fe6 mu alpha plaque. Hip. Et plat. Roman 2:8, Arnhem I 140, poor soul itself mere exhalation of the blood, M oral, to himself V 33. Zd to nu omega nu tau letter 1 F74, nu psi upsilon, chi letter 1 F74, nu lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota, alpha letter 1 F30, sigma theta eta tau, iota kappa letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F00 nu alpha theta, upsilon mu iota alpha sigma iota nu. Kappa alpha theta alpha pi epsilon rho, letter 1 F21 rho alpha kappa lambda epsilon iota tau omicron sigma. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, psi upsilon chi alpha letter 1 F76, delta letter 1 F72, letter 1 F00, pi letter 1 F78, tau letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F51, gamma rho letter 1 FF6, nu letter 1 F00, nu alpha theta upsilon mu iota, letter 1 FF6, nu tau alpha iota. Letter 1 F00 nu alpha theta upsilon mu iota alpha sigma iota nu, mu letter 1 F72, nu omicron letter 1 F56, nu letter 1 F41 mu omicron iota meg sigma, tau letter 1 FF7, letter 1 F21, rho alpha kappa lambda, epsilon iota tau, letter 1 FF3, letter 1 F00 pi omicron phi alpha iota nu epsilon iota, z theta nu omega nu r. Did. Fr. 39, 2 and 3 dials. The reference to Heraclitus is not necessarily an exact quotation by Zeno, see Bywater's critical note on Fr. 42, on the other side dials, note on Fr. 12. L. Stein is of opinion that the Stoics missed the meaning of Heraclitus whilst accepting his terminology, see Psych. I. Note 182. See above, section 200. See section 316, note 100. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F74, nu psi upsilon chi letter 1 F74, nu letter 1 F14 phi alpha sigma alpha nu, mu eta delta letter 1 F72, nu letter 1 F51 pi letter 1 F78, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma, letter 1 F22 letter 1 F60, phi epsilon lambda epsilon letter 1 FD6, sigma theta alpha iota letter 1 F22. Beta lambda alpha pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota thou. Gr. Af. Kerr. 11. See generally the discussion by Stein, Psych. IPP. 139-140. Plut Fr. Duin 6-3. Omicron letter 1 F31, sigma tau omega iota kappa omicron letter 1 F76, tau letter 1 F78, nu mu letter 1 F72, nu letter 1 F55 pi nu omicron nu, gamma iota nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, letter 1 F00 nu epsilon sigma epsilon iota, tau omicron letter 1 Fe6, alpha letter 1 F30, sigma theta eta tau iota kappa omicron letter 1 Fe6, pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau omicron sigma at. Plaque. V23 4 cf. Plut. Conv. Roman 4 Roman 2 4 6. Contra high autumn animum Zeno et quasi labi pudet ac consider, et id ipsum est dormire sic. Div. Roman 258, 119. See also above, section 177. Senes difficiles et querulae sunt, ut egri et convalescens, et quorum aut lassitudine aut detraction sanguinis exhaustus est calor sen. Dial. Roman 419, 4. Letter 1F45 tau alpha nu delta letter 1F72. Pi alpha nu tau, epsilon lambda letter 1F74 sigma gamma epsilon nu eta tau alpha iota. Letter 1F21 letter 1F04 nu epsilon sigma iota sigma. Tau omicron letter 1F6, alpha letter 1F30, sigma theta eta tau, iota kappa omicron letter 1F6, pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau omicron sigma. Tau omicron tau epsilon, gamma iota gamma nu epsilon sigma theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron nu at. Plac. V23, 4. Cum animarum eternidatum diserimus, non leve momentum apud nos habet consensus hominum aut timentium inferos aut colentium. Sen ep. 117, 6. Iuvabet de eternitate animarum querer, immo mehercules credier, credibam enim me facile opinionibus magnorum virorum rem gratissimum promitentium magis quam probantium, sen ep. 102, 2, cf. Sic. Tusk disp. I11, 24. So especially Elstein. Nun I her philosophy popular und mundrecht zu Mädchen, lesen sich die Stoiker zu willen zu erringen herbe, die da zu angethen wern, I her ganzes philosophisches System umzustossen Psych. I-149. Further their Scottish critic. Thus did the later Stoicism try to meet the claims of the human heart, which the earlier Stoicism had to a large extent ignored. W. L. Davidson, The Stoic Creed, p. 98. Again, Die Lehre von der Fortdauer der Seele, Warner für die Gross Menschberechnet, H. A. Winkler, Stoicismus, p. 50. Zeller is much more judicial, Stoics, pp. 217-22. Letter 1F14 nu iod omicron iota delta, letter 1F72, tau, letter 1F74, nu mu, letter 1F72, nu tau, omicron, letter 1Fe6, letter 1F45 lambda omicron upsilon, letter 1F00 delta iod omicron u. Tau letter 1F70, sigma delta letter 1F72, lambda omicron iot pi letter 1F70, sigma upsilon mu iota gamma nu upsilon sigma theta alpha iota, letter 1F10 pi letter 1F76, tau epsilon, lambda epsilon upsilon tau letter 1Fc3, epsilon letter 1F30, sigma letter 1F10 cap epsilon iota nu eta nu r. Did. Fr. 39, 5. Tau letter 1F74, nu delta letter 1F72, psi upsilon chi letter 1F74, nu gamma epsilon nu tau eta nu, tau epsilon kappa alpha letter 1F76, phi theta alpha rho tau letter 1F74, nu lambda epsilon gamma omicron upsilon sigma iota nu omicron letter 1F50, kappa epsilon letter 1F50, theta letter 1F7a, sigma delta letter 1F72, tau omicron letter 1Fe6, sigma omega mu alpha tau omicron sigma. Letter 1F00, pi alpha lambda alpha gamma, epsilon letter 1Fd6, sigma alpha nu phi theta epsilon iota rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Letter 1F00 lambda, letter 1F10 pi iota mu epsilon iota nu, tau iota nu letter 1F70 sigma chi rho omicron nu omicron upsilon sigma cap alpha theta, letter 1F11 alpha epsilon tau eta nu ib. 6. Stoici. Diu mansur os aant animos, semper negant sic. Tusk. Disp. I31, 77. Tau letter 1F74, nu mu letter 1F72, nu tau letter 1F6, nu sigma pi omicron upsilon delta alpha iota omega nu, mu epsilon chi rho iota, tau letter 1Fc6, sigma epsilon letter 1F30, sigma pi letter 1Fe6, rho letter 1F00 nu alpha lambda upsilon sigma epsilon omega sigma, tau letter 1F6, nu pi alpha nu tau omega nu. Tau letter 1F74, nu delta letter 1F72, tau letter 1F6, nu letter 1F00 phi rho omicron nu omega nu, pi rho letter 1F78, sigma pi omicron upsilon sigma, tau iota nu alpha sigma, chi rho omicron nu omicron upsilon sigma. Tau letter 1F70, sigma delta letter 1F72, tau letter 1F6, nu letter 1F00 phi rho omicron nu omega nu, kappa alpha letter 1F76, letter 1F00 lambda omicron gamma omega nu, zeta letter 1F7 omega, nu psi upsilon chi letter 1F70, sigma upsilon nu alpha pi omicron lambda upsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau omicron letter 1Fd6, sigma omega mu alpha sigma iota r. Did. Fr. 39, 6 and 7. Arnim Roman 2, 815. Lambda epsilon pi tau omicron mu, epsilon rho epsilon letter 1 fd6, sigma omicron letter 1 f56, sigma alpha iota kappa alpha letter 1 f76 omicron letter 1 f50, chi letter 1 f27 tau tau omicron u, pi epsilon rho mega delta epsilon iota sigma letter 1 f22, pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau mega delta epsilon iota sigma, epsilon letter 1 f30, sigma tau omicron letter 1 f7a sigma. Letter 1 f04 nu omega, mu letter 1 fb6, lambda lambda omicron nu tau omicron pi omicron epsilon sigma, kappa omicron phi omicron rho omicron letter 1 fe6 sigma iota. Tau letter 1 f78, nu letter 1 f51 pi letter 1 f78, sigma epsilon lambda eta nu omicron letter 1 f30, kappa omicron letter 1 fe6, sigma iota tau omicron pi omicron nu sext. Math. Roman 971 to 73, Arnim Roman 2 812, R. Did, Fr. 39 4. Si permanent et conservant habitum suum, nessus est ferenter ad coelum et ob his perimpater et dividitor crassus hic et concretus air, calidir enim est vel podius ardentior animus quam est hic air sic. Tusk, Disp. I 1842, idac sublimanter animi sapiens, apud stoicos sub lunam turt. Duen. 54, Arnim Roman 2 814. Tau rho omicron phi letter 1 fc7, tau epsilon chi rho letter 1 ff6, nu tau alpha iota omicron letter 1 f30, kappa epsilon iota letter 1 fb3, tau letter 1 fc7 letter 1 f00, pi letter 1 f78, tau letter 1 fc6, sigma letter 1 f00 nu alpha theta, upsilon mu iota alpha sigma epsilon iota, letter 1 f61 sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 f76 tau, letter 1 f70. Lambda omicron iota pi letter 1 f70, letter 1 f04 sigma tau rho alpha sext. Math. Roman 973, fortium animas existiment in modum siderum vagari in air, com. In Lucan. Roman 96, Arnim Roman 2 817. Epsilon letter 1 f30, omicron letter 1 f56, nu delta iota alpha mu epsilon nu omicron epsilon sigma iota nu, alpha letter 1 f31, psi epsilon chi alpha iota. Delta alpha iota mu omicron sigma iota nu, alpha letter 1 f31, alpha letter 1 f50. Tau alpha letter 1 f76, gamma iota gamma nu omicron nu tau alpha iota sext. As in note 138. Phi alpha sigma letter 1 f76 delta letter 1 f72, epsilon letter 1 f36, nu alpha iota kappa alpha iota, tau iota nu alpha sigma, delta alpha iota mu omicron nu alpha sigma, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, letter 1 f24 rho omega alpha sigma. Tau letter 1 f70, sigma letter 1 f51 pi omicron lambda epsilon iota mu epsilon nu alpha sigma, tau letter 1 ff6 nu sigma pi omicron epsilon delta alpha iota omega nu, psi epsilon chi alpha sigma diog. L Roman 7 151, plenis air immortalium animorum, sic. Div. I 30, 64, quoting from Posidonius. Existiment animam hominis magno ponder extredi permanere non possi et statum spargi, sen ep. 57, 7, Seneca himself rejects this opinion. Kappa lambda epsilon alpha nu theta sigma, mu letter 1 f72, nu omicron letter 1 f56, nu pi alpha sigma, letter 1 f10 pi iota delta iota alpha mu epsilon iota nu, mu epsilon chi rho iota, tau letter 1 fc6, sigma, letter 1 f10 kappa pi epsilon rho omega sigma. Chi rho epsilon sigma iota pi omicron sigma delta, letter 1 f72, tau letter 1 f70, sigma tau, letter 1 ff6, nu sigma omicron, phi letter 1 ff6, nu mu omicron nu diog. L Roman 7 157. Esse inferos xenon docuit et seeds piorum ob impeisas discretas, et allos quidem quietas ac delectabiles in cola regions, hos viro luraponas in tenebrosis locis ac in kini voriginibus horrendis lactant. Div inst. Roman 7 13 Arnim I 147, reliquas animas ad inferos daciant turt. Duen 54. Cf. Sic. Fr. 246. Pearson, Fragments, p. 146. So Herzl, Untersuchungen Roman 2 p. 29 note. Et metis foras precepts acruntis agendis. Fundidus humanum qui vitam turbet ob imo, omnia suffuscans mortis nigror, nec ullem, esse voluptatem liquidum puranque relinquit, RN Roman 3:37-40. Sic tusk disp, I-1636. ND Roman 2:2-5. Cogita illa, qui nobis inferos faciant terribiles, fabulum esse, nullas imminere mortuis tenebras nec carcerum nec flumina in flagrantia nec oblivionis amnem nec tribunalia, ullos itrum tyrannos, lucerunt ista poeti et vanis nos agitaver terribus, sen dial. Romans 6:19, 4. Here we have the opposite extreme to the statement in note 131. Virgil Ean, Romans 6:724-747 Transl, by Lord Bowen. For the corresponding description of paradise, see Ib. 638-644. The substance of this discussion is drawn from Herzl's full note in his Untersuchungen Roman 2 pp. 2531. For instance, Georg, Roman 4:221 SQQ. See also below, section 434, 435. Impias viro, haber aliquid imbecilitatis ex contagion carnis, cuius desideries ac libidinibus addicti in illubilum quendam fucum trahent labum terranam, qui cum temporis diuturnitate penitus inhicerit, ius naturi redi animas ut, cruciabiles fiant per corporis maculam, qui peccatis inusta sensum doloris attribuit. Quam sententiam poeta sic explicavit, quin et supremo et cetera, lact. Div inst. Romans 7:20, 9 and 10 Arnim Roman 2:813. Mirror, quad imprudens animas circa terram prosternant, cum elas a sapientibus multo superioribus erudiri ad firmament turt. Duin 54, Arnim I 147, reading prudence on his own conjecture. On the other hand, Augustine Civ. De, Roman 21:13, ascribes the doctrine to Platonus Aequitum and Com. Luke, Roman 9:9 p. 291 us. To Pythagoras, see Schmeckel p. 105. Facilimum ad superos iter est animus cedo ob humana conversation demissus. Facilius quicquid est, illud obsoleti in latique illunt, sen dial. Romans 6:23, 1. Paulum supra nos commoritus, dum expurgator et inherentia vitia sidumc omnem mortalis evi excutit, ib. 25, 1. Diog, L. Romans 7:157. Sic tusk disp, I-32-79. See above, section 254, 293. For the teaching of Posidonius as to the pre-existence of the soul, see Schmeckel, p. 250. See above, section 296. Animus beneficio subtilitatis sui erumpit, sen ep. 57, 8. Ibi illum eterna, requis manit e confusis crassus pura, et liquida vicentum dial. Romans 6:24, 5. Emissus melira restant onera detracto, ep. 24, 18. So in the burial service, the souls of the faithful, after they are delivered from the burden of the flesh, are in joy and felicity. Non allos interfusa Maria discludent nec altitudo montium, tramites omnium plani dial. Romans 6:25, 3. Ad excelsa sublatus interfellices currit animas, Scipiens Catonesque, interque contemptors vidi et mortis beneficio liberos, ib. 1. Rerum naturi spectaculo fruiter et humana omnia ex superior loco despicit, divina viro propius intutor, ib. Zi 9, 3. Nos quoque felices animi ac eterna sorditi, parva ruini ingentes excessio, in antiqua elementa vertemer, ib. Romans 6:26, 7. Si superstes est corpori, nullo gener, quoniam nulla immortalitas cum exception est, ep. 57, 9. See Winkler, Der Stoicismus ein Wurzel des Christenthums, p. 52. Hic sunt ignorantes, cum de aeternitate animorum dicatur, dement disci, non de partibus iis, in quibus egratudines iri libidinesque versenter sic. Tusk. Disp. I-3380. Excepit illum magna et aeterna pax, sen dial. Romans 6:19, 6. Mors dolorum omnium ex salutio est et finis, ib. 19, 5. Mors est non esse, id quale sit eam scio, hoc erit post me quod ante me fuit ep. 54, 4. Mors nos aut consumit aut exuit, consumptis nihil restat, ib. 24, 18. See above, section 140 and 141. M. Oral, to himself Roman 4:21. See below section 306. Cleanthus wrote a book to show that virtue is the same in men and women. See Diog, L. Romans 7 103. Quis dixit naturam malign cum mulibribus ingeniis egis, et virtutum alarum in artem retraxis. Pariles, mihi creed, vigor par ad honesta, libet facultas est, dolorum laborem ex equo, si consuvir patienter sen dial. Romans 6:16 1. See below, section 431, 439, 444, 446. Mulibur est furor in ira sen clem. I5 5. Ec imprudens animal est, et nisi scientia excessit et multa eruditio, ferrum, cupiditatem incontinens dial. Roman 2:14 1. Utrec turba ad vidi societatem tantendum, sed altera pars ad obsequendum, altera imperio nata ib. 1 1. See below, section 303. See below, section 309. Fear itac imperia pens ius fura populos, qui mitir calo utunter. In frigora septentriumque virgentibus emansuta ingenia sunt sen. Dial, Roman 4:15 5. So too Lucan, omnes in arctua populus quicunc pruinis nascitur, indomitus bellis et mortis amator, fars. Roman 8 363-6. Egetum illis corporibus illis animus luxum ops ignorantibus da rationem, de disciplinam, ut nihil amplius dicam, nessus erit cert nobis mores Romanos repeter, sen dial. Roman 3 Roman 2 4. Chapter 12. The Law for Humanity.